think AGG is going to get asked a lot to go up there and just race for a challenge in the middle.
Well, they're here making their mainstream broadcast debut for the World Championship 2023. It's the Lone Star Complexity.
Oh, rickety, right. Let's get down to it, baby.
En el Wildcard espero,
It's Tuesday.
Como primero. Espero que sea
Okay, it's not actually
fácil
Tuesday.
la
It's Friday,
clasificación.
but it's the second day of
Lo máximo
our
posible
event.
para
Day
la
2 is
siguiente
what I
etapa.
meant to say, not Tuesday. I am fucking dumb, don't mind me.
You know, Complexity's going to come right back the other way, and it's CRR. Flippery set in over 2.
Y yo creo que los demás equipos no tienen que tener miedo porque nosotros no somos un equipo fácil a la hora de
Good
jugar.
morning, good
no le tenemos
morning,
miedo a nadie.
afternoon, evening, wherever you're at, this beautiful sphere you call Earth, whenever you're watching, tuning in. Hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good. Right up off the rip here, man. If y'all are watching this back on the playback, do me a favor. If y'all enjoying the vibes throughout the video, feel free to hit that like button. Helps out with the algorithm. We're going to be watching every day except for this weekend, pretty much.
Fantastic spot throughout the entire season.
So we'll watch the end of Wildcards.
Boston was kind of a bit of a catastrophe of sorts. So they do find
on
themselves
Sunday,
here, but this is a team that I think almost everyone I've spoken to has got going 3-0.
Yeah,
or is it Monday?
AGG, like, that dude is driving around the pitch, watching tape.
But then we'll also be here
that
for the
dude is
entirety
a
of the championships.
camera
It's just this weekend's little
I'm
man's
just like,
birthday,
man,
so
you got to be going for some crazy
priorities.
call outs. That guy, he has to be the information superhighway. The way that dude is.
You're off today? Hell yeah!
Moments when we look back at Boston, he obviously had that big open net versus Vitality. Equally, he earned the spot for Complexity by being a defensive hero throughout that entire series to put them in a position to beat the team that then ended up winning the entire thing. A single mistake does not define a person. AJG is going to be trying to come through and make sure that he is going to say, look, we scrapped Boston, look at the World Championships and look at what we can do.
But thinking about the butterfly effect, if he makes that goal and then Vitality's first match on in front of the stage is against Rule 1 with a crowd, and Zen's got to figure out like,
we're going to be doing like we did yesterday.
On that one. But here's a man that is a steady perpetual across the multiverse. I'm pretty confident no matter what universe
back and forth between the two channels. This one will probably get started first.
Yeah,
That's how it did yesterday.
A surprising amount of explosiveness. Watching tape from that guy, he seems to kind of just wait for his time in the midfield and bang as hard as he can, as fast as he can to let the mechs take over.
I think the thing that always stands out for me most on Ray's Bull is just how solid he is when he gets stuck 2v1, 1v1. He's almost always the player that gets, I feel, put in that position. I don't know if there's like a positioning error that happens before then, but even with that, he's so comfortable not only putting himself in those positions, but he gets it over to his backboard, gets it back corner, picks up some boosts. He's nice and chill. So if you ever got him there, he's difficult to get the ball past.
You say he's nice and chill on the pitch. My word is he noisy and explosive off the pitch. He's in the middle, screaming, jumping, fist bumping all around. That energy is something that helps his teammates exactly like CRR. We heard from it earlier today with the brilliant Veracity giving him a little interview to open up our show. He was saying, look, Oxygen, what are you talking about, boys? Like, we're clearly better. I don't know what you're talking about. He reckons it's going to be a 4-0 in favor of Complexity. And
I don't know why I let in with it's Tuesday.
A brilliant series.
Because it's most definitely not Tuesday.
Side,
it is day 2 though of Wildcards.
Team in the tournament, it's Oxygen.
So how you feeling today, Ducky?
I mean, World Championship means a lot to play it and also hopefully try and win it. I don't want to just compete and turn up to the event. I want to win the event, so.
Joris is gonna be dangerous. The musty. Oh my! Glorious from the sidewall. Are you kidding?
We have 3 individually really good players, and as a team, we can really work well as a unit. So any situation, we can always score.
That's in the air. Pass back to Archie. Pinpoint precision from Archie.
Fans have an agenda against our team and hate us, but I hope when we win this tournament, you don't start supporting us. I hope you keep hating on us because it really motivates us to win.
I like it. The swag, the swag.
So Archie spoke about people having an agenda against them when he said that people don't like us. There's an agenda, you know, we're not going to be able to have all of the love from the fans, but that won't affect us whatsoever. I really like that. Cole was having a go at him yesterday, saying, like, it's not an agenda, Archie, you know, that some people just won't like you. No, I think that confidence of, like, okay, back us into a corner, tell us you hate us, and we're going to come out swinging.
I think there's a lot of like people as well that just work best when they feel like, even if it's not necessarily real, just need to feel like they are working against everyone else. Have that chip on their shoulder. There's just I think Archie's one of those guys.
Michael Jordan famously would make up stories about his
I took
opponents
that
in his
personal.
head that they were saying about him so that he could be motivated to beat them more. And
I love how
Archie,
you went Michael Jordan. I was thinking of the bowler. It was like, who do you think you are? I am. Like, we went completely different ways.
he had already,
Who do you think you are? I
Just
am.
one is fine. Archie, though, I think he's going to use every tool in his cabinet to find a way to get in.
By the way,
He played well yesterday,
I
too.
like my new
deservedly
shades.
So. I mean, there was a lot of questions like, oh, is Archie really going to perform? All
Kinda
of
styling,
Oxygen,
ain't they?
as we pointed out throughout, has kind of been wishy-washy. But Archie, I think, definitely looked solid yesterday.
I think also when you look at this team, the general question comes up of, have they been playing the game? And from everyone we're hearing, from not just their coach, but other teams, they're like, yeah, they've been grinding. Like, they have put in the hours. And when you see Jorias with hours, you see one of the best players in Europe. If he is properly grinding this game, then you see him get comfortable, and then you see the entire pitch
decision.
open.
Oh, you know what I wanted to do
Yeah,
was
he
pull
just
this.
becomes one with the game,
Okay,
and
there
he
we
enters that flow state of, okay, I'm just going to be sick.
It feels like Jorius, almost in a bit of a way, came out of his team last season with the least accolades coming into this event. I mean, apparently Jack went over to North America. He's had great time. Obviously, we're not seeing Scrubber this one, but he has kind of been the talk of the town over in Europe.
Let's go, bro.
Jorius kind of was just the third, and that feels
Which
wrong.
is weird
It
for
feels wrong.
Jorius.
Well, he's here now. Is he going to be the third this time? We're about to find out. How do you feel like this is going to go? Let us know in chat. Hashtag COL, hashtag OXG. And we'll make our predictions on the desk as well. Just going down the line. Stumpy, who you got?
I am feeling a little bit of complexity on this one. They are, you describe them as a lone star, and I feel like in the wildcard, they are very much that. They are the guiding light. They are 3-0 realistically. They should be going through Oxygen. They're not as much of a solid team as Complexity, who at lands have proved themselves time and time again.
I feel like I'm coming across as like an anti-EU throughout this entire show.
Okay.
It's not changing anytime soon because I've got Complexity winning this one, and they are going. I've already said they should be a 3-0 in this. This is less to do.
I
with
do
Oxygen,
kind of
it's
want to
more
watch
do
Valiant versus
Complexity
Power as well, so we'll
really
definitely be
Can
flipping
we,
back and forth between the
I
two.
would like...
Again, like we were doing yesterday.
Achieves, you have to curse them if you want to curse.
You're all correct. Complexity is going to win. And the big problem,
Wow.
Ito,
They
Ito
are
may
cursing
have the
them.
mix to get through HAG, but you're right.
It's never
you
good when
gotta
you
get
sweep on the
through
desk, man.
CRR and Raiseful on the back line. There's too much there, I think, for Oxygen to contain.
Not like this.
Quickly here, for the Oxygen fans watching, going, so what are we supposed to do here? What are they supposed to do? How do they change this game?
The most important thing is keeping the right things going their way. They are a team that do have a tendency of just, I don't want to say tilting because we don't have access to the comms a lot of the time, but it is a domino effect. One thing goes wrong, more things go wrong.
Yeah, I think
They
that's what
need
we
to
saw,
just
like,
get
even in the
over it.
Limitless
Anything
game
happens
yesterday,
against
right?
them, especially in the opening few games.
I'd say equally, on the other side of that, when stuff goes right, we see them destroy teams like Gen G, who won the full major, and they utterly embarrassed them when they came through. As their
Yeah, I think
first
that's the
match
same thing
on land.
Limitless can do against
Oxygen,
other
they
teams
have
in
that
this
ability. Can they do it
event right
against
now.
Complexity?
We'll see if they can. Chat is on our side as well. The clear favorites in this one is Complexity. Can Oxygen play spoilers? Suck the air out of them. Something like that, folks. I don't know what's going to happen here. The first match of day number 2 promises to hold highlights for us. Complexity on one side, Oxygen on the other. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Let's get it. Yeah.
Our journey through Wildcard continues with 2 1-0 teams. Oxygen versus Complexity. Complexity had a easy 4-0 yesterday. Oxygen with some trouble against Power, but they made it through.
Yeah, and that definitely was a statement to be made for Oxygen. Their ability to get through a team that looked, quite honestly, like one of the best teams here. Power played out of their mind. The only issue for me personally, Jordan, was just their execution. They couldn't find the shots, weren't hitting their marks.
I feel like for
so hard
Oxygen,
to generate
they need to like strike early
for
here.
Oxygen up against Complexity.
In
That's
game
not
one.
going to be the case. Complexity is a team that hits their shots. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So this should be a much
nice
more
first
difficult
shot.
series. That's my opinion of why the desk was mostly favoring Complexity. You have to give them the edge in this one.
And Joy is right before the series, he had tweeted out, my face when I can't hit a flip reset. As soon as I switch to the stage PC, you're thinking, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
he's looking okay here at the start.
He's been pretty vocal on the timeline, also talking about how he felt like a brick after the series yesterday. Meanwhile, somebody who definitely wasn't a brick on Oxygen was Archie. This man was the
take two. Yeah, I don't think they beat Complexity, right?
Oxygen. Every single play he was going for.
But it's like that's the beauty of Swiss stages is it's also about how many games you can get.
Several times.
Kind of like I was saying yesterday, you get to control your destiny a little bit more.
One of those solo plays, he creates.
So you've got to be able to capitalize where you have the opportunity.
That against, against Complexity in this series.
You know, continuing to talk about Oxygen, that series against Power. Power definitely left a lot on the table. Des kind of talked about it a little bit. Stumpy even saying that he thought just Power threw that series more than Oxygen won it. I don't know if I completely agree, but I do tend to lean that way with, you know, when we were reviewing it before this match started, we saw a lot of those opportunities left, and we know that Complexity, they're not going to give that same kind of leeway that Power did. Case in point, Raceball gets the first goal.
And this one started out from the corner. We had Ixo getting a good challenge, but the ball trickled right in front of CRR's car, who controlled it effortlessly.
So you said you work at noon, eh, Doug?
A nice little toss in the midfield.
Long day
That's
today.
a great way to start things out.
It must be Friday.
From Complexity. It was situations like that that Power were able to build on, or were able to create, but the striking wasn't connecting. Meanwhile, for Complexity, they've already got 4 shots and a goal.
Oh, a little bit of trouble for CRR, and Archie finds the cap. Oxygen wastes
That's good.
no time.
That's big for Oxygen to be able to respond right away.
Oxygen fighting back, getting involved early. Ixo, he had just made the mistake in the corner on the other side of the field. Now he comes out generating in that one.
Complexity right off that kickoff. Just couldn't get back to the ball.
Valiant already down 2-0 over on the other stream.
No, they know that they feel like a main event team. Wildcard just feels like another step on the journey for them. And you talk to them like in the lobbies and the elevators, and I mean they just ooze that chill confidence. You know, Raceball, I don't think the dude ever looks upset whenever I end up talking to him. And AJG, talking to him in the elevator, he's just saying, yeah, I feel really confident. You heard CRR in the pregame interview with Veracity say, yeah, I feel confident 4-0.
We've already beat them, and they had Rise.
And
whenever we did beat them, and that was lovely to hear. I love hearing the confidence as well from Archie. The 1800 MMR2's grind paying off, of course, in this series. But
I don't know what he's saying there.
Jordan, you know who my favorite player is, though, right now, at least to watch? It has been Raceball. This man can pop off at any given moment. But
he does have that, like,
as to when
pop potential, and I like that he plays smart. He doesn't really ego much.
It's almost like he's charging the battery. Like he won't go for every opportunity. He'll be there to make you look at him.
Right.
But then he'll just take your boost. He'll be around in the area. He'll pull off, make you give up the ball. Even just his presence.
Like some of the better team, like some of the not better teams, some of the better players in the league, though.
Like you said, his explosiveness. It's really
over extended times. I think he does a very good job of playing discipline.
Oxygen, though. They've been hanging on to this midfield, tenuous control. AJG gets a little bit of space with no boost as Complexity moves downfield.
A bit eager to get rid of the ball, too, is AJG. Not sure what they're trying to build on offense right now. Maybe some tester backward hits, hoping Oxygen will not get the perfect touch. That's a booming clear down the other side. Archie's already off the ceiling. Early to get on the other side. Archie bumps them out. This has been
Oxygen just started it up. Okay.
Events. Oxygen connecting all of the strings.
Archie doing everything on this play, and also great touch from Joria's. Archie's first touch.
I think if Oxygen wins this series, they have to win the first two, though, right? Like, I don't think they can go, like, game for game with Complexity.
Both Complexity players to bite to the right side of the net. Joria's easy touch to the left. Archie turns right around, puts the ball right in the net. And that's been literally the Oxygen MO. Let Archie work, and then get the ball in the net. It works again here for them, about a minute left.
Give Archie the space, and he will put in some work and create some damage on the defensive side. Here he comes again, looking to get a shot. AJG stuffed him. Jorius wants to fire the cannon, doesn't get behind it. Looking for maybe a wave dash, maybe a flip reset. Ixo back and forth with this air dribble, but it's just been stuck in the Complexity half. Hammering shots, and Oxygen finds another.
How does this one get through for Oxygen? Ixo lets it go.
They just got to run it up here now.
Dunked. You see Raceball has to wait, and that's a tough spot to be.
Ooh, Raceball's so close, though.
CRR on that challenge, just completely beat on the play. He needed to buy more time for Raceball. Could not get it done, got dunked.
And it's crucial to see Jorius involved in this series, in this first game on offense, getting that goal, striking it well. Because if Archie's playing to this peak performance that we've seen all wildcards so far, and Jorius matches...
Nice save by Ixo.
Oxygen could be in immovable force, Jorby.
Oh, kick it really hard for Oxygen. Playing with time on their side now. Complexity trying to hurry it up. CRR on the catch. Got the freeze, but gets bumped off the play. And Archie freezes it, trying to waste time. Complexity a short touch, but can't get the ball connecting with another Complexity player. Looks like game one just made
As I say, you needed that last, you needed at least that second goal, like
that one breaks down, and
22nd mark.
Start for Archie and Oxygen here.
And it's been surprising.
Power takes game one in the other game as well.
Level of confidence out of their offense, the transitions, all there for Oxygen.
Score in the other game was only 2-0 though.
One huge performance from everybody here, and you got Snasky in the background, the nerves, feeling confident, and they just honestly abused Complexity on the defensive side. Several shots going in favor of Oxygen.
That's the other game for you over there. 2-0.
Complexity just couldn't really get any favorable 50s. Couldn't take advantage of their positioning. That was the best look that they had. You had CRR opening it up, Razeable closing it down. A tried and true method. And Archie, the whole way back before that play, by the way.
Both goals over on the power game too were kind of close.
And then had the recognition.
Valiant's looking decent, man. They're just a step behind. Again, I just think it comes from inexperience on the international stage.
Against Complexity. If he keeps this up, Complexity might be in trouble.
And it reminds me a little bit of the first squad that we got out of Oxygen, where a lot of times I'd see this crazy level of confidence from all three players on that initial roster, and that's kind of bled into this one. You see Archie, he's got trust, he's got confidence in his teammates' ability to clear the ball forward. You don't go for a risky play like that if you aren't assuming your teammates have what it takes to get that ball to you and have the perfect touch, the perfect clear down the other side. And this player, 83% goal participation against Power, 1 goal per game. He's coming out with similar stats. Archie has been a monster in the wild card.
And something else to just respect about Archie is it really doesn't matter how he's performing overall. Whenever
right off the bat,
got cool confidence.
6 seconds.
When you're
Oh
playing
my
like this,
goodness, Archie.
You can understand why. Now this one opened up nicely by Jorius. You still need the play.
Yeah, I mean, Dougie, they've been doing like really good. I mean, they've got the potential.
Was playing, though, it looked like he was playing for AJ.
I just feel like at times they
far out to the side, and Archie just split the
it's
gap.
like when it's hot, it's hot. When it's not, it's not.
The
You know?
stones are coming together for Oxygen. It's Jorius and Archie. Those two connecting is really
But
where
they
this
seem to be
team
really in
is
sync right now.
Terrifying to play against. You've got one player who can always open up space, which is Jorius, and Archie is hitting every single mark. Also getting demos off the ball. What more do you want from these two players? And Ixo can fill the gaps and not overextend. And also on the way back, this man is doing a lot of damage. This has been a 3-player effort, Jorby.
AJG able to fish that ball back out to the corner. Razeable, a bit of an awkward spot.
Ooh, Valiant on the board first over in the other game.
Ixo just getting in the way, seeing if they can get Complexity to panic. AJG gets it back to Razeable.
Took the boost.
Can they keep the pressure up? Like the idea with the soft touch, gets the bump on Archie. Oh no, AJG gets the 50.
I mean, obviously not a top team in EU because that's why they're here. But again, I think that just shows because when they pop, they have a chance to really do well.
What looked like what should have been a Complexity possession just died in the midfield as Razeable left. The Complexity rotation just loosened up, and they're typically playing so tight, so fast, but they don't have the confidence right now.
Nice response.
Is trying to get that energy back up. He gets a goal for Complexity.
And this play will surely build the confidence if it wasn't already there. Razeable off the ceiling. And you'll notice that kind of worked as a fake. Razeable could have gone for the double tap off the ceiling, but left the ball for the striker, for CRR to come through. And it worked out as a fake. As the defense, you have to respect.
Hey, Valiant up 2 up in the other game. Let's go.
How many times has El Toro just double tapped it into your net? How about CRR on the flip reset, but taken away? And Archie, a high save.
Passed over.
AJG back to Razeable, but cut off.
He's gonna get the goal.
Free ball, but Razeable gets back to it just in time. Complexity, when it looks like they might lose it again, they're just hanging on the defensive line. CRR gets caught on the post. Dangerous opportunity. Nobody has boost on Complexity's end.
Ooh!
And Ixo punishes.
Continuously pressing against the goal line of Complexity. One pitched out over to Archie, who drops it back in flawlessly for Ixo. And that might be one of the easiest shots he's going to get all game long, just crashed in the net.
Well, the desk went unanimous in their vote for complexity.
I need to figure out how I get the
I gave them the edge.
3 boost bars in my
with how complexity have played this season,
spectator
and you've watched
display.
all 3 of these players be the best player on their team at times, where it doesn't.
It has to be something simple you turn on. There's so many different
But here
like
are Oxygen,
organizers that use that plus
as
other
many
stuff on
struggles
top.
as most teams in the RLCS, but there's something about the Swiss stage.
Not the stuff
and
at the
this
bottom
team.
corner, but like at the top
Right
left hand,
now,
top right
holding
hand.
this lead with about half the game
There
left
has
go
to be
for
something.
Zeppelin.
But you do have to remember, Jorby, all best of 7s in this Swiss stage, and there's plenty of time for this blue roster to get going. And here they come with Raise Bull.
Getting another one. Jory is trying to turn quick, and you saw the double commit from Archie, trying to get it just a slight
This is getting interesting,
there.
man.
Archie just hoping he could get to that ball quickly, realizing that someone had to get to that. I don't think he believed Jory was
I mean,
gonna
not
get
getting
the touch.
interesting.
He
It's
was
been
trying to make
interesting.
up for it.
Again, I feel like if
And running into
Oxygen's
his
going to win this
teammate,
series, they
Complexity
have to win the
And
first 2
hopefully that
games.
doesn't shatter the confidence that
Complexity's keeping things
Oxygen have
together,
had in
though.
each other since game
But obviously,
1.
they don't want to go down 2 games either.
Little communication errors can make you a little bit more passive in your rotation. That's not what you want to see from Oxygen, as Archie looks to carry it a little bit deeper down the other side. Complexity have found ways to at least hold on to more possession, and they certainly have needed it because so far it's been only Oxygen.
AJG tried to catch it. Now, Razebull didn't have boost. He did get pushed down to the ground by Oxygen. I don't know if he actually puts that on
he's
target.
bumping more.
Here comes AJG again with 2 Oxygen players in the air to meet him. Razebull, a lot of boost, thinking about it. Across the box. Jorius is not going to make it easy there for Complexity. CRR protects the boost. And a good idea to generate space, but better counter from Ixo to demo him. Now, can he get the pass? Actually goes in. Oh, that might have worked, but they get out.
Not the best idea from Ixo. Wanted to use a bit of a mind game to get that ball out into the midfield, but here he is again from the backboard. Good pinch across. CRR found a connection, but immediately stuffed out. This comes down to how well Oxygen can read these plays, winning 50-50.
You gotta get this thing out of the zone.
Boost, but it's still trickling out into the midfield. 2 players in net. One gets bumped, and the follow-up is there. Raise Bull makes it 3-2.
Oh man, Complexity really
did a good job of controlling the boost down there. He had players with nothing.
Like 4 touches in a row. A quick approach, immediate stutter step. It got Oxygen
Just
to
completely
bite on the
starved
field
him.
early, puts them out of position, and Turtle. How
Valiant
about
wins
it? It
game
looked
2
like
up on
Oxygen
top
were
in
gonna
the
roll 2 games, but Complexity, the last
B stream
minute has belonged to them.
It looks like
that's going to be their
Complexity
first
have shifted, their purpose
land
in this game. They're
game
not
1.
trying as hard to outpace or out-mechanic Oxygen. But
Today's
instead
interesting
make them
over on the B stream. We have
comfortable
APAC
with
versus
physical
SSA,
aggression,
which is
Jorby,
pretty
getting
cool.
Bumps, going for demos, being in awkward
Or no, we
spots
don't.
that
OCE
Oxygen
versus,
wouldn't expect them to be in.
And even
no longer a game of just a 1v1
I guess that is
play
the
in
same,
air.
right?
And even trying to outsmart them with those slow plays as well.
No, OC
Complexity
is its
pulling
own
every trick out of the bag. And they're going to force
region
Oxygen
in
to
RLCS.
play their best.
Good first touch.
Yeah, it's OCE versus SSA.
Again, just force the 50, stop the play, and Oxygen, that's not how they want to play. You think about Archie, you think about explosion. Wants to be able to get that quick attack. The more Complexity slow it down, do Oxygen get more uncomfortable? AJG.
We'll be able to
back
watch the start of that
A
game
little
number
light
3
touch
over
was
there.
saved.
They definitely have that explosiveness that can come out at any given moment. 11 seconds is more than enough
Whoa!
time, and it's going to be Jory is behind it.
We're going to
I
have
don't
to
think
wait
there's
until
anything wrong with that
overtime, though.
Stage PC for him anymore. Gets a nice touch. He really just flowed right through AJG and
Oh.
bumped Razebull out of the way.
He's bigger.
How about that for Oxygen?
We also got Ixo crashing the net. He didn't get a physical touch on the goalkeeper, but just being there, applying that pressure, making the defense shake, and we're back to all tied up on both sides. CRR, a good 50-50, could have squeezed it out to the striker, but into OT, Jorby.
All right, let's go.
This might be an indicator of how the rest of this series goes. Oxygen.
If Oxygen, I don't know, man. If Oxygen wins this.
And they get back. Glorious tried to get him back in position.
Oh,
Ixo
he
going for the
almost
dunk.
read that.
Razebull gets there in time. Archie trying to find a way to buy time for Oxygen. He's done it. Jorius gets a full tank. Ixo just looking Complexity off the other way.
That's good speed.
Now they're winning the touches in the corner. Jorius, ooh, just missed it. He had Archie on the wing. Still, Archie's going to get a little bit of value. CRR breaks the mold for Complexity.
A little reminiscent there of our series yesterday with players like KV1, Jorby cutting rotation. We saw that out of Jorius pushing forward, and then on his way back, he cut in immediately. He didn't get a touch on it, but it looks threatening. It looks lethal, and so does Ixo behind the ball, but just barely lost possession.
Crazebull and AJG combining powers. Can they stay on this offensive path?
Oh no!
And the shot right into Jorius. That was not going to get it done for Complexity. Now Jorius slowing it down. Can he get another bump? AJG slips out from underneath him.
It's all right. Ixo gets it past Crazebull too, so it should be a 2v3 or 3v2 technically.
Nice little catch. Complexity though, they can't break out quite yet. Archie's not going to
Ixo comes in with a demo by Space.
Again, Jorius waits in the
Should be able to keep this in the zone because of that, right?
Yeah. What's Ixo got? He leaves it to Archie. Love the design here from Oxygen, but that Complexity defense holding CRR's there again.
That's even better vision from CRR to understand that they might be going for a fake. Be patient off the backboard. AJG headhunting. Looking for Jorius. Didn't jump up to find it. They don't want to be that
Jorius with the back-to-back.
Getting too aggressive. Neither team wants to push far forward and take that risk, hoping to find something at stake on the defensive side.
Jorius is happy his teammate got a hand on, or a wheel on that one, if you will. But I had to make a big save. Still Complexity.
Complexity's looking.
AJG gotta find it.
Oh,
Archie keeps it
Archie!
locked, and Jorius makes sure they get off the porch. CRR trying to delay. They get Complexity some boost.
Oh
AJG
man, Oxygen's defense coming in clutch.
Through one, Razor's got to protect this ball because Ixo's waiting for it. And Razor.
Oh, okay, Ixo.
Steals the ball. That's Oxygen again, preventing the counterattack.
It looks like both teams
Oh,
are
if he would have been able to get that in the corner.
Save right now from the backboard. It's required a lot of patience, not being too eager to go for the challenge. But Ixo isn't on the backboard this time. Tries to backflip and save himself, but he's way too pushed up, Jorby.
Oh, there was some awkward moments, and he does. He drives forward and has to flip back to recover, and it's just too much. You can't get caught creeping out of net in a tight situation like that.
That's tough, man.
Complexity steal.
All right, Complexity stealing game 2. Let's go ahead and
After that game, about what
check out what's going on up here. 2 minutes left. Power's up 1-0. Series is tied up 1 apiece. This is game number 3.
Phoebe gets a great 50. This could be another one here. Gets one more. It's on target. Oh, the squishy save from Amphis. Trying to keep that one out. He was looking for a bump, actually, on the defense. But, again, this defense has been impressive from Valiant. But this time, they need to get one of their own. Amphis is getting to work. But, again, it's wide.
How many times do you see a Valiant member in defense on the ball without any boost? Finally, Sweaty pushes forward just to get 100 in the pocket. And Power are double committing again. They have so many openings. They're just Swiss cheese at the moment.
Why is Valiant sitting back so far, though?
Amphis has had some questionable touches here. Fever, what can he do? He throws one on net. Willow dives across, makes another save.
Nice.
They know how to defend
Pinch
and
up.
they know how to get it out.
Amphis now will have to solo play this one out. There's demos coming left, right, and center, and he's slowed it down. He's getting it over one. Flip reset into the musty, goes high.
That's easy.
Torsos has missed it by a mile.
No way.
That was all open. And
Oh!
Valiant's still alive. Fever, what can he do? Double no. Sweaty. Who else?
Come on,
Where's the
Valiant.
ball? Power Air completely inside their own heads. More shots coming through, but Valiant holding out.
Give him a full bar door, and Torsos is still
Come on,
managing
Valiant.
that somehow. Power may look at that one as the changing point if Valiant come back in this game, but once again underneath, Fever keeps that pressure going. 45 seconds left. Look to make up for it, Torsos, but he doesn't, and it's once again the hero for Valiant.
Sweaty taking himself there. He did have a pass on from Willow down the side, but opted to take it himself. There's the fake out. The demo's coming through. This could be a great chance. Fever
should give them a little bit of an entry in here. They have 30 seconds. They don't need to put pressure down yet, but they need to make sure they can keep control here.
Seconds left, under 30. What can they do? Fever throws it down to Amphis.
It's a big clear from Power.
Play on net goes
oh no, double commit.
Net here, Torsos the fake, and Fever put it away. Willow again. They're holding on, but they need a goal.
It has to come soon. Again, zero boost for Wordy, but he does look for the pass. Maybe a follow-up, but he doesn't have the boost again to be able to challenge these plays. Valiant, 3 seconds left if they want to get into this overtime. Fever's going to shut it down and put one more. Amphis gets
last second goal, but that's
They're
basically a
making hard
1-0
work
game. I
of it,
mean,
but they do get that game.
Valiant's
Number
playing this
3
close.
here,
I think
taking the
Valiant's
lead, regaining the lead in the series.
Gonna get some respect for the region.
Boy, it was
Limitless
hard
is gonna
work,
be able to
wasn't
show
it?
up
They missed
against
some
Pioneers later, I think.
Torsos with the most open net you could ever see, and he's flipped it high somehow.
Yeah, a little bit of sweat.
And he gets a solid first touch.
Check out Complexity versus Oxygen over here. Still scoreless after a minute and 20.
And even Oxygen didn't expect that out of Complexity. Nobody was there for the shot. The demo comes through, and Jorius popping up on our screens once again.
Once again for sure, but it's Ixo who opens up the space, smokes CRR on the goal line, And what can you do if your CRR just try to react? Not the position you want to be in. Great design, or great execution by Ixo.
Sometimes the easiest place just to incinerate the enemy team. And another whifty. Complexity have not had the best of mechanics throughout game 3 in the first half. Ooh. But they're finding good passing connections. The lane was open, and now the speed is there.
Equalizer,
AJG
nice. That looked easy.
Strikes back.
What happened here?
Fast pass. You saw Ixo. Not a bad idea to go. Go and
Ixo just didn't get enough on
Archie,
it. Yeah.
Who turns around, and the awareness goes down in that moment. You have Complexity bearing down.
Archie should just continue going back to that corner.
You
Yeah.
gotta defend the line.
At least the
There's
net.
nobody behind you in that situation.
Or
So
to the
again,
net,
it's
at least the
Oxygen.
corner.
A possibly preventable situation where they turn upfield, they get scored on.
It feels like they're beating themselves right now at this moment with their positioning on defense. Ooh. The way they rotate out. Like I said before, coming into this game, no problems with their offense. They've got it all calculated, everybody on the same page, even when they're going for bumps. And Ixo has been getting more and more
tad
involved.
bit wide even without AJG.
A physical play to open
Keeping
up
the ball
lane.
in here.
But it comes down to their defense. That's where things are shaky, Jorby. Two players might be going for the same ball. Not sure how to align themselves approaching this Complexity squad. It's all been a bit scrambled.
Nice catch from Razebull, then he leaves it. Razebull tends to do that on the ball if he doesn't feel like he gets the cleanest play, but it ends up working out so often for Complexity. No one was ready for it that time.
Oh, Archie almost read that off the
chaotic
touch
game
there.
3, much less organized, and everybody trying to outpace each other in this game. It's led to quite the awkward few opportunities for both sides. Here's another demo attempt from the defense to bump Archie out of the way. Just take out the striker. Won't get the demo, but at least alleviates a little bit of pressure.
Oh, Ixo leaving it again for Archie. You
Jorius?
talk about him getting more involved. He's been gap filling in the entire series so far, but
he
also
tried
took
it.
out some threatening ones. That one though was from Archie. Still, Ixo's helping to facilitate these shots right now. They gotta be a little careful though. Another double commit, of course, allows CRR some space. You see AJG right there, not gonna give Oxygen much space. CRR not going to either. Razebull gonna play deep, seeing the big clear coming. Jorius goes for the bump, no chance.
That's what you got.
AJG getting chipped. Is it enough? He gets the pass to CRR, connects clean.
He's gonna lay on the
Lands
backboard.
quick. Razebull there. Shot on.
Oh.
Now Oxygen on the counter. Archie denied.
I'm not gonna lie, I came into the series, I said, you know, this isn't power. They're gonna find their shots, they're gonna hit their mark. And that is not what we've witnessed so far from Complexity. That pass out was picturesque, perfect, as could be. And another one, missed for CRR. Where is the striking?
But he saw Jorius. He knew he had to put it high.
Oh, Jorius?
Jorius
Maybe
No, CRR is there.
That's still gotta be on target, Corbin.
You're right, CRR is the type of player who should sink it.
You expect that from
But you
them.
know he's right there. You don't want to give Jorius also just a free clear and transition out, right?
I don't know. If you hit that ball hard enough, it's a shot on target. There's no way he's controlling it with a clear. You take the risk and
I'm with
at least
you.
try and squeeze it in.
I'm with you. This has been a tough series so far. Oxygen, a couple of mistakes. One cost them a game.
Yeah.
One cost them a goal this game.
And this is why I love these international matchups. I truly didn't expect it to play out in this fashion. I thought we'd see more defense out of Oxygen, a little bit more stable too.
No,
with their
Oxygen
rotations,
needs to
but
be
it's
able
been
to
messy, Jorby.
get control, but Complexity plays such a patient game.
As well. Ixo with an attempted double defended.
They're disciplined,
Just
so it's hard to
fast
break
get that
into
follow.
their like
we go.
defense like that.
Come
Though
on,
they've been
8
doing a good
seconds.
job applying pressure.
Maybe
It's
we
just it's
get
not going to be
an
clean.
OT, unless one team can change the tides. Quick,
Oh!
perfect bounce, almost leads up into Jorius, and it will hit the ground. Back into overtime.
Overtime again. Complexity off the kickoff. They get deleted. Ixo gets a little bit of time, but he doesn't have boost.
Still tied up right now over in game number 4 for Valiant versus Power 0-0. Ooh.
Is by another.
Valiant's defense has been looking really good. Granted, Power's offense isn't the best,
Get to play
but
some more offense, but AJG, Razebull is on the far side. CRR covers it up. When it looks like Complexity are starting to get the drive going, somehow Oxygen find a way to get a little wrench in there. Now Jory is going again.
Oh.
Reset working for him.
Oh.
Ixo crashing the box. Oh, it bounces right over Archie. Oxygen in trouble.
What a
and
counter!
AJG
No
punishes.
way!
Another game win for Complexity.
The ground pitch to
Again,
the other
just
side.
pushing
It
a little
did
too far
also-
up.
Also have an orange trail
Not
on
too
it.
far
I'm
up.
trying
It's
to
just you're
understand how
expecting that
even
play to be
happened.
more in the
I think
offensive zone.
Ixo might have
That's
gotten a
tough,
piece
man.
on it, as it slingshots to the other side of the field for a free shot on target out of AJG.
Oh, man. It's hard to even, like, it's hard to even point at Oxygen. We talked about the mistakes they made. I mean, Archie, you're seeing that one develop. You don't expect that to pitch.
All right, we're going to go up to
Fake, he loves the 50 game.
Power versus Valiant last minute here.
Willow just fires one
Game
over
number
the top.
4,
Fever has to make
tied
it
up
all
0-0.
Should be able to get 2 on it. No, it goes underneath. It's just going to be almost an open chance. Torsos throws himself at it. Can't get the touch, and Amphis is with the ball as well. It's just got to be the chance. Torsos in front of net, just parries it to the side.
These are desperation dives. They've got no control over where they can hit the ball, and now Wordy with a free play has to get it around one member of Power. Can't get the dunk on the second. Willow looking for the pass
kind of in
down,
the center,
but it's
though.
to no one. That sets up Power.
Yeah, Sweaty was there, though. Amphis is again a little bit awkward, out of position. Has to go the low 50
no.
fake for Fever. Can they get a chance here? 8 seconds left. Can they do it in regulation? Shot on net. Sweaty makes his first mistake of the series so far, and Willow throws it back in front of his net. Sweaty has to get the ball down. We do get that overtime. Valiant will take that.
This is the game that could decide the series, and this is overtime that could decide the series. Going to that third game for Power would be huge. Power losing to Valiant would be a mental blow. And there's a chance right in front of net too, but Torsos not willing to take the risk.
A double commit.
Come on, Willow!
Oh my goodness!
Oh!
They double committed out of nowhere, Power. How do they keep doing this? The structure is falling apart. Valiant just couldn't quite get that on net. They weren't able to capitalize quick enough. But these 50 seemingly going in the favor of Valiant. This one, the first time can Fever get to work. He's got boost on the sidewall, but no, Valiant pushes it to the side. Willow does miss the ball, but gets the beat out. They're overthinking it. Torsos, he's there up in the air. He can't get to one of the demos.
That's a big demo.
Not quite working out
That's
here
right.
for Power. And the nerves coming out for both teams. Valiant, when they're nervous, looking like they're going to stack the net. Power, not quite sure who to go, who should hit the ball, and they are panicking in their own right.
Oh,
Power
no.
will just put a shot on here.
Right.
It has set up a goal. Torsos, though, opts to take it high. Play it safe once again.
Oh, great speed from Willow, gets a 50 through. Torsos, no boost. He's just going to have to do as much as he can here under the circumstances. Amphis now takes it upstairs. Wordy's there, pre-jumps, fakes it out. Great touch.
Oh, no.
Open.
There we go.
Gets
Good
a
touch.
Huge second touch. That could have been deadly.
Immense recovery comes out from Willow. The Valiant still on that defense. 0 boost for any single member on Valiant. So an important clear in order to get a little bit more in the pocket. There we go from Willow, catching Torsos off guard. The last man back to try and get a clear.
Yeah, he's done well, though. He's taken it to the sideball. Another 50 through. There's Amphis. Tries to throw it to Tors. He's back flipped out of the way. Fever, this is what he loves. He's got to flip underneath, but Wordy just challenges. He's not worried about it. Power keeping the offense on. Fever fake out again. It's option D. Effort. Fever saved the shot.
Get it out.
Sweaty has to push it to the side. He's done well.
I think the defender still had it, but it could have been a much better play from Power. And there's
Good
the
clear.
bump from
All right.
Willow once again. That'll create some pressure.
I was going to say, Willow's at a
on
boost,
that
though.
Power end.
3v2 here for Power if they can make a move.
This time Valiant do have boost for this defensive play.
Sweaty over one, Demo's another.
Demo. It is on target though.
If he could have kept control of that, that would have been huge going the opposite way.
It's gone nowhere. Wordy has to track back Fever.
Valiant's looking solid though, man. Like their defense holding up good. They just got to turn some offense.
Skin of their teeth here. Amphis 100 boost. Off the side, what can he do? Sweaty now.
I feel like we were saying the same thing about Limitless yesterday.
Oh! Has come up huge for Valiant.
Wow, Willow. He has managed to make another save, and 2.5 minutes in overtime. Power are getting these opportunities, but it doesn't matter up against this Valiant defense.
Oh, they're just so composed in defense. They always hit that last man nice and deep here as Torsos does just that down the other end. Gets around Wordy. Amphis gets a double. Tries to get one more. Gets a great dunk. Is this going to be in? Is it going to be in down the other end? No.
No, but they have numbers here. 3v2.
Willow is still working it round. The shots are going on. Amphis
that would have been so big.
Avoids the bumps. The aggression here is crazy from Valiant.
Wordy's been an inch away from 2 separate goals. First with the bump, then with the
Sorry, they get the bump there to be able to slow down this push. Oh, no.
Where the problem could come in. Amphis takes
no.
to Willow again.
It's always Willow right now. Is two
Dude,
plays
Willow
up
on
focus.
defense is
Very
disgusting.
awkward. Shot on it, saved out just by Sweaty. Power keeping this offense. We're 3:30 into overtime, if you don't mind. This SSA 2 seed is putting up an almighty fight. against OCE's perhaps best chance at this land. Torsos again throws a central. Is that going to be it? Another save. It's save after save for Valiant. They need to try and find a counter-attack, a way out, or maybe just the 100 boost.
Maybe anything, any kind of dribble from Sweaty that maybe came out earlier. It's been the Willow show.
All right, come on. You've been spending too much time on the defensive half of the pitch. We got to find a way to keep this ball in there.
Teammates maybe to step up to provide that little extra power.
Oh, what about the pitch? We're losing trouble. He's missed the ball.
It's all right. Let's go, Sweaty.
Just in time. Power keeping the pressure. The demos are going to help out this offense. They should be able to get going again.
Managed to get the demo just as that pass came through. So saving Power's bacon just there. Amphis is going to have to do a lot, though. He's only got 40 boost. Is that enough? No, not up against Willow.
Yeah, Willow's up in time.
Game 4 of Complexity Oxygen tied 0-0 last minute.
That should help out. This should be cleared right now as he does get it out. Amphis has to rotate all the way back, grabs his corner boost. But Valiant, they're out of trouble.
The one thing that
oh, no. Oh, it's a big demo.
Massive opening, and it's Amphis this time.
Yeah.
Across the world.
He could have just left.
You got to get this clear. You can't let them fumble like that and not capitalize.
He went for the double, and instead a certain goal, a 3-on-none, has gone wide from Power.
You fly
Oxygen scores 30 seconds left.
Hours around the world. Go the opposite side of the globe, only to miss that one, Amphis. Well, we've now got a 5-minute overtime. Is it going to end anytime soon?
This is not what we want to see. Fever throws one across at Sweaty. I just have so much faith in him. Here in defense again.
Okay, the demo should buy them a little bit of relief in the offensive zone.
Should be able to get out of trouble here.
Or sorry, the defensive zone.
Willow has to get back. He's collecting pads. He's happy to sit there for now. Sweaty with time.
There we
Power
go.
backing off.
They don't want to push so hard. I feel like at some point they've caught themselves overcommitting, too desperate.
No!
This is the opening. That's the shot. And all you have to do, Fever, is just make sure it goes right in that middle there.
5.5 minutes. That was the most unconvincing win from T-Power. They had so many chances. They just fumbled the bag time and time again. But after 5
minutes, man. That's all right. Boys still looking good, though, man. They're putting up a good fight. They can.
Open nets across this series.
I think they can still pull this off.
I thought for a second
they made him sweat.
I had all this hope.
We're tied up 2-2 over on the other
oh, man.
You know,
stream chat. So I think we're going to stay here. I want to see
17 shots as well, as you'll see here. They just... I mean, I said it after game 1. They are overthinking everything. Amphis could have just left that ball for anyone. He went for the hardest sidewall double read and stuffed it up for everyone. Time and time again, Power with a chance. This is great defense as well. It's a credit to Valiant to get 5.5 minutes of just saving time and time again. Fever showing that frustration. This was it, a 3-on-none. And Amphis, instead of leaving the ball for Torsos, tries to get a double. But finally, the demo came through. They found the... I mean, if they missed that, that would have been crazy. They show their relief. They're laughing about it. They probably can't believe what's happening. 17 shots to 7.
A very frustrating series for them. And they are a team that can take that frustration too far. Against defensive teams, we've seen them overcommit many times in the past. And we've seen in this series double commits coming out. But we saw maybe at that about 5-minute mark. They're just like,
I think if Limitless comes out and has a similar game like we saw yesterday, where, you know, maybe they don't win, but they have some good games where they put up some fight, you can at least say that SSA is showing that they can still compete on like the big stage.
In game number 2 there, but they just
if we're gonna let APAC send one, SSA should send one.
Easily as they did in game 2. But credit to them, they held on. That was a fantastic display of defense there. Albeit Power missing so many chances as well. But here we go, Power on match point. What can Valiant do?
I do want to talk about CJ. We see the synergy from Power all tagged up with the Power tag. Valiant, the Renegades, the Rebels, not tagging up whatsoever. What's your preference there?
I kind of like the tag. I think it looks clean. Let us know in chat what you like. Do you like the PWR ahead? Should everyone follow that in the esports world? This is a great follow-up from Sweaty.
What's the point?
As I said, he's just been so impressive.
I'm watching the game. I know that Power is orange. Why do I need the PWR in front of their names?
Now that it feels like Power pushing...
Facts are facts.
Too fast.
Yeah, it was just Torsos being an absolute nuisance here. He landed on the ball and then just hovered on the sidewall, delayed his flip, got around Wordy, which meant Willow was all out of position.
So difficult because he was thinking that that touch is going to go down from his teammate. He's at the front post, all of a sudden caught over the top of his head. Has to turn around, always going to lose that race.
Yeah, they kept simple their Power, which is what we want to see. Just doing the simple things, beating out each defender. You don't have to go for the 1v3 insane solo play sometimes. You just have to keep consistent, keep firing those shots on net. You'll find that opening. was well played from Torsos there to set that up.
I think that's pretty much the moral of the story for Power's attack is, yeah, sure, they have 3 players who can make solo plays, but if that's all you're doing, you become too predictable. Here we go, Fever gets the bump, gets the absolute demolition on him, and
all right, chat. Well,
open.
I hate to say it. I think we know how this is looking like it's going to go. Let's go ahead and switch on over to the mainstream. Oxygen puts one in just like that, though.
Creating negative space for Oxygen, and they just suck all the air out of Complexity's hat.
Well, with how slow this game has started out, you can understand
Who was that
why
that just got
would catch that second man off guard. They expect it to be a slow,
teardrop,
controlled dribble, controlled approach out of their own half. But Ixo says, let's just bring some chaos onto the field and pinch it to the other side.
It can be so effective in a game where we're talking about each team trying to slow it down even more. Where if you change the pace at the right time, you will catch them out. Oxygen catch Complexity out this time.
So maybe we need some more magic from Complexity. Something a little more rough and dirty. And how about this shot from CRR?
Kind of dirty. CRR just steals it from Ixo, pops it to the ceiling.
Oh my God! That's filthy.
100% dirty.
Now that's what we wanted. More from Complexity. CRR, he's been on the backboard of his own half what feels like the entire series, but once he gets an opportunity, he's getting flashy with it.
Another catch. Oh, CRR, my goodness.
And
he's going for it. Get the bump. Oh, my God. Whoa, CRR turned into a...
I think Complexity does need to make sure they don't overextend, though.
Such a quick response too, Jorby. Razebull could explode himself at any given moment. Archie not fast enough. Good bounce, but not in front of the net. Complexity setting up a siege.
Archie buys some space with that. Did he get a bump too? No, CRR kept control. I think if he gets a bump there on CRR, it's gag him and bag him on the other side.
Hope for a boost maybe. But as long as Oxygen sees CRR, they gotta respect him. Another clear. Can they get the follow-up?
He's got a double.
Sees the space. Here he goes. But again,
Power's up 3-0 against Valiant on the B stream chat. Looks like Power's going to be moving on 4-1. Valiant got one though, and they look good in a couple. They held them to 2 in 2 of them.
It's also been Jorius, stoic on the goal line downfield. Ixo forced 2 of them in an awkward spot. Archie one in the backboard read. He's still getting a touch on it. Somehow, some way. That almost made the difference for Oxygen.
The chances they're getting on low boost on these touches still making it look threatening.
Ooh.
I think CRR meant to let it go because he clears that out hard. You just give it back to Oxygen. So if it's a whiff, you're happy you missed it.
Wait, okay.
Whoa, 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 oh my gosh.
I think everybody's looking for boost. This awkward slow play.
Just trying to fake touches. You're going to fake your teammates out eventually. Or maybe they're just faking us.
I think that third man just a little bit too slow on the rotation, but it doesn't matter. Still all tied up. 1:11 on the clock.
Nice pass to AJG!
AJG smacking through.
Pulling out the rocket launcher. 85 kilometers per hour.
Good look from CRR. Kind of coming from that baseline there, turn him up, kind of reading the field.
Like it was a matter of time before CRR had presented his teammates with an opportunity that they just could not pass up. That man has been doing so much work on the field by himself. He got that first goal, and now he's setting up the second one.
Oxygen, who have been getting pressured by Complexity for the last minute or so, have to find a way to get that offensive rhythm back. Jory is next up. That touch just over AJG, but it's not enough to keep possession. Ixo's forced back, used all of his boost to do it. Razebull pops it up over 1. Carry his position through.
I just don't think Oxygen can win back-to-back games when Complexity's at match point.
Razebull, soft touch.
I did say they need to win them back-to-back at some point, though, so.
But AJG puts it up high again. Archie getting bumped.
It's down in the beginning, I guess. Why not end it that way?
Trying to cut rotation, and oh, that one's in. CRR takes them up by 2.
Jorius not expecting this initial shot from the midfield. CRR just cuts in early, and Jorius thought maybe Archie was getting the touch, or at least they get pushed into the corner. But it's just an eager approach from Complexity that grants them some security. And it looks like we might get that match point.
Oxygen, they have anything.
Ooh, okay.
A nice 50.
It ain't over yet.
And here we go, 17 seconds.
We usually say that 20-second mark, still plenty of time in Rocket League.
Wow, he wanted to fake it, but it's a pinch coming out right in front of the net. How many times has that happened in this series where that third man just doesn't expect the pace of the ball to increase.
How many times has Razeball tried to fake that touch? Archie didn't bite this time. So he said, fine.
It's okay if it goes back in their zone, but needs to push out around the 8-second mark.
Now with 10 seconds.
One push.
Oxygen. Can
Keep
they
it
take
alive.
this back? Can they tie it up?
Do it.
CRR's just too quick. Another soft touch. They gotta go high. They gotta go fast. But Complexity put them on the ground. One more to go for Complexity.
They can taste the 2-0 record in the Swiss stage right now.
Power's going to be moving on, like we were talking about,
wild card.
4-1.
So many
Actually
people
winning
have
by a
this
score
coming
of
up
4-1 in game number 5 as well.
Easily as a 3-0 option. Oxygen have definitely made the case for them to push through and go 3-0 themselves, but right now they're facing a monster.
Think about 2 mistakes that Oxygen made earlier on. We might be talking about like 3-1 Oxygen. Or they might be the ones 3-2. Now back in game 5, you know, Jory, as he was pushing up, he was definitely expecting Archie to make that touch, right? But those, like, that is literally the exact situation that has burned Oxygen in every single game they have lost.
Just expecting something different. And how many times has Complexity been the one to take a left turn when they're supposed to go right, throwing the illusion out? And we do also have a timeout called for, I believe, Oxygen moving forward, which means they're going to get an extra 60 seconds. Snasky back there is going to do some work. Hopefully.
All right, let's get the boys together.
Make the difference
Calm
out of
it down.
Oxygen.
They've looked good in a couple of games. You've taken them the distance.
I think it just comes down to reading the play, understanding the game a little bit better.
This is where champions are made.
And Complexity have done a great job of,
comeback.
of hiding their intentions, Jorby.
Chips are down. Nobody expects you to win this.
Yeah.
It's really
Winning the next 2 games puts you 1 game, 1 set.
I mean, like that play
from going to the main event for Oxygen.
Like that play from Archie in game 3.
Let these boys know.
You turn upfield instead of turning back to net.
So I need my guy in the middle to have a little bit more fire in him.
The best ramen shop in Neo Tokyo. Look at him. Bob's just a happy guy.
He's feasting.
He's great.
He's feasting.
You know, I want to eat that ramen, honestly.
And listen,
look at that. What?
Jorby, they can't see the ramen right now.
The
they're looking at the people watching can only see Complexity.
Like,
You're the one looking at Bob's ramen.
Psionics, thank you so much for creating Bob and his ramen.
Okay. I guess.
Look, he's dizzy from how tasty it is. He's literally dizzy from how tasty that ramen is, bro. Like, he's never tasted soy sauce so good.
Jorby,
look at him.
Can you just understand that nobody else can see Bob right now? The viewers can't see Bob.
Oh,
there it is.
No,
it's
I'm
connected.
looking at the wrong monitor.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, shout out to our observer who was like zooming in and out.
There it is.
There you are, Bob.
There it is.
Let's go.
Coming out. And maybe Bob can bring some inspiration to Oxygen because right now they certainly need it.
Kogas is like, no, bro, they're looking at this
Dorby's losing
one.
his mind. I have not completely lost it yet. And we'll get into game 6.
Only slightly embarrassing. Restart Neo Tokyo. Joria's light touch. CRR, to me, has been the difference maker.
Yeah.
Really
and it's on both sides of the field, Jorby.
Yeah.
The man has been just unbreakable on the backboard. Then he moves up, can go for a solo play, create opportunities by himself, get the goal by himself, but also come through with the passing.
What?
Who's going to take cards now for Oxygen?
Okay, Oxygen on the board first.
Absolutely beautiful carry here from Ixto. Gives himself the reset, beats the first defender, pitches it 180 degrees to the right, makes it easy sauce for Jorias to put it in.
And that's the best step you can take after a timeout. You come through and you 1v3.
That's exactly what Oxygen needed for the energy.
Good start, good
Now
start.
we gotta hold on to it because we gotta stop this our Complexity offense for 4+ minutes. You know they're gonna show you all kinds of looks, or maybe give you none when you get deleted.
Archie's up early.
They have the shot Razeball got there.
That's very reminiscent of the first few games. Free jumps from Archie, moving down the other side. How can you set up this player who is a beast, a force to be reckoned with against Power? He also came through striking, but things have shifted here from Oxygen. We're not talking too much about Archie. It's been Ixto.
Okay.
Oh, this time CRR comes across. AJG still turning around in net. Nobody goes for it. As soon as Razeball touches that ball, you see CRR swing out, but AJG still rotating.
All right, let's
net.
go.
I think CRR
Let's
is
keep it
expecting
going.
AJG to get up for that challenge as he swings across, but a weird gap opened up for Oxygen. And credit to it, they nailed it. Now AJG tries to get Complexity going, but that is a massive goal for Oxygen.
An abysmal start for Complexity. Their defense absolutely scrambling. Offense looks like it's scrambling too with a backflip from Razebull, where he could have had an opportunity. And here comes Jorius.
Ixo got the read on the bounce, got another touch. A lot of clean reads from Ixo in the back half of this series. Again, he's never really the front man of this team. Not that he ever has to be. Has always been the gap filler. And he's just always been...
Look at the speed from... What?
Oh my gosh. Wait a minute, he gets bumped out of the way. Wait a minute.
That is ridiculous.
How is that?
No way.
You should not be allowed to go this fast in this game. Look at CRR on this play. You see how fast he just dusted the entire defense of Oxygen. I think he's using some different type of boost for me.
That dude is trying to break the supersonic barrier. Might be physically impossible in this video game, but CRR will certainly make you question it.
That is ridiculous stuff from Complexity as they've gotten back into this game, but for how long? Because Jorius going for a sneaky flick.
Oh, Razebull pitches that off the crossbar. But Oxygen aren't letting up here. Whatever Snasky said in the timeout, it's working.
But we're coming up on the halftime in Game 6. While Oxygen have looked lights out, Complexity have been able to keep it close and keep it within one. And there's plenty of time to adjust.
I mean, like, that ball was pushed into CRR hard, and he still gets the perfect catch. If the ball doesn't skirt away from him, and then he could just carry it out beyond the midfield line. They gotta get a little bit more done. It can't just be CRR creating those gaps. Razebull trying to find a way in, but he loses that 50. Now Archie with a little bit of control.
Flex, he's got to get this thing going the opposite way, man.
Given some space, but he flips over the ball, and Complexity's potential counterattack is slowed down.
But you hope for Oxygen they don't get too eager. Moving forward, another illusion thrown at the defense of Oxygen. Midfield controlled by Complexity. Haven't gotten a shot yet. They are getting demos. And off the backboard, nobody's there for the follow-up.
Nice catch again from CRR. It almost feels like Complexity's Game 6 is fully in his wheels. Dictated by where his bumper puts the ball. So, what has he got?
Oh, I thought he was actually going to be able to sneak that under.
Immediately denied.
Razebull's getting faster. Oh, Joria's not dropping that.
There we go.
Just dropping it to Archie.
They're just hoping to get a 1v1 play, a solo from Oxygen. They don't want to send more than one player forward. And why would you? When you've got the lead, but if you're dealing with Complexity, one player isn't enough. They're going to weave between you.
Brilliance here from Complexity. Jory is frozen. He tries to cut the route, and AJG hits him from behind. Archie
damn, Ixo's almost there.
I got to cut the inside of this. Ixo's still rotating back, but that negative pass from AJG completely froze any kind of position that Oxygen could have had. What a play.
And now Oxygen are going to have to send more than one player. It's a solo attempt from Jorius again. Still not enough, but the follow-up is that much better.
You know,
let's go.
The first touch, you need the first set, but you need that follow-up as well. And Jorius throws that out. Looked like he had the boxing glove out for that one a little bit. Just punched it towards the box.
And that's great recognition from Ixo, too. I don't think initially he would have gone up because they were playing so passive when they had the lead. And there he is, knowing that things are all tied up, knowing their backs are against the wall. You have to get aggressive and put those opportunities away.
CRR puts it up. AJG gets the dunk onto Archie. Jorius go through one. So looking for Jorius again. Complexity giving Oxygen a lot of space. They want that counter. They only got about 30 seconds left. Archie tries to kick it up. AJG's already downfield, but it's a high ball. Nothing he can play with.
Razebull, he knows it's a time-pressured pursuit for Complexity.
I want to see a Game 7, man, but
something has to change. They want the counterattack. You were talking about it, Jorby, and they might be able to start something, but Jorius has been in their face.
At the same time,
AJG looking for a way out.
I'm starting to wonder if Complexities actually would be able to pull it off.
So is that enough? They get the catch out. Razebull crashed it, but he couldn't find a way past.
Or do they feel the pressure? Because it feels like Oxygen's been doing a pretty good job
on the ground.
spending some time down here on this side of the pitch.
Going the distance, Complexity and Oxygen. It took a while to get things moving. The pace has certainly increased, but it's been pretty exponential. We started out slow, but things are finally starting to fire up.
Complexity struggles on offense, keeping that play going. It really feels like at times it's only CRR who's getting the value. And then you see flashes where AJG and RazeBull, they break through, but then other times they're losing the 50s. And it feels like CRR is the only guy getting value on the ball, where, sure, RazeBull and AJG, they're doing their work off the ball. The positioning is fine, but as Complexity, call this timeout. Try to figure out.
No, there's no timeout.
Excuse me.
There's no timeout.
They don't want it.
They want to go back in, okay? We're not wasting another 60 seconds, Jorby. Have you seen what's going on? And I think that proves and shows us where the mental is of Complexity. They know that they are right there competing with Oxygen. This was not a blowout of a game by far, by any means. And it could be a difference of just one player. You thought it was going to be CRR, who's been making the biggest impact out of Complexity, definitely the whole series, but somebody else needs to match that. I mean, we've gotten some highlight performances from Archie, but you know who else has matched that? EXO, as of late. EXO won them that game in my mind, especially with that starting performance. But everything can crumble in Game 7, or everything can excel. Oxygen start out strong again.
A whiff on the backboard.
Damn, I step away for 5 seconds and there's already a goal?
Clinical
Sheesh.
in that exact spot. Archie gets the goal, and Oxygen, it takes 5 seconds. Momentum is theirs.
While it might not be a 4-0 that Archie predicted, they have found themselves confidently controlling the past 2 games, and into Game 7, they've also started out with all of the pace.
Worth noting that Archie this week has been dealing with migraines and painful headaches. He talked in the pregame interview about wanting to get those headaches sorted after this series. Imagine getting them sorted after a dub. RazeBull gonna try to start it out here for Complexity.
I did see an opportunity just there, where I think it was AJG. I don't know what's happened here with the mechanics. The striking from Complexity has been very hit or miss.
I think they're starting to feel the nerves, man. They just don't seem to be
the pressure that Oxygen have been able to apply. Look at the 1v1 attempt from Archie.
their normal selves. They are starting to play a little bit more aggressive even still now at this point, right? Like they're pushing the pace.
Passing play to RazeBull, back to AJG.
Complexity's gonna start feeling the pressure. The fact that this Game 7 too, they need to find a way to put one in the back of the net.
CRR just a little off the line of the ball. Now he has to buy time for Complexity. Tries to get back. Jories is making it difficult. Archie trying to drill through. And Oxygen break out.
Looks like Oxygen have embraced that pinch playstyle, that chaotic playstyle where they want to force awkward 50-50s, weird touches off the ground, off the sidewall, to put Complexity in a position where they can't get back in time. And right now, they hold the lead. They've got all the control.
So only made that a little easier for AJG. CRR, the catch, but Archie's got him downloaded. Are not able to have as much effectiveness trapping that ball. And you talked about EXO. CRR and the dunks. He gets the goal for Complexity and continues to keep them in the series.
He's been doing it all series long, Jorby. He had that entire play downloaded in his head. He knew how it was gonna go. Jumped in the time machine. He comes out with the dunk of potentially the series. Complexity battle back.
One high up here for CRR. He gets a perfect read, but wanted the bounce shot. Didn't work out. Now Oxygen the other way, and EXO!
Damn, dude, Oxygen just keeps finding a way to respond so quick. They did the same thing in Game 6, man.
For Oxygen.
And look at those now players now over on the side of Complexity, bro.
That physical play where he has to stay on the ground, has to dodge it first, get that out of the way before he can even think about getting a save.
You don't always have to get the bump. You just have to be threatening enough. And that was just enough to keep AJG off of his path. A typically clothesline defender. He's been getting pushed off his line. Now RazeBull, he can't set it up. He just doesn't have boost.
Oxygen.
No busto!
They have been so great at changing the focus for Complexity. Changing where these players on the blue side have to read the play and where they have to look. splitting up the attention, and CRR was almost a disaster as Archie had to hit the brakes on the ball off the crossbar and out.
Well, if that was a game 2, it would have went into Oxygen's net. But apparently not on Champions Field. CRR wins a big 50 in midfield. Gets the catch. He's still going. He's still going.
Oh my goodness.
2-2.
This man just doesn't know when to give up. CRR past 1. Perfect control from the sidewall, and pass 2.
Damn, bro.
Back-to-back goals for this man out of Complexity, and he's tied his team up.
2 minutes left to go. This is just for 2-0 in Swiss.
It's
been so tight. You know, every series, it still matters. And Oxygen, how about the story for them if they somehow come out of this 2-0? Archie getting it across.
Honestly, though, for real,
has been so effective in that assist role.
It really kind of had a lackluster.
Now HAG, nothing for him, dunked again. CRR trying to protect the rock. Archie sends it across.
Here, really.
So diving. Archie gets another chance at it. He actually wins it, almost gets the dunk, but
I mean, like, winner was all right. Their last split was lackluster, that's for sure.
Feels like it's been CRR versus EXO. Who can cause and wreak more havoc? Maybe a different player will step up on either side. It could be any one of these 6 players on this field.
You ain't lying, Ducky. You ain't lying.
But who will take that risk? Extend forward.
I did say, though, if Oxygen was going to win, I felt like they needed to win the first 2 back-to-back, which still could hold true.
On the back end. Flips out, and he doesn't get it. Now Jorius, it's a benefit of a touch. Rotation still trying to figure itself out.
If I'm a Complexity fan, which I'm not, I'm worried because Oxygen's been looking scary at times.
And that would have opened the gap, but Oxygen, they stymie the attack just long enough. The player respawns, they can get to the 50, but they're still in some trouble. And Razebull wins the first time. It's up underneath. The net is there, but can't find it. Razebull trying to get there too. And Complexity, the Oxygen net's closed.
Here it is.
He's just sitting on the ground. They're beating
You're over 1.
His own game. CRR gets bodied out of the way, but the whole Oxygen rotation was on the other side of the field. Now the counter. Here comes El Toro. One more drive. 2.
Oh, no! Archie with the save.
Gets in the way again.
The Guardian Angel for Oxygen, and he's pushing down the other side. He got the goal line saved. Everybody had committed. He was the only one standing, and he's kept them alive.
Let's go to OT for Game 7, baby.
Not a good 50 for him. HAG gets it downfield. Game 7.
Let's go. Game 7 overtime.
Game 7 OT, baby. This is what we wanted out of this series. It's been ramping up. And of course, I think we all expected after the first few games. Let's get into it.
Jorius getting over it. The whole desk had Complexity. Most people at home had Complexity, but Oxygen fought their way to Game 7. And now they start overtime on offense. Archie, high pass. Ixo, high ball. He still keeps it close. Ixo just gonna stay close to the play.
Just gonna be a pest.
Jorius to come, or Archie to come back in. Oh, and AJ.
Then he can get mid boost.
Oh,
he went all the way back.
Archie gonna keep it close again. Oh, and it's just over Ixo's head, but he gets a slight bump.
Oh.
Jorius all by himself.
Oh!
Complexity survive!
When they needed him most, El Toro showed up, the 1v1, faking out Jorius.
Damn.
I think he's going to go to the left side of the field, but if you keep control
Told you, Ducky, if it goes Game 7, Complexity's winning.
The window and steal.
Might have looked a little scarier than I thought.
For Complexity to go 2-0.
A
Complexity out.
And relief there.
The gates here with 2-0. One more series, and they're the ones who are locking in one of the first spots.
Wow. It comes down to that. Razebull picking it up at the end.
Damn.
Man. What a series.
And it wasn't just CRR either. To be honest with you, they needed that. You cannot leave the responsibility into just
now, since that was a very tough matchup,
I thought we were waiting
depending on how some of these other games go today.
To show up.
And he kept getting blocked out by Oxygen.
So I think Moist beats. Oh, I was definitely losing confidence. You ain't lying, Ducky. You ain't lying.
Effect, he couldn't get it done. Yeah. But then CRR just somehow found the gaps, and that kept Complexity. It kept
it's one of those things where I think as your experience shows out.
You might not have the value that you need.
But now for Complexity, right? Because you won, but you only won.
Then El Toro shows
it's almost like buying time until Razebull decides to come into
by
the
a single game.
Be the difference maker.
Granted, you swept Valiant yesterday. Their round differential is going to be only 5.
Was there. and that is a stinger of a match to lose.
So you're probably drawing 2 or 3.
Oxygen Esports, who, in my mind, had a
which means you're obviously going to be playing the other.
Of the final result.
Well, I think Oxygen positioned themselves as one of the favorites in this swing after this series, despite the loss. And again, Turtle, I mean, we were hammering it home after Game 5. I'm going to say it again. The little mistakes. I really think that this was Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, other teams that will be in like the mid matches, so the teams that are 1-1, I think Oxygen will probably,
that's it for now.
At least for now, be one of the ones that you can say will be
almost a ridiculous own goal.
still looking good
the completely
to
opposite direction.
advance.
Had those third-man rotations been a little bit tighter from Oxygen. But
I don't think I'm very confident on how Power looked against Valiant.
The ice in their veins. And let's go ahead and
even though I'm, obviously an SSA guy.
Well, congratulations are in order. I need to ask you, though, prior to the game, CRR said this was going to be a 4-0. It was going to be quick. It was going to be easy. And not only was it not a 4-0, it was the first series in the entire tournament that has gone the full best of 7. Why was it so much more difficult than you expected?
Primero, felicidades, pero CRR dijo al principio del juego que iba a ser un 4-0, que iba a ser fácil. Sin embargo, no fue fácil. Se fue a 7 juegos, que es la primera serie que se va a 7 juegos. ¿Por qué fue tanto más difícil de lo que estabas esperando?
Bueno, son jugadores muy buenos. Siento que tampoco nuestra estrategia fue la mejor desde el principio. Siento que nos costó entrar al partido. Pero sí, al final, o sea, nosotros podemos decir lo que sea, pero al final son de los mejores del mundo y por algo están acá.
They're really good players, obviously, and we couldn't get into our strategy fast enough. It actually cost us a lot, and we can say whatever, but they are part of the best players in the world. That's what they hear.
All right, well, on that note, he also said that they're a lot worse without Rise on the team. Would you personally agree or disagree?
También dijo CR que iban a estar perdidos sin Rise en el equipo. ¿Tú estás de acuerdo con eso o estás en desacuerdo?
Y la verdad es que no sé, o sea, cuando hay siempre jugadores a nivel profesional,
Is there
siento que siempre se van a entender si es que
Halo
trabajan
tournament
bien,
this
no
weekend?
importa si uno es mejor que otro. Pero sí, o sea, por nombre siento que Ray es uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo sin duda, entonces claramente si no está en el equipo debería de ser peor. En este caso siento que no lo fue así, siento que jugaron súper bien, pero ganamos.
So whenever you have players at this level, they're gonna understand each other and they're gonna play well regardless of who they are. Yes, obviously Rise has the best name, so in paper, if you look at it, they should be playing worse, but it wasn't the case.
Well, we had the entire desk cheering you on. That was every single one of their predictions, was for you guys to take away the victory. Is there anything you want to say to them or anyone that's been supporting your journey?
Bueno, el escritorio entero los escogió a ustedes como los favoritos para ganar esta serie. ¿Algo que le quieras decir tanto a ellos del escritorio o al público en general que les estuvo apoyando?
Nada, siento que está bien confiar en nosotros, somos de los mejores jugadores del mundo,
They have other
somos de los
matchup
mejores
yet?
equipos del mundo. Capaz que en esta vez no dimos nuestro 100%
So Team
desde el
Secret
principio de la
versus,
serie, pero nada, o sea, esto es experiencia para que no nos pase más adelante.
Gaimin?
Y
looks like it's about to be getting started. So once this interview is over, we'll switch over there.
We're one of the best teams in the world. We're one of the best players in the world. So yeah, keep cheering for us. We didn't do our 100%. We couldn't give it our all from the beginning. But I mean, this is experience, and we're going to get better.
Well, on the note of getting better, my final question for you, moving on throughout the rest of the tournament, who do you want to face next? And don't you dare tell me you don't mind. I want an answer. Give me a team name. Who do you want to play?
En esa nota de los mejores del mundo, el próximo partido, ¿con quién tú quieres que sea? Y no te atrevas a decir que el que sea. Tienes que decir a alguien que quieres jugar.
yo quiero jugar contra Crew porque siento que Crew va a ser nuestro siguiente clásico.
So they want to play against Crew, huh?
Buenísimo. Y nada, espero jugar contra ellos y que sea un partido súper intenso.
We want to play against Crew because that's going to be the next South American Classic. And he just want to bring it all in and have an exciting match.
Well, I'm certainly excited to continue on with the rest of the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your team.
Complexity make Easy work, simple work. Not a single
Perfect prediction, lads. Great
No one
job,
up here
great job,
thought-
Accuse, great job. Wait, there we are.
Yeah.
Easy.
We knew it from the beginning. No, we were definitely on that game 7. Like, my goodness, this could go either
Bro,
direction.
yeah, I think everyone
Oxygen
was, for real,
came
though.
out today swinging.
I really did not expect it to be
Like
that
Ducky
close.
said,
I didn't think it was going to be a 4-0 either way, despite what Archie and CRR were saying. Clearly went to that 7, but my word, Oxygen, especially Jorius, I thought was the man on that green side.
A lot of great.
Jorius is looking really, really good.
I'm with you. Jorius, an excellent series overall until unfortunately that game 7 where he just couldn't figure out the bull. But that was the one thing the bull finally got to do all series long. Normally he's out there picking people apart, but he got it done at the end.
And obviously anyone that was watching Boston, we did go over to Champions Field, and I think everyone just went, because you were saying earlier on, Stumpy, yes, a mistake doesn't define you, but you get reminded of it very quickly when you go back to those positions. You think, so, not again, not again, not again, not again. There was a backboard miss from AGG, and they were starting to think, you guys need to bounce back from that so quickly and not let that settle. They settled so quick, Complexity get the win.
That passing play achieved.
So good.
We need to break that down.
Yeah, we'll figure that one out. But across the board, very impressed with Oxygen's performance here. Going 7 against a team like Complexity can earn some real fans there, and unfortunately, the Bull finally got it done.
He was able to finish that one off. They are the first team to be 2-0 in the wild card. They'll have one more match tomorrow. If they win that one, they are through to the group stage, folks. Meanwhile, on the
Dude, watching back some of these clips from 2K League last night, bro, I love the vibes in their like live.
Get on the board.
The trash talk is is S tier.
A team that is not from APAC.
All right, give me Gladiators as well. Let's get a bit of positive, energy. I want to see a good series. We saw Valiant step up. They did take a game. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. I thought maybe they'd put up a fight, but a 4-0. So if we can get something...
Are you thinking Team Secret might miss 5 open nets?
I don't think Secret are going to do that. They look too solid on the other side of things. And there we go. So, oh, look at that. Hashtag GG. Let's get it up there. If you haven't voted yet, can we get a hashtag GG in chat? Can we get them above 50? What are we doing? Come on.
Oh, it's going down.
Oh, no.
We better... it's going to be a good game. We're going to get hashtag GG. Look, I think everyone in
There
chat
we go. Come on.
is
Come on.
actively thinking Team Secret are the clear favorites here, but
There we go. That's what we want to see for those playing along at home. Hashtag GG. They're going to get the job done, and by job done I mean hopefully they win a game.
It's always patronizing. They're gonna get...
I mean, what can I say?
I would have a lot more belief, and I even had more belief coming into this one, but actually seeing them in person and how destitute they actually look, it gives me so little.
It is just you try and get an ounce of confidence out of them, but you just cannot get it. But anyway, we're going to be getting into this one. Well done, everyone following along at home. They're on the
Is Gaimin that bad?
What can they do here as we get into game number 1?
I don't think Gaimin's that bad.
It will be a spicy matchup. We have only ever seen 3 matches between APAC and South America, and all 3 of them have been Gaimin Gladiators, even though they've only made 2 majors before this.
That is pretty impressive. I'm not sure how they've conjured up those brackets each time, but here we go, game 1. What can the Gladiators do? Because the ball's in.
All right, what do we think in
really.
chat?
We know what Secret.
I think
do.
Secret
come
in
out
6.
And put in a nice, consistent performance.
LCT's
They're a quality side.
It is.
As we have not.
Let's go.
The first thing you see, just LCT disconnect.
I mean, that is.
Oh, no.
If that's not a bit of a metaphor for that team, I don't know what is.
I like this.
Getting maybe some server issues there. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know. I don't know why I said server issues. I've just made up a reason why there's a disconnect.
Well, maybe it was a
Man, he just going right up off.
We go back to why I may have thought that Gaimin Gladiators could do really well at this LAN before maybe I saw a bit more into them, is because LCT in particular.
See, I feel like when we're on like the desk, I just can't hear them, right?
Nervous player, and I thought now that they kind of know this is their last hurrah together, if they're on good terms, then there's a lot less pressure.
Yeah.
And I thought LCT's going to.
I'm gonna sit down for a bit, champ.
Well, that didn't happen in the first round. So, maybe they've gone out on their scooters last night and had a bit of a stroll around the Dorf.
I think you're thinking more about Elevate, to be honest.
No, Maxi was out there as well.
Good.
The boys, they were all out there. So we'll see what happens. OSM as well, is that just unknown? When I say unknown, he's got the experience. He's from the European region. We saw what he did at Gamers 8. He's got the 1v1s on the board. He's been on Johnny Boy's stream 800 times. He's a quality player in his own right, but haven't quite put it together as a trio just yet, but I have faith.
And he's made a massive move. Moved all the way from Iceland to Indonesia.
That's a culture, like
massive
weather-wise as well. That's impressive.
Oh yeah, it's like permanently 38 degrees there, which is for you Americans maybe 105-ish and like 90% humidity.
What does that mean, 105 though? What is that system?
Yeah.
Like, it's just Fahrenheit.
If it was 105 for me, I'd be literally vapor.
Yeah, 100. I don't know what Fahrenheit is and why it was invented, but
yeah, you're right, Americans. How dare you use Fahrenheit?
Yeah, imagine like 0 being freezing and 100 being boiling. Like, isn't that just cool? Like, that makes sense.
To be fair, it probably makes so much sense to them, and they're like, "What do you mean 38? That makes no sense. That's meant to be a normal winter day."
Anyway, he's hanging out in Thailand. He's having a good time, and he's made himself all the way to a World Championships cross region. It's good to see. However,
but for real,
he's not too happy with on the face.
Why are we still on a different system than the rest of the world?
Worlds, but without a team that is still together.
When you have these tech pauses, CJ, as the expert here, do you go into free play, put it on 50% speed, and try and...
Yes, I am. I don't know if anyone here watches at home does this, that plays a bit of the Rocket League, but I was all about a bit of slow-mo. And people say, you're crazy, it's placebo. Well, yes, but also what it does is it just makes your brain think that this is the normal speed of a game. And then you jump back in and you feel so speedy. You whiff the ball, but you feel fast in the process.
So CJ recommends going to 50% speed free play. You know who else did that? Fruity, and we absolutely bombed out at land. So I think you guys know at home what not to do.
I just realized if I'm gonna be sitting.
Or Jesse also does that.
Yeah, I think Freaky did it as well. So I don't think there's like I don't think we're just throwing up many names that were unbelievable. Well, I mean the greatest speak.
Anybody know a good player who did that? A great player, I should say. They were all good players.
Right, turn those on.
I think Eva might have.
Who's our background?
Anyway, look, when you're in these tech pauses, you need to keep warm and keep head in the game. I was always about jumping into free play as much as I could. I didn't really like doing what these guys are doing. I can see on the side panel, just in the lobby, ball chasing around. I'd like to do my own stuff in free play. And just keep the vibes high. You want to be locked in, because at any moment it could be righto, it's time to go, and you got to be ready to go for that first kickoff.
Yeah, we should be hopefully getting towards that soon, because the players are hanging around in the lobby at this point in time. But it is always tough when you have these tech pauses. You're about ready to go. You're warmed up into it, and then all of a sudden that momentum stops, and you are like LCT. You're trying to get a little bit of shut eye.
Yeah, you've got to be ready, and he's well, I think he's trying to get himself worked up a little bit at the moment. Yeah. It's so hard. You look at the play camps, you know, we're thinking, oh, we're so hyped for this. And then you cut to the plays. You know, we saw what Power were doing at the start of the other series. And they look, they were half asleep. They weren't ready to play some Rocket League. This is a World Championships. They're not quite fired up at the moment. Gaimin Gladiators don't look as alert as I'd want them to be. But
OSM does.
Yeah,
as usual. Yeah.
He's always up and about. He's a lovely fella.
Got the smiles on both sides at this point in time. Yeah, so this first game, how's it going to go?
Well, Secret are going to win. And look, I don't know. It's almost like the last series we commentated. You know, you guys who are watching, we obviously, Power are the favourites. We're probably expecting Power to win, but my eyes are on Valiant, because I want to see this side, this unknown team that, you know, we don't see those guys, you know, at the World Championships. Obviously, we're glad.
I'm going to say it. Bring Valiant to the majors.
Yeah, bring them to the majors. Let's get them all there. But as we said, we saw a little bit of Gladiators at majors, but it's still that. I don't know. My eyes are going to be on them. What are the vibes? How are they going to be able to play? How are they approaching the game? As you said, LCT. He's going to be enjoying himself. He comes from that, you know, rocks the Dominus.
There's also kind of no point traveling across the world. It's a very long distance. To go from the southern hemisphere up to the northern, and you got to just go and enjoy yourself. But ladies and gentlemen, that's enough of us waffling.
Let's get to it, baby. Game number one.
Into the game and finally watch some Rocket League.
Finally, game number one. Here we go. What can the Gladiators do? It feels like it's Team Secrets to lose. But gee whiz, if the last series is anything to go by, I do not know how to play Rocket League anymore. LCT Cerberus to work with. It looks like Gladiators winning the kickoff early.
You know, I'm a little disappointed as well because I did that great introduction saying South America and APAC had only played each other 3 times. That all went to waste, but Gladiators have wasted 0 time getting on the attack here.
Right, it's good to see. The early kickoff game is something that Team Power are known for, flying a few trades with their fakes and whatnot. But oh, this is sad. Just bullying his way through into the net. OSM gets a great play. But that's where he's really comfortable, OSM, in those sort of one-on-ones. He's good at getting those 50s and working his car under it.
Sad, one of the few KBM players here as well. And
question, chap. Does it seem awkward when I'm like...
Big demo though, and that was a major plan.
It looks like I'm more looking up because I have it on my second monitor for the alternate stream. Like, should I put them both on the same monitor, or does that really matter?
Everyone from Gladiators front post.
I still want it to look like I'm like staring off into space.
LCT is helping.
Yeah, man.
Secret of pushing forward.
Maybe a chance.
So I know when I'm like here and watching, it looks like
and
one
maybe
thing,
even a
you
follow
know?
up here for Gladiators off the back.
Or maybe y'all are sitting there like, yo, it looks the same to me, so I don't know.
LCT takes a shot, but it's too low.
Oh, I needed to see that extra pass from LCT. He had a man front post. Maxu was waiting.
Team Secret are playing really slow.
Just overcommitted a touch. LCT tracks back, but they did
think
that corner boost. Secret are in a great spot right now. Maxu gets a fantastic touch and a follow-up as well. I love the link-up play here from Gladiators. This is what we want to see early. They're locked in together.
KV1 is still trying to find that mojo, get those solo plays going. He has managed to find a little connection here with Night Team Secret starting to circle, but LCT, now his time to shine, gets it trying to go over the top of KV1, who locked it out in the midfield here.
And Maxu throws it forward. I love seeing OSM. He had to track back there, but he's looking to follow up his teammates' touches. This is what, it's just the normality for these top teams.
Oh, nice shot, KV1. Who do I want here?
Well,
probably Team Secret, to be honest.
First ever time I've seen 2 players kick from one team while still at Worlds.
Oh, no. Oh, that was impressive, really, wasn't it? That was.
I think the thing
I've seen some
for most of the wildcard games
Turbo Pulsar
is I just want to see some good, like, close series for real. I think if I had to pick a who do I want to see win, it'd probably be Secret here.
5 years. But that was seriously cool.
The only time that'll change
that was
is
a
when
angle. He double
SSA's
well, took the ball off his
just because we work over in the region.
I just saw Johnny Boy's face just
and
through the curves with the biggest.
The Pioneers, which is going to make the next game on the B stream really, really tough.
It's not quite what we expected for the start of the series.
Wow. What a first goal to kick things off. Gladiators. Well, as you said, one player LFT, everyone LFT right now. LCT can't get back. Knight gets a second.
Maybe LFD looking for defense. Gladiators. Nobody back. LCT caught by surprise, and Knight has played as best as he could.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves right now. I'm not.
I enjoy seeing
what the comms are right now for Secret, but they're certainly laughing.
I know what the comms are for Gladiators.
Some of the smaller regions getting more like representation on the big stage, right? Hold on a second.
Here we go, LCT again in trouble. Does get a good touch back as the
I like seeing them get more representation on the stage.
The offense, but I mean, Gladiators.
Oh, I just realized I had this higher for when they were on the thing, so I hope I'm not like blending in with it too much.
Oh! Technically, it's just a skim off there, but it didn't come off KV1.
Nah, we're not paying.
I think when you look at regions, like again where I work right now in the SSA region.
Really. To get just a deft
I think
touch on
seeing
the ball.
teams
We have cast some silly series so
from
the first one was ridiculous. Valiant taking on Power, and
South
we
America,
just matched it here in game 1. I can't
APAC.
Yeah, we are casting for the rest of the event as well. So
like those regions winning is a benefit for them at some point to go. Well, let's at least let SSA send a team to the majors, like the other regions.
An equalizer or perhaps a third goal for them.
Is kind of my method behind it.
They were helping out Secret.
At least Maxu's on the board, and that's all they can hope. But I think sometimes those moments, you got to have a good laugh and maybe even bring the spirit up from the fact that it's been such a silly game.
It's just so funny, those situations. Trust me, I have been there millions of times. But you can play ranked and you're hitting double flip resets and then you get into a tournament and everything goes wrong, your own goaling. But there it is, KV1 getting
now you get Team Secret tactics.
The aggression from Secret, third goal on the board.
Knight there as well, pushing back. He gets out early, and that gives the confidence for Sad to go out for that demo, open up the net. I really like how they work as a 3-man unit, always.
We got what? Moist and Crew?
Oh my!
Next over on the other channel?
Some strategies. LCT has to get back.
Moist and Twisted Minds, sorry.
Everyone throws himself forward, and they're so good at saving.
Once they get ready to hit the pitch, we'll kind of start switching back and forth.
Conservation is second to none here. As again, with 55 seconds left, they're looking to be wrapping up game one, should I say? As it's been eventful, Yummy. It's been very eventful.
It's been great, and I was saying maybe lose a little trust. He's trying to dribble it out of defense on these plays back to back to back, but has managed to get his team out of dodge for now. 40 seconds left. And maybe not the touch.
I feel like the other thing too, when you look at this matchup here.
He's just been bounced by the ball as Knight goes for the double touch. Beats 2. Is that going to be an open net? KV1.
It's just like, as far as for Gaimin, man, it's just...
Ooh, KV1 as well. The player we were talking needs to step up. In this case, has been gifted some open space.
They looked all right at times this year, just not great, you know?
Was that a hat trick, or was that Maxu giving him a goal?
Well,
yeah, it all counts on the scoreboard.
I feel like whenever they end up playing Elevate just beats. Maybe it's not fair because Elevate beats most people pretty firmly in APAC.
You won't be happy with that one, but with 18 seconds left, it's been a.
Granted, I guess they did win a couple of 4-3s against them. What at the Open?
They're really picking up where they left off in that space.
Spring Invitational.
Knight could go for the fake. Sad's just waiting under the ball. Doesn't want to commit because Knight has all the boost somehow. They're going to be able to take game number one in very, very convincing fashion. It was almost a 4v2, Yummy.
Oh, it certainly was. And looking at the screen, I am a little sad by this series just because it is almost
just based off of how they're playing.
Gladiators, LCT and MaxU have been.
I do gotta say,
5 years before
as much of a fan as I am, of course, again, of SSA as working over there, you can notice a little bit of a difference.
They've tried everything they possibly can. They are fast friends. And maybe they just never
and the type of gameplay.
MaxU.
But I think by letting teams, even if you just send one,
South at least,
start getting more consistent international play, they can carry over their experience, hand that over to other teams. Plus, maybe
have been those.
Maybe Limitless doesn't,
named players of the APAC region for so long.
Win every
LCT and Max.
Or isn't the one that gets the spot every regional?
The end of an era, or is it because it is
or not regional, every major
matches, and that was game one.
Because if you look at this last year out of SSA, it would have been Limitless the first two, but I think French class would have technically.
The last hurrah for the boys is game is 8 will be after this.
No, Limitless still would have
they're not going to be playing
gone in spring as well. Never mind.
Oh yeah, who are they playing with?
I don't even know what's going on anymore, but who knows? Maybe they'll be picking up. Maybe OSM will get another recruit over to the APAC region. That could really shake some things up.
I feel like you know and you're just not telling us.
Yeah, I might know, but some people can say things and some people will get in trouble if they spill too
I am going to be excited about
got
watching Moist here in a minute.
Game two.
I do enjoy watching them as well. I would like to see them qualify.
Don't worry.
Brilliant start to the game already, and it'll be Secret trying to leap off exactly where they were. Good solo play from Sad just to take OSM out of the game.
Them and Complexity were my two
really
teams to qualify.
Yeah, LCT was so awkward back
3-0 during Wildcards in my pick'ems.
Showed that patience as Knight finds the ball across the KV1. Blocked out by Max, the ball chasing coming through. A double commit from Secret as well. A little bit of trouble early. This feels like game one all over again. Gladiators having so much pressure, and the demos as well. Can Max get it on target?
I'm trying to remember who.
Max was up to that quickly, but Team Secret.
Some of my last ones in were.
And that's what they've been so good in their defensive half, being able to know exactly where their opponents are going to hit it. Flip reset attempt from KV1 gets denied. Still an opportunity here for Secret. They have got a big boost advantage. They will have to back off though with that clear.
Good defense there from Max. That's to buy his time down there as Knight gets a great 50. This could be Secret. The drop down pass is at the demo. OSM just stands there, takes the bump and gets the ball at the same time.
Really impressive because OSM's momentum was carrying him across the net. It was in Knight's favor.
Oh, Chad, I know yesterday I was talking about wondering if, how they did
to keep it out.
We love seeing
some of the later games on mainstream, all, I guess, elimination and...
Oh, they're ready. And Knight's going to fire it on net shot. Follow in, out. Back in again. There it is.
All elimination and advancement games are going to be on main channel, so we'll see SSA over on main at some point.
What you ordered, and he manages to read.
I don't know how he read that. That was.
I think it was close your eyes, jump, and hope for the best.
Yeah, he saved his second flip as well to sort of redirect himself, and found
Yeah,
the
that
angle.
Soup's hitting the
Team
spot
Secret
check. I'm not gonna lie.
picking up where they left off from game number 1 here is Gladiators still trying to make a bit of an impact. They did score in the first game, but it was too little too late there. There's another opening. Max gets back in time for Gladiators.
Yeah, South America have brought these demos back into fashion in a huge, huge way. Crew have been doing them. Secret obviously have brought them out to the next level as well. And Gladiators.
All right, so chat, who we taking in on our other stream as they're getting ready to start? It's Moist versus Twisted Minds. Who we thinking?
That was open as well. Knight has to make
Thinking
a
Secret here.
Doesn't get it.
Gaimin though,
OSM
tying things up in game 2. Love it.
Tied up game. Gladiators.
I would like to see this go like
1-1, and it's
at
all
least
on
6.
OSM here. Gets the first read. First
I don't think it goes that
and
long.
slows down his touch to get it behind Knight.
I think Gladiators will be lucky to get one.
Third man, not expecting that clean dunk coming through. Gladiators all of a sudden tying it up here, and well, they really just they need to put the pressure on Secret, because otherwise they're going to be able to waltz away with this one, and just doing this is going to do.
More than likely, we'll switch over to the mainstream as soon as it's getting started.
It's a straight counter attack down their other end. LCT has to get a touch.
Like once they hit the pitch,
took a little bit too much time, but he does find a way through. More low 50s from KV1. The fake challenge from Sad was enormous.
Now that this is tied 1-1 though, I want to
Yeah,
at least see who's
comes out
going to be
from
taking
Max,
game
but
2.
Can't find the hide on it at the same time. That maybe cost Gladiators their own opportunity. OSM, he's trying to take this team on their shoulder.
They're only just now
trying
doing
to bear
pickups on the other
burden of
stream though,
getting
so
them
we
into
probably
that
still got a
attacking
minute.
half over and over again.
Honestly, might be able to see the whole game of this.
Game 1, we haven't seen the ball going into their own net by them. Sad gets a shot, does go wide, keeping pressure though is KV1 back post, LCT there, Knight has to backtrack, third man, Obs with a 50. Sad with a great rotation as well. They should be straight back on the attack here. Max is awkward. Sad looking for the bump, but Max has done well.
Yeah, he saw that the bump attempt was coming, make sure to boost a little bit higher so he
Ooh.
can avoid the bump and at least get contact with that ball.
Not sure if that was
Max to a
intended.
chance of his own, looks to
Or
fake
not.
underneath. Knight with 0 boost, once again reading it perfectly.
Oh, very open. What a demo from Knight, and that is in. KV1 won't miss those. Lovely counter-attack, and look at the aggression, pushing downfield from Knight, getting that last man out of the way.
That's next level trust.
Yeah.
You can't push down into the opposite corner like that without expecting that both your teammates behind are going to be
Is it trust or is it just confidence?
Same
Both.
thing, same
Okay.
thing. Yeah, I mean, if you don't trust your teammates, you're not going to be confident, I can tell you that much. And
Someone's
OSM
picking
is
Twisted Minds on the desk?
backboard again, but Team Secret, even though they are trusting each other in that offensive half, they're still backing each other up at the same time.
And look at the
when
bumps
one person
coming
gets
through.
hit.
Nah, fam. I can't do
So
it.
much physicality, as you said, coming out of the South American region, and Team Secret leading the pack, leading the way there in that respect is Gladiators trying to level it up again. Very awkward here, Team Secret. LCT fires one away, but Sad just positions himself in front of the ball. Maxu takes the direct approach. KV1's ready now to counter-attack. It's a one-on-one.
Chat, y'all see my
but
chair
OSM
falling
gets
down?
back in time.
KV1 clearly didn't expect OSM for the early challenge. Got called that the challenge was coming in, which is why he touched it. To
Does
make
that after
sure
I'm
that
sitting for a
OSM
while.
Doesn't beat him, but he was trying to play the solo play.
About due for a
50
new chair.
seconds left though, and Gladiators, they are
That's a great
struggling.
touch.
They have the chance. They've
Oh,
got the shot.
that's a big tie.
Secret, it's just in
a big goal.
shambles here off the touch from LCT. Beautiful pass. Sad couldn't get it. KV1's out of position, and Knight back post is nowhere to be seen.
Double
That's a
whip.
Great play from Gladiators.
I love that, and I love OSM right now. He has been that player.
All right, well,
that has often.
Chad,
played
they're
more
hitting
of
the
a
pitch down on the other
supporting
stream.
role for LCT and Maxu.
I said I wasn't
who
gonna
tend
turn it
like
off when it was a
being
tie,
on the
though,
ball
so.
as much as possible. But
Oh, it's open.
OSM has shown
No
his
way.
class, and he's showing it at his first ever World.
Oh, it was open, but now it's open down the other end. Sad gets it on. It's still going to roll all the way.
Okay.
Sad.
Well-
That was a goal for Gladiators, but they just took too long to try and get that finish.
That is such an
touch,
unfortunate
and they've been
switch of
punished for it.
Sad's 50s
the
have
field
gone
there.
perfectly for him twice in a row now.
That's gonna be
why
really
they have
deflating over on that
one goal
Gladiator
lead
side of the
rather
pitch,
than
man.
being one behind. Gladiators now 30 seconds to revive their chance.
Yeah, this was the game. If they were going to make a series of this one, and Team Secret have got away with it so far. 24 seconds. What can Gladiators do? Can they get an overtime here? It's been a much better game too.
We'll watch
than
through
what
the
we
end
saw
of this. It's
before.
20 seconds.
OSM very awkward, and LCT has to try.
Boys
to
on
get
the
to
scoreboard
work. He
first,
just
though.
needs to buy enough time for the boys to grab some boost and set up this offense. He's done fairly well. 10 seconds now. Max, who's up, has to get a great 50. Where is LCT? He's back too far. Deep. Everyone's too far away from Gladiators.
Not like this.
And this ball is in the wrong end altogether. Team Secret want to get this one down. KV1's missed. The shot is going to
Oh!
be open for one more target. No,
Man, it sucks to see it end like that, bro.
Gladiators, they had everything. They had the miss come out.
That's going to be so deflating. They're going to have to take a timeout after that, right? Like, have to.
Where Joyo awaits. Does have cash to aim for. Goes up early. That's a double play, and I don't know if they meant it, but now they've got to try and work from it, and instead they've realized, play's not really worth it anymore.
You can already see just from the movement of the Twisted Minds players that this is a new team to any of you guys who didn't catch them yesterday on the B stream. They are a very fast team, as the desk have already let you know. It's in field, it's defended well. Joyo covering that one, but look how quickly SMW advances. He's going to leave that one for Venom, and where's Senzo now? He's got boost, but he's beaten to the ball by Joyo.
Still a good position though. SMW leaves it. Juicy goes to meet him. Players all around. And now Cash feels like he's got a little bit of time. Twisted Minds decide to back away for the time being. Crushing challenge though there from Senzo. That's Team Secret 2-0 up against the Gaimin Gladiators. Result that will come as
So is it Gaimin or is it Gaimin? I've always heard it flipped two different ways, or is that just one of the regional things? It depends on how your dialect is.
Trek back. I'm looking forward to seeing who backs down first on the pace game, because both of these teams so happy to pre-jump in order to be the faster of the two teams. Are we going to hit a tipping point where now you're just putting yourself out of position?
Ooh, Joyo?
I feel like we're not. I think both teams are just going to keep going fast. Oh, recovery by SMW. That was not an easy save to predict. And he makes it happen. Almost at the point of the shot being taken. Now, I think Twisted Mind's easiest adaptation is going to be 50-50s. Cash double tap.
Oh, that's just too easy, bro.
Twisted Minds as Cash remain uncontested on the backboard.
Yeah, the moment you see the ball off the backboard and Cash is waiting, it's a guaranteed goal. And Moist Esports, 2-1, got their lead back. Cash has been one of the most interesting stories of the season. Started off over on Quadrant, was picked away to try and aid Moist Esports. Now Joyo, he's backboard, he's all by himself.
Wow.
Senzo could not have
really good response by Twisted Minds.
Once again, it's an immediate response.
Look at that teamwork.
SMW with a very selfless
off the back, Senzo with the nice drop down.
Don't worry about a double tap there. He's also probably worried about an air dribble.
Damn.
He didn't pick correctly. It's actually just a backboard pass, and they have slotted it well.
One of the most entertaining starts we could have had. No way of telling yet who's managed to take the advantage here. I do feel like Twisted Minds have seen more of the ball. They've had more opportunities.
I would rather see a scoring back and forth time than a 0-0 time. Thoughts?
Joyo looking to try and go over the top. He's being kept relatively quiet here. He's still under 100 points. Maybe able to do something about that now. Looking for the redirect. Not too far up, and now Cash moves in. And even if you don't make contact, Twisted Minds have got to respect the fact that Joyo can hit that.
That's something that they've already stored off this game. You've got to respect the redirect on those tight angle rebounds.
Now they've got numbers going.
Did a test Juicy's awareness there. Juicy with a great save and a nice recovery as well to take the ball all the way down the other end of the field. So far it's been about Twisted Minds covering both Moist options, whether it's the solo play or the fake. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, are just trying to brute force this one, pace and challenges.
I do feel like right now this style of play does suit Twisted Minds so much. Now they've got everyone jumping so early, it's that good old known there from Mina of the low challenges, and they've found so much success on transitioning the opposite side of the field just by low challenging. We already know they've got the mechanics if they need them. As Venom, he's
look at that.
Back. Oh, what a touch. Joyo's actually waiting for it.
Who's Joyo? Oh, he's just trying to keep it busy down there. I was going to say, there's no one down there.
SMW's turn. Goes up. Cash meets him. Venom now against Joyo. Joyo does well. Juicy.
Team Secret up 1-0 halfway through game 3. Ooh, nice save by Senzo.
Didn't quite turn it in.
Yes, Senzo just fell down and saved that one. They've got to do it again here. Cash a bit too close to get a shot off.
Senzo's got to get it clear. They have no boost right now. No boost! Oh, this is over.
And now comes Joyo.
Oh!
Again. Follow-up is there, though. Cash makes it 3-2.
Yeah, there's no boost, man.
How about this from Moist? The pressure eventually gets them a goal.
That sidewall redirect is such a weapon at the moment for Moist Esports, because every single time Twisted Minds are there, they have to time their positioning on the backboard for when that shot will be coming in. The moment it doesn't happen, you have to stop the car. You're in such a rough spot.
Yeah, such an effective mind game as they pick up 2 goals
One immediately, one after a slight delay, both from fake redirect rebounds of different walls. One of them was back corner wall, the other one is
Team Secret now up 2-0.
Have Twisted Minds picked up on that? Do they need to? Senzo in the air dribble, he goes all the way. What solo play by Senzo? It's 3-3.
Yo, Twisted Minds ain't gonna give this up easy.
Twisted Minds refuse to go away. 3 each every single time. Moist Esports think they've got to
Almost got
lead.
enough on it to send it into the top bar.
Right back. 24 seconds left though. Twisted Minds need to be the ones to punch the hole first.
Yeah, they've yet to be in front. There's 3 different Moist leads. They get a good kickoff here. Joyo's got all the boost to play with. Flip reset, secured. Second one, not quite able to do much with it. Venom looking for the immediate shot down the middle of the pitch, and Juicy had to be aware of that.
Juicy Pinay's claim to the 100 boost. Has to do well with it, and he's got 3 players dancing to his tune. Last opportunity.
All right, overtime.
Early jump from Venom. He's having none of it. We go to overtime.
It's all Moist mind games against the Twisted Minds so far. But those infield passes, whether they're deceptive or not, have to be played carefully. If Twisted Minds have picked up on the fact that Moist are faking a lot of those double taps, then they can intercept them early, maybe get a counter-attack goal. Seen many attempted by
I'm not
Moist
gonna
to
lie,
get
I
one.
kind of expected Moist to be able to kind of push Twisted Minds around a little bit.
Down to Senzo, pops the ball back to the air again. Maybe a little bit too easy there for Moist Esports, but maybe they just wanted the territory. Late claim to a couple of 100 boost. Joyo waits for it, puts the shot on target, easily collected by Twisted Minds.
SMW playing right into Cash's hands though. And it looks like Cash's double tap. It's not go the way that he meant it to. Joyo gets bulldozed, and now that's into the middle. Juicy does well again, but the clear is not something to write home about. More work to be done for Moist. A boost is in a good position for them. Both teams actually
They gotta get the
managing
clear
very
here.
well right now.
SMW with Venom
3v2.
Juicy, and instead,
Let's go the opposite way. It's free.
Joyo lays claim. Moist Esports with their 4th lead. Finally get the game win.
Oh yeah, it looks like Venom was calling bump on the goalie there. That's what made the 3rd man of Twisted Minds move in, but no bump connected. Moist had the easiest goal of the game.
Damn.
After the back and forth. It is Moist with their 4th lead that gets the job done.
Well, give me 6 more games of that, please, and I will be very happy indeed.
True.
I mean, let's go into what we saw out of game number 1, because usually I would turn around to this and just go, okay, well, we're going to see...
Are they going to overcommit here, Secret? No, they're not. Knight
Team
gets the
Secret
ball down.
goes up 3-0.
Oh, that is brutal, the way that KV1 played the psycho.
What do we think, chat? Do we want to watch game 4 of a potential sweep and then switch over to Twisted Minds and Moist, which will probably be a banger? Or do we just go sit in on the banger?
Gladiators, honestly, they've probably surpassed my expectations in terms of how they're playing. Obviously, the scoreboard says 3-0. That's what people are going to see when they look up their results. But I think they've really tested Secret, and this is a side that really could have been taking out Spacestation yesterday.
It's incredibly disappointing, I think, for Gladiators and maybe their fans watching, because in the previous game, they had a couple of opportunities that they let slip.
Yeah.
And then in this game, they had a couple of opportunities that they didn't sink in. So both of them could have gone very different ways, but that's how it goes, especially against a team like Secret.
Sometimes it is how the cookie crumbles, and as you said, Gladiators, they'll be probably thinking about a few moments that they want back. But look at LCT in that game as well. He just fired that shot wide, and then down the other end, the placement from Knight was, I guess it was just that.
Yeah, they're getting started on the channel. Let's go ahead and check it out down there.
Reset. Oh, that was almost so good.
Yeah, SFW is ready to turn and shadow that one. And it's right back into the middle from Juicy's play. Juicy, really for me, the player to watch on Moist, because you know that Joyo and Cash can show up in the big moments, but Juicy took a bit longer to warm up in Boston. Now he's definitely
kicking off on the other channel here as well.
Very strong Twisted Minds roster who are impressing everybody with their performances so far this weekend.
Juicy trying to get rid of it. Crucially gets a second challenge. That's all you ever want, really, when you're trying to get the ball out your side of the field. Just at least trade 1 for 1. If you can get 1 for 2, fantastic. As SMW to the opposite side of the field. Senzo takes control, goes up. Juicy immediately meets him yet again. Juicy is not putting a foot wrong defensively.
Yeah, nice little side view here of the...
I like this angle.
Back and forth.
I really like that third person.
Reserved start to the game than game 1. No goals in the first minute, but this could be what Joyo into the middle is defended by.
Nice save by Senzo.
Juicy on the end of it.
Juicy gets him a demo, though, which may be allowing them to keep in the zone.
Disciplined positions for the most part. Twisted Mind's scoring.
Don't get a real attack, though, so they might be able to see Senzo get the clear.
Continuing to attack quickly with solo plays, quick plays, like you said, those low 50s. They should be something that they go towards, especially against.
Anyone over there for voice? No.
That's the key demo.
That just did?
Venom.
No.
Respect being shown to Joyo there. Senzo had a recovery plan. Another tough read for Moist. In fact, they've almost missed that one. Senzo with a chance. Low 50 is there.
Oh!
And we're talking about it.
Hey, you know what? It doesn't need to be clean. Doesn't need to be pretty.
Look at what Senzo's
just gotta be efficient sometimes. Nice play by Senzo. Literally got everybody in on that play.
You can if you want to. You know you have to go. And for that challenge, as nice as you like, it's just a threat, isn't it? It's just the I can, but I'm not going to, and now you feel silly.
Yeah, definitely a mistake by Moist with the unnecessary double commit. Sometimes you're pretty much guaranteed a clear ball with certain angles of double commits. That one, not so much. They're just both coming in from the same angle, really. So you've got to have a bit more trust in defense. They certainly did in game one.
I was just going to shadow for the time being, but Venom gets there first. Looks for a redirect off the wall, which has seemingly been the play of the game. Game one and this one. Joyo now taking his time. Does have Juicy over to his right. Didn't take advantage of that. Instead, it's now Cash. Can recover actually from there and almost managed to clip the ball. Venom against Joyo. Joyo's got Senzo.
Oh, nice pass!
Utilize the 2v1.
Yeah, really nicely done. So in the last play, Senzo did not pass to the obvious player, and Joyo was actually ready on the backboard. This time, the pass.
All right, Twisted Mind's up 2. If this gets close, we'll come back, since this is a elimination game up over here. Let's see if Gaimin can turn anything up here.
Immediately shut down by KV1.
Oh, huge save from OSM and another bailout there from LCT. Secret still pushing forward. OSM just clearing the ball. Max trying to help out everyone on Gladiators, willing this ball out of their net. But Secret, it might be too much. KV1 again blocked by OSM.
Knight's going to come in to try and keep it pinned there, but good clear out is going to release some of that pressure that Gladiators had been feeling. The shot comes out from LCT. Knight has to beat him to the ball, but it means he can't get the clear at the same time. And
90 seconds left.
Just ticks down now.
Great speed there coming out from Knight. LCT, they are certainly picking up the aggression here, Gladiators. Oh, still can't break the deadlock here. KV1 throws it across. This could be the best chance because the backflips come through. Knight goes 1, goes 2, follow up, that wasted in. Secret, they're just over a minute away from a sweep.
He looks for the left, right, good night, but instead he finds KV1 ready to close.
Twisted Minds, by the way, scores again, up 3-0 on the main channel.
Low scoring game.
Very low scoring, and perhaps the strategy for Gladiators to just lock it out, perhaps bring it to an overtime, but Team Secret, they had other ideas, and now the ball's in Gladiators' court. How do they get back into this one? They need to find a goal, they need to find an opening, but with each demo, with each bump from Secret, it's looking harder and harder to achieve here. Knight again going for the solo plays. Gladiators bumping each other, they've got no boost, they're bumping, they're whiffing, yummy. They're getting desperate.
They are desperate, and they're throwing the kitchen sink, but that's exactly into Team Secret's game plan. They love somebody just diving for a ball, and they'll 50 them out of the game. 47 seconds left. Desperation hours for Gladiators. Surely they don't go down without a fight.
Oh, Max is there, though. Sad has to pop it up. KV1's ready. Sad knows he's got space to work with. OSM throws himself out at no boost. KV1, great speed. LCT, last man. Has to get him out of trouble.
You have 2 pushes here, basically, for Gladiators. First one's to no avail. You got 20 seconds.
They're looking pretty poised.
You got to keep this in the offensive zone at this point.
KV1, who else?
Another one off the crossbar.
It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be easy. There it is. Comes off the corner.
They want to keep this 1-goal lead, this game that's so important.
Demo as well.
5 seconds left. It's breaking the other way. A chance for OSM. Shut down again.
KV1 just clears the ball, almost puts it in off the post.
We almost got another one.
Secret looking as solid as ever. Get their first win of the wild card.
They have secured themselves as the #1 seed coming up from the lower side, the 0-1 side of the bracket, with a 4-0 and their earlier 2-4 result in the first round. So a massive performance from Team Secret.
Gladiators, on the other hand, yet to get their first game win. of the wildcard stage here at Worlds, and they'll have one more crack tomorrow. 0-3 games. That's when they're going to have their best.
That was kind of like what we were talking about with
potentially
complexity,
playing an
right?
SSA team, or maybe elevate. Maybe
Since they allowed a couple,
maybe,
you know, 3 games to be won.
Pioneers. We don't really.
Oh, I guess that was in the 2-0, but they were talking about how like the
certainly
round difference makes a difference.
All right, production, don't show that
We don't have to show the own goal. No, look, they picked it up certainly after game 1, and I think that, as we said, it looks like a 4-0 on paper.
All right, so that's going to be a sweep up there. Team Secret moving on.
Gave them nothing to work with.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a mistake on that first goal from Moist. They panicked when Boost ran out, but it was just, you know, good team play by Twisted Minds in the 2v1. And then a nice solo play.
Switch on over to
the
mainstream. Twisted Minds won game number 2.
Good mix-ups.
So that means now we're going to have best of 5,
like
basically.
They're really going to convince the doubters, although they're fewer by the day, that Middle East is a force to be reckoned with. Middle East, North Africa, a force to be reckoned with at the moment. There's a little bit of a fun fact for you there about Cash. I was playing with camera settings, with close camera settings and high sensitivity. We've seen a lot of not just in-game camera settings, but close in real-life camera settings. With, I think it was SMW sitting right up next to his monitor. These guys love to get close in real life and in-game to get that close up of the other car.
Yo, you got to be up next to the monitor, bro. All right, game 3.
Reminder as well, best of 7s throughout the entirety of the Swiss stage, and both teams will have access to timeouts. No real need to call one for now. Juicy finds himself a little bit too far forward on the play, so he could follow up. That's kind of been an issue a few times here for Moist Esports. They've got players around, they just can't quite gauge how they're supposed to approach afterwards. The challenge and the way the ball is bouncing is always just a little bit wrong for them.
Chance here for SMW, lovely little wall dash there to get that unexpected burst of speed. The attack ends at that. Well played Venom, just slotting it past one man. It's always risky to go for outplays on the infield there, as I'm sure Oxygen will tell you after their loss they've just suffered in match 1 of the day. This is really a good, convincing argument of a 3-team region, if there ever was one. Maybe more right now, coming out of Mina with Falcons and Rule 1. Looking convincing as of late.
I think Mina's looking pretty solid recently.
Parking maneuver there by Venom. Not often you see an aggressive parking maneuver in Rocket League. He just places
Which is why I do think this is going to be a series that goes
the defender, denying any
a
advance.
bit.
And it's a bad clear from Moist. 1-0 Twisted Minds.
Look at how this went down. So
honestly, would be surprised to see Twisted Minds take it, but I would like to see Moist win.
Is hitting the reverse button. And if you know anything about this level of Rocket League, hitting the reverse button is usually a sign that it's not gone very well.
Yeah, he just, you know, drove forward unnecessarily. They're very awkward position, and he had boost as well. So to get a clear, it really does go nowhere. Very disappointing from Cash there. Moist give away a goal. It's far too easy. Now SMW Senzo might be about to do the same thing, but it spills free to Venom. He almost gets to pass Juicy in the counter. Oh, this is a messy game 3 so far defensively for both teams, but will it change anytime soon? That was another team bump there by Twisted Minds, and it's gone in their favor again. It's the second time in a row that they've driven into each other and then had a scoring chance immediately afterwards.
Twisted Minds do a great job of not trying to take the direct route. They're happy just to pop the ball into more difficult spots for themselves to play, as long as it keeps the ball away from Moist Esports. Having a little bit of a look towards the orange side of the field. It was only brief. Off the corner.
Wonder where Weebo and Little Man are.
Behind him, leaves it for his teammate. He was going to try and just drop the ball down.
Yeah.
Well covered there by Moist, but not really a bit of praise that they'd actually... What? Oh my goodness! That was, I'm going to say, too confident.
I mean, good try by Juicy. A brave clear across the goal line there from Venom. Now, where's this one going? It's not the post. Juicy's going to be there to it first. Well, chances at both ends of the field.
Oh, did we not post that we were live in Discord?
Conventional chances at this level.
Very scrappy here in game number 3.
I'm an idiot.
Given the way the last game went, I'd say that's almost a good thing here for Moist. You don't want Twisted Minds to keep that level that they had. You see the shot, Juicy sails by it. Although that's skimmed, kissed the front of the goal, doesn't quite go in. Twisted Minds maintain their 1-goal lead, but Moist Esports will not want to give up this position.
Moist fans are on the edge of their seat from the last one. They've probably all fallen off their chairs by now. They've been so close. And still no goal in 8 minutes of gameplay when we look back at the last game as well.
going to be Juicy's to claim. Still SMW made contact. Cash actually faked it out, so here comes Joyo, passes to Juicy. SMW read that so quickly. Knew that the fake was coming in. A couple of demos, Venom allowing a bit of breathing room now for Twisted Minds, and that's a clean B off the backboard, and Juicy had to make contact.
Yeah, once again, Juicy with important touches in defense, but now he's been taken out of the game. It's Venom against Cash. Good 50 by Cash. Just buy some time for Juicy to respawn. Stop the Twisted Minds' aggressive push. It has been the scrappiest game so far. I think Twisted Minds have gotten away with a couple of mistakes in defense, but you know, so have Moist. So the fact that it's only 1-0 is very surprising.
For me right now, Moist Esports, the second man.
They just don't look very clean right now.
Just never correct.
For me, yeah.
Looks to go past everybody. Cash on the goal
like
line.
Every ball that's getting
you won't beat me.
Just 50
going towards their goal
Moist.
gets at least past the 50 is looking threatening.
A team that scored 4 in game
Not
1.
everyone, but you know what I mean.
Now left, Joyo, 0 boost, wants to go low, didn't have a choice on the matter. SMW not realized how
but they're not being met with a lot of resistance early. Where we saw them kind of do that, even in the first 2 games, especially the one that they won.
Nice.
Game number 1.
Lateral spread by Twisted Minds, covering clears in both angles.
Twisted Mind goes up 2-1 early. That's kind of crazy.
Chaos. And there it is. How can this would work out for them? It's intercepted by Joyo again. Sent back into the mix. Only Venom's got a lot of boost to play with here. Senzo on nothing. Takes it all the way to the Moist end.
And again, Moist Esports can only get one phase of play. The follow-ups are just not happening for them. Running out of time. Joyo, ball taken away. Will be a target man if needed. Juicy and Cash go for it. Nobody will be able to lay claim. Juicy tries to scramble, but there is no chance. And Twisted Minds have got their second game.
A confident pre-jump there from Senzo. How often in the closing seconds on 1-goal leads on land do we see teams turtling up, defending their net, thinking let's just make sure that we hit 0 seconds here with that goal lead intact? No, Senzo shows how it's done. Gets straight into the air and actually makes contact with the ball. Not that he needed to, he's just forcing there. He's just getting up to make Moist make a move. He didn't actually get to make a 0-second goal chance. It is timeout Moist. After 2 games in a row, no goals for them. 2 games in a row for Twisted Minds. That was that was so close to be pending.
We're gonna have a while until we see
the post, but he got it across. So fair play to him. He saw
8 minutes, yeah. So we'll at least be able to have one more full game, and then they're gonna come back on the other channel.
The point you just made as well about how Twisted Minds defended the last few moments there.
Our next matchup over there.
We've seen from them in this series. Obviously, it's a bit easier when you're 3 goals up, but there was
gonna be KCP versus Limitless.
Jumping every single one of those plays from Moist at the end of game 2. So it is interesting to see that they are willing to do that as well on a 1-goal lead. It does sort of speak to not just the level of confidence in their own ability to read the play, but how confident they are if they get it wrong, whoever is back has got them covered.
It's always been the MENA philosophy, and you know, predominantly the philosophy of the Saudi Arabian Rocket League scene is just go. Don't sit back and let the other team dictate the play. Go and do something yourself. So it really does translate well to LAN. We've seen Falcons, you know, with several impressive LANs in the past, and Rule 1 more recently. These are, you know, teams that play very differently as individual players and as teams, but the core philosophy is the same. They always want to have pressure. They always want to have someone going to the ball, forcing the issue.
You know what's crazy? Is it feels like it's already the weekend, and it's only like midday Friday.
Our players, you know, if given time, especially Joyo and Cash, can do wonders with it. So they're going to need to find ways to create time on the ball so that they can thrive.
I think just with going down to
really in the zone like this.
District E to check out 2K League playoffs last night. Obviously, you know, watching some esports like midday today just feels like a weekend.
Attack off the back of that. So, you know, I'm really impressed with the resilience of Twisted Minds. When things have gone wrong, they've just gotten on with it like nothing happened.
For most esports, they do need to mix it up a little bit more, go a little bit more direct with some of the passing plays, because, as you mentioned, this is almost perfect stylistically for Twisted Minds. You've got a team that want to go for the solo outplays against a team that love challenging solo outplays. So if they can go for some direct passing, some booming clears, just open some space up for yourself where it's not quite as obvious, and that pre-jump for Twisted Minds isn't as simple to go for.
Yeah, and, you know, I think it's why
Joyo?
Back to game 1, how we're Moist scoring this board with a low shot under pre-jumping defenders, and then the mind games started.
Imagine you come out and start things off in game 4 just like that.
On the ball, not looking at the next guy coming in to collect the ball after the fake. But yeah, Moist, after that timeout, I think probably just saying to themselves, we're good enough to beat this team. We're good enough to score goals. It's, you know, it does happen every now and then where you just have a difficult passage of play between a game or two. Don't expect to see drastic changes from them. But they do need a good start to kill this Twisted Minds momentum.
Really need this opening goal.
Yeah, it's not like it's
100 boost and then
it's not like Twisted Minds is beating the brakes off of Moist or anything, right? Like
to support the rest of the squad.
It just feels like a couple of mistakes, a couple of rolls go the other way from Moist, and this could even be a 3-0.
A little bit too much follow-up
at this point.
Not entirely sure Juicy required a shadow. As Cash. Oh, Joy almost found it. 3 flip and so close.
And that would have been really, really annoying to deal with for Twisted Minds. So they're delighted to see it. Didn't land. Senzo with another mind game in front of net. 50-50s wide into the corner. SMW now looking to get into the center. Boost runs dry. Looks like Senzo had to go all the way back there to pick up 100. He's back in the play now. Joyo once again looking to collect those midfield plays. He's done well here, but it's denied by Twisted Minds. Yeah, I'm liking Joyo's presence in the midfield. Just breaking rotation every now and then to pick up the pieces, to get that second ball after it bounces off a Twisted Minds player.
Well, scoreline doesn't say everything, but out of the last few games, he has consistently been the last one on the board. And now Cash is in a rough spot. He needs some help. He's got Joyo behind him. Ball pops out. Nice use of the width of the field. Joyo will need somebody to get over, and Juicy has completely misread what was going to be presented to him.
Yeah,
the cam car reminds me a lot of my original Octane I was running for a long time. The purple with the
big dunk. Is he going to recover back to this? No, Juicy will collect.
The dark purple
it, but we're now actually at
with the
12 minutes. No Moist goals.
Rainbow Trail.
When is that one going to come? I feel like after they get one goal, they're just going to remember, okay, yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we put it between the posts. It looks like it's going to be Twisted Minds. Oh, no, Senzo skies an open net. That was, I think, at least partially open.
It was worth a go. It was definitely worth a go on target. And maybe even a misplay from Twisted Minds is enough to get Moist Esports up and running. Joyo stealing reset.
Ooh.
Far too tricky with that play. Senzo decided to just go straight to the ball. Now the bump attempted, not gonna work. Good positioning though here from Moist Esports. The most offense we've seen from them. Joyo beat clean. Cash just lays it over to his teammate who's got time to work with. Pass to Juicy. They really want that passing play to work. It's been unchallenged a few times, but the execution is off.
Yeah, Moist have had some
They've been close a couple times, but
this is much better from them. Putting the pressure on Twisted Minds. Here comes Twisted Minds again. They've got the passing option. Venom uses it as a distraction. Moist have stopped him short of anything really getting started. Joyo once again finding success with his solo plays, but only to get past that first man. Joyo,
what a passing play! That was beautiful.
After almost 14 minutes without a
goal.
Look
at this thing.
Moist remember how to score, and look at that pass by Juicy, a little stealing pitch center ball.
Sheesh.
They just swapped roles. Joyo to Juicy wasn't working, so why not work with Juicy to Joyo? 1-0 Moist Esports, and the drought has been lifted.
And will the floodgates open now? Fine game in defense by SMW. It's 50-50 as well. Really a lackluster game from Twisted Minds with chances, but there's another one. Senzo making up for it earlier.
Oh! What a response!
Unfortunate for Moist. Not really much they can do there. Senzo just mind games Cash and then forces it into Joyo, who had no idea what was happening in front of him. He just had to jump and hope. But hope wasn't enough. It's in their net.
But I want to give full credit to Senzo there, because what's the worst that can happen? If he goes for the outplay, every chance Moist Esports can then play the speed of the ball to the opposite side of the field. If he takes it like that, fakes it, and then challenges, the worst that happens is he's waiting for somebody to try and follow up in front of the goal. It's brilliant mind games from Senzo. What a Rocket League IQ.
Yeah, it's been working all series long. Just these mind games in front of net. Moist have panicked several times. This is another chance for them. Looks
nice
like
save.
Team pitch clearing the ball there for Moist. Only as far as Venom. He wants the center ball. It's too slow to really be too much of a threat.
There's two different shots that they sent both players back at it. The net really lets you know where Moist's head is at right now.
But the shot is directly at Joyo.
They got to make sure they can get this clear, man. Relieve this pressure.
Play to the opposite side of the field, or Senzo gets his own.
Nice.
unfortunately won't this
Nice.
time. Off the backboard. Venom had to respond quick. Juicy takes the shot. And Venom is equal to it yet again, but Moist Esports won the final opportunity to go to them. It's actually off for miss, and we will go to overtime for the second time.
And what a critical game this is for Moist. Timeout has been used. They do not want triple match point against them. No one does, but especially in these circumstances. They'll feel like this game got away from them. Nice recovery by SMW. He's bumped away from the double tap. And Juicy covers any potential follow.
I mean, they might even feel like the last game went against them, considering the way they conceded was...
All right, chat, they're back on the other channel.
Their best. Juicy retreats back. So much of Moist's actual successes come from the passing plays, just spreading out laterally.
I think we're gonna still probably stay primarily over here.
Can Moist find another one of those? Juicy pops the ball only as far as Senzo.
And hope that series goes long over there with Limitless and
moving on in. Senzo again, he might have some options. Instead, they're going to back down.
Pioneers.
Yeah, Senzo just stole the boost there and left the ball for his teammates. Fake call there by SMW, but nobody behind him ready for it as Cash accepts the one possession donation, and that's not the clear angle that Twisted Minds need to be using. Straight at Moist. Moist haven't really done too much with it either. They've allowed Twisted Minds in here. Juicy just trying to keep the ball in the back corner. Has eventually gone center, and Joyo with a mind game in defense to take it into the Twisted Minds end. A very defensive line there from Twisted Minds, giving Moist the midfield, showing that they've got some adaptations of their own.
Twisted Minds keep going for the fakes. Moist Esports just have to resist that urge to hit the jump button.
Side flip.
Oh.
Senzo, well, yeah, he does side flip. Nobody around for Moist, but this might be their opportunity.
Nice pass to Juicy.
Puts the ball wide, but Moist Esports
Juicy gets a second touch.
Left, and instead SMW
I should get a clear here.
Yeah, it looks like this
Try it though.
Appearing to be more of a nerve-wracking game as Senzo just side flip there under no pressure. He's up very early here. Joyo just shoots it past him. It's a double commit for Twisted Minds. Senzo pre-jumping with...
They don't have anybody. I was going to say they have no boost to the tank. Juicy puts it in. Oh, SMW with the huge save.
In the way of it. And Cash thinks better of trying to turn around. He had the boost. Just did not have the confidence. Never car for a moment there. Now Joyo, backboard.
There it is.
Juicy.
Oh, what's
Damn.
Kept out. Now
Twisted Minds about to go up 3-1.
Midfield
Triple match point.
Belongs to Moist Esports. Now
Moist still has the ball.
Tries yet again. Find a little bit of success.
Twisted Minds still struggling on boost side, man. SMW's the only one that's got more than the pad.
Who's gonna follow?
No one has a boost. No boost.
Was just too big.
Damn.
Oh, that's the key moment of this series.
But let's go,
boys.
Moist.
Flip reset 50-50 by Cash to then give himself a follow-up. He did not need any help putting that one into the net because he planned ahead. He knew that they were going to stop that first try, so he leaned back, got his flip, and then put the ball into the open net. What a goal to tie the series. Twisted Minds made it difficult for them at the end there, but Moist looked dangerous, and they'll feel like that was a deserved win.
And that puts this series right
to a best
back
of
in
three,
the balance.
baby.
That one overtime could be what we go and look back on when it comes to deciding who won this. But I love this switch up here from Moist Esports. We saw so many attempts at the outplays. It was not working.
All right, that turns this into a best of three.
It worked out a lot more.
Something tells me this game probably still starts before Limitless and KCP.
Deliver the news about what Twisted Minds have just done.
Twisted Minds calling timeout after just the one goal loss there in game 4, but I think that shows experience from this team you'd expect to be coming in with not really too much of an idea of how to play at this level on an RLCS international stage, at least not compared to the veterans, especially Joyo on Moist, but they've called a timeout after just one game loss. I think they know that was a pivotal moment there. That was a big swing of momentum. And instead of letting Moist roll with that victory straight into...
Stop picking your nose! The camera's on you!
Just put the brakes on them for a couple minutes.
I want to talk very quickly as well about Moist Esports and how that seems to be a massive improvement over what we have had over the past few months from them, where they've kind of been the team where catastrophe leads to catastrophe. And the way that series was going, it kind of felt like it was just going to run away from them yet again. But off that timeout, they come in, play much better, get the win. That narrative can maybe start to shift now, because we just have not seen that from them in so long.
It was an interesting game because I do feel like Twisted Minds played a little bit more defensively, and you know, sometimes calling a timeout in Rocket League can do more for changing your opposition's playstyle than your own. I don't really know if Moist changed all that much after the timeout. They just, you know, had a lot of Joyo on the ball, threatening flip resets, and they did see a lot of midfield pressure. So maybe Twisted Minds expected too much of a
Joyo
change
chilling?
from Moist and made unnecessary adaptations to their own game. We saw plenty of Senzo jumping into the midfield with early challenges, but SMW
What do we think then? Do we go Overwatch game 1?
Reserved performance in game 4, and I think that's not something you want to see from them. You want to see them using their mechanics, using their speed, using their efficiency.
We just saw the admin checking the watch. It is time for game number 5. Who is going to lay claim to double match point in a very important round of this Twist stage? You get through this, you got 3 lives and only 1 win required. You lose this, you're kind of sent in with the Sharks with everyone that's at 1-1.
Yeah, there's going to be some teams everyone wants to avoid coming up there with Team Secret. I think looking very impressive yesterday against Spacestation despite taking it out. Oh, that's not the touch that
that's
Moist
not the
need
start
right now.
you
In
want,
fact,
though.
It's not a touch at all. One Earth happen here. Juicy's been stellar today in defense. I think maybe he's thinking about how to secure the boost and the ball in two minds, perhaps.
Yeah, probably.
Forgot that the ball's definitely the priority there. You can't let that one bounce.
I just say that his mind got a little bit twisted.
Okay.
You're not going to give me that one at all, are you?
I thought I was giving it to you with silence there, just silent appreciation.
I don't think that's how it works. I'm sorry. No way, Twisted Mind. They will take what they are given, and it was a gift. Cash. Oh my goodness, what a play.
It's always a tough spot to be in as a caster, right? You're like...
Cash is so good at just reading the animation of the flip forward. He just understands the exact timing of when he's going to catch the ball. He's now in yet again and wiped out for his troubles. There are demos everywhere here for Twisted Minds. As Venom just slows the play down. No boost.
I feel like the second
I love it.
acknowledgement, let everybody bask in the moment. It's the best way to do it.
Cash almost scoring a triple tap, but yeah, Venom had no boost, so he did not have any intention of trying to go for a
maybe you could chuckle when you come back in, you know?
Show Moist, hey, look at me, I've got the ball on top of my car, I'm going to flick it, just kidding, low 50-50. So he's even
Limitless on the board first
to bait the challenge. And speaking of low 50-50s, that one's led to an unmissable shot. SMW with the single jump pop on target. And Moist have to see that one coming. What is Cash doing on the outside of the ball there? That's just not the angle you need if you're trying to play it safe. Twisted Minds 2-0 and easily, if I might add.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't had to outplay for either of them, really. Moist Esports.
All right, I had to put away my chip. My bad ass just went
trying
to
to
beat
get
them.
back in once Twisted Minds had a 2-goal lead, 3-goal lead. Well,
all right.
It's the exact same storyline as game number.
Chat, let's go sit in on the other game here. It's 1-0.
Pioneers. A few games yesterday, Limitless, but they did score
This is
goals
game number 1,
against
too.
G2, a couple of them, in fact.
Game number
the
1.
Was in the end, lost 5-2. So we know they're capable.
As well.
Capable here, certainly. Hunter has to be aware. That one was...
Great job.
Remember, B-Stream today is all 0-1 teams?
He's in his own corner. Just wants to make sure that Pioneers can't come forward with too much time on their side.
Really good job from Snowy, just taking that ball away. Banana Head cuts rotation, just to keep the ball on the blue side. Is there anything here? Hunter not able to find a pump or get back to it. His teammates are in charge of keeping the ball in play.
Ooh, there's a pass here towards Darth. He's found as well, and he scores it. 2-0 Limitless.
Darth getting it done here. They find the seam up
Well
the side.
done.
Banana Head a step too late to the
Limitless
challenge.
up
Hunter
2-0,
so much
baby.
ground to cover to get to the ball. Tackling in the open field, got to be one of the hardest things to do in just about any sport where that's allowed. And Limitless sneak on through.
The Limitless composition is certainly working to die for, trying to pick those passes out to his left and to his right. When he has players in front of him, more than capable of finding them. Pioneers are seeing a sub-Saharan African problem in front of them. How do they deal with this? Another shot saved from Banana Head. Scrubs up, but the pass goes nowhere. There's to die for again, putting more pressure on Pioneers.
Twisted Minds now up 4-0 on the other channel, chat.
On top and looking comfortable, but it's a long way to go yet. Leads evaporate in an instant. We saw that yesterday with the Crew G1 series, up 2 in a very similar situation, and that game ran away from them. Shall see if Limitless is able to find a way to continue success here in game one as Scrub needs a little bit of help with that demo coming through in the middle of the box. Shot on target, delayed to die for out to the corner.
And what we're seeing from Limitless is that despite being a very large fish in their pond back home, they are more than capable of doing the dirty work and just hanging back on their own goal line. Being brutally defended from Scrub around the corner. How's he
I thought I was going to be able to at least scoop that thing out.
Scrub just makes the car as big as possible on this bounce around the corner. Says, don't let it go. Keep it around there. Just bounces it off the wall a few times. Pinball, nothing wrong with being the bumper. Just gets it off the post and goes right in.
Enough, perhaps, to wake up the Pioneers in this opening game. Scrub has brought them back into it, but the kickoff is favorable for Limitless to die for around the corner. Scrub with Darth in his way, gets it over him. Here's Banana head to die for. Backflips there. It's going to go just wide. Tadaifor is able to at least try and keep this one going. Pioneers warming up.
That's a good pass. Nice save.
Tadaifor there in the goal line gets a massive save. Banana head's turn this time, but Darth defended the backboard well and might even get a counter. It's going all the way until Scrub saves.
Great bit of passing there from Pioneers. You're really seeing them try and work really hard and get that ball into some good scoring positions. Love to see Limitless able to hang on tight there. Still a long way to go. 40 seconds can feel like an eternity if, again, you get pressed back. And that time winding down, you know Pioneers are going to bring the house here pretty soon.
Limitless are pushing on further forwards, though. Another shot from Tadaifor. The player can certainly generate some power with that Fennec. It's Banana Head. He's closed down by Darth. Limitless not playing scared at all, charging Pioneers down every time they can. So close to a series lead. It's tantalizingly near right now. Banana Head, he goes high to the ceiling. One more chance maybe is being warmed up. The musty flick can turn into something if he can get the second touch, but no, he can't, and it's in the corner.
Really wanted to see if he had it all the way there, but he's not done yet. Hunter with the flippery step.
Oh,
the defense. Worm his way into the lower right side. You thought maybe
Damn, let's go Hunter.
Oh, the demo, absolutely massive there. But Hunter still had a lot of work to do. The catch and then the decision to take it into the bottom corner when the despairing dive of the Limitless goalkeeper had already sent him high. 1 second left. We'll probably have OT, but there might be some drama before then. Look to die for.
Okay.
Not quite able to.
Chad, this is going to overtime, and on the other channel, we're now 3-4 with Moist down by just 1 goal with 35 seconds left, 37 seconds left.
Only had a minute to work with. Able to get the job done, and Limitless, a frustrating game one to start to feel, to slip away, especially now that Pioneers starting to really get some good passes as that one goes hard off the backboard. They clear it straight into Banana Head, and thankfully a little bit of space here for Tadaifor, and there you see him change the pace, recognize the space. Scrub closing the gap quickly, and Limitless just trying to see if they can break out.
Banana Head with the pinch that's not quite effective, and Snowy's coming in
Pass
now
ahead.
on the backboard. Scrub gets the read towards Hunter. Banana Head's chasing it down. Darth does his best to get in the way. So for a second or two, but Banana Head will have an opportunity.
Darth got the Madden lead to him.
No one's there supporting him though, Achieve. Scrub is in the
Oh,
end.
no!
And Pioneers complete the turnaround.
Crazy game one. Banana Head able to finally sneak through to die for Snowy. A good challenge, but you saw Banana Head rotate that car back, delay a second touch, and through Snowy's head.
I mean, I love to see it for Pioneers. Big Pioneers fan, but
there from the Pioneers.
y'all know I got me a soft spot for SSA. That's tough.
Frustrating for Limitless, though. Unfortunate.
But guess
Huge
what?
Game from Tadaifor.
This went to overtime. We're about to see overtime in that game that we pulled away from earlier.
Who are loitering, waiting.
In game number 5, they were up 4-0, I think. 3-0 for sure.
Who's going to give another?
And if Moist can pull this back in game number 5
it might be
and win this in overtime, nice fake, faking. They've got numbers if they can field this off the hood.
They have a chance in this. And Senzo, who has been rock solid this series, is now making mistakes. They try the infield yet again. Joyo tries to just go back. Neither of these teams want to give up a freebie. Venom pops the ball on, but Joyo keeps control.
Oh, that's a nice outplay by Joyo. And, you know, at Twisted Minds, flopping around in defense.
Juicy doesn't have any boost,
the
man.
ball in the middle. You never
Good play
know
for
what's
15
gonna
boost, though. Get up on the wall and at least delay the clear. Actually allows him to keep the attack alive.
But visually as well.
Oh, Joyo!
Pre-jump not necessary. Venom with the quick recovery.
And Venom wipes out the follow-up. Senzo with control. It's actually a late comeback here from Venom, who has now had the ball passed over to him. Tried to pinch it. That doesn't quite work. Well, I like that Twisted Minds aren't letting it get to them. They're still going for some creativity.
I feel like they might have let it get to them. Just some point in this game.
I'm trying to find some positives here, my friend.
Twisted Minds, you got their minds in a twist, but can they recover? Double commit would suggest no. Cash for the pop middle. This, you know, this is just about solidifying a hold on. Okay, Moist have shut the door on what would have been another horrendous goal to concede. Can Twisted Minds do likewise? It's on target, so you never know, but Senzo gets the easy rookie goalie save.
Off the wall, Cash. Oh, he's not got up! And SMW!
Nice save, or nice goal there from Twisted Minds.
They have got the win! And they'll wonder how on earth it was.
I mean, we've been doing watch parties throughout the season.
To be fair, SMW shooting behind Cash, who was really expecting a near post shot there. Yeah, I think they know they got away with one there.
People stream watch parties all the time,
to
be fair.
Going the way of Moist.
I don't remember the last time I've seen that. It feels like...
How you doing, though?
Is
nice to see you.
I'm racking my brain. I'm going to say... what would it have been? Fusion qualifiers, Sandrock Gaming were 4-0 up against...
We're going that far back, all right.
They were 4
with a different format.
4-0 up against... I'd say it was a team with Ocelon. I forgot the rest. Sorry, Ocelon. Yeah, I think they lost...
All right, we're going to go and switch back over to... B-Stream here.
Down the corner and achieves. It's all been Pioneers for the last minute or so.
Really solid game 2 from Pioneers. I think they really dialed in where they wanted to approach in game 1. And now they're just saying, look, rinse and repeat. You have to make Limitless show you that they can make the adjustment, find some way to start breaking back out.
Big chillin', man. Big chillin'.
That's the next big test here for them. As Pioneers, that's a great pass and no one ready for it.
Yeah, but
I'll be honest, that's the first one I had heard on RLCS. I knew on Valorant you did. We always do our watch parties over here for Apex too.
Snowy puts paid to that and sends it right back down. This one's coming down dangerously. Hunter is on the backboard well. Darth's turn this time. Tadaifor tries to take out Banana Head, can't quite do so. Tadaifor is still there. If he can beat Scrub, then maybe Limitless are in business.
I'll definitely look into it, though.
Despite the better start from Pioneers, another touch comes in. Hunter.
I know that's why we kind of stopped doing VCT for a while.
With some very speculative positioning there, he followed that play all the way up the middle with no boost. As Scrub goes right side, he will get turned aside on the goal line, but a demo will keep Pioneers on the offensive side of things. Snowy having to play the ball backwards and maybe a little bit rushed considering his positioning as Banana Head drills a challenge off the backboard. Snowy, uncontested, ends up dripping one down into the middle for Hunter, and Limitless are just trying to
I mean, I know it gets tagged for like the music and stuff, but the music stuff that's allowed
completely
on
just trying to hold out
YouTube.
Pioneers for as long as they can, and this is testament to the improvement Pioneers have made mechanically.
I mean, we watched all the Spring Major over here
maybe they've overextended
and did some other stuff, so I don't wonder if it's just one of those things where maybe had some trolls
Limitless, the counter attack
reported or whatever. I don't know. I'll look into it though.
The same done to them.
I do agree. I very much
Tadaifor gets there. Tadaifor get the next touch, maybe if he had the boost.
Like watch with the community and stuff.
That is the problem. The resources just not there for Limitless.
Really like to see Darth dive and try and keep this one on the orange.
Seems like Pioneers have been able to figure out Limitless's offense.
There, Snowy just a step late. Darth,
which is unfortunate.
And a really nice touch.
Limitless look good out the gates, but Pioneers really locking in.
Yesterday with those saves onto his own backboard, and then getting the next touch to dive for. Scrub puts it in the middle. Snowy pushes it downwards. Limitless are getting these clearances. The Pioneers so far aren't falling into the earlier trap of overcommitting. Hunter's backflips on his own goal line, but then manages to make up for it by going to the back.
Watch party, yeah, watch party. Yeah.
Banana Head. Snowy's getting involved, and Limitless are starting to turn this game around now.
Definitely starting to get away from their own half, at least for some extended stints. Not a lot of offense, but the ball is moving towards that midfield a little bit more often than it was at the start. Attempted air dribble bump. Snowy can't square it up, and the shot doesn't have the pace to beat the defense.
He just snatched at it.
Do you have a like favorite Rocket League team, or like a favorite that you would like to see
on the cusp of 2-0 in the series to die for?
Qualify from Wildcards?
Scrub's going long. Darth waiting underneath it.
Unfortunately, two of my favorites are facing off right now, so that's the sad.
Staying grounded, not rushing things. But you're right, Achieves. They just have to keep the ball in the orange half.
One of these teams is going to be one step closer to being sent home tomorrow.
Seeing if he can find some way through that midfield defense.
Well, sent home after today, and then be a step closer to be potentially sent home tomorrow.
All over them. They want to make sure they secure their own corner boost as well. It's been a very difficult game in terms of boost control for Limitless to stay with plays. Got to give a huge credit to Pioneers.
Twisted Minds up 2-0 on mainstream, champ.
To limit Limitless's options.
We have one more option in the final 25 seconds. So far, it's Pioneers who have managed to wrestle the initiative right back from Limitless. And they were getting on top. Banana Head wants to kill it right here, but Tadaifor kicked over the top of Scrub. Unfortunately for him, Hunter was back. Good read from Hunter. Now into the corner. The second touch is there. Scrub could be chasing it, but Pioneers, they're staying vigilant, they're staying disciplined, not making any mistakes.
Good pass with a bump.
Snowy passes to Tadaifor.
They just don't have anything.
It can.
Hold
Darth
on.
is there. He might have
Darth?
a chance.
Middle.
Where's the touch? He couldn't get the read.
Damn,
and
bro.
They take their 1-0, and they are more than happy with that.
And you saw Darth again. What was the one similar factor to the rest of the game? He's having to make that.
All right, let's go back over to what could potentially be the last game here. Twisted Mind's up 3-0, so unless Moist is able to pull something off, which is crazy because wasn't Twisted Minds technically the lower seed yesterday? And probably would have been considered the underdog in this as well. And now they're one series away from going to the main event. Well, the group stage. I guess it is the main event, right?
Obviously getting their win earlier on. Juicy, Ulti went so early this time. She's still loitering. What's really impressed me is Twisted Minds playing the ball on the half rotation back. They just always come from an area that most esports can't see them.
Oh yeah,
it's just catching them out.
We've seen, you know, a lot of very encouraging signs from Twisted Minds.
So that means probably what? They'll more than likely be playing Complexity, right?
Nervous looking plays. Yeah, if we just put aside.
No, because Complexity's going to have the lowest amount, so they'll probably be playing the highest.
Very convincing plays to write home about, some decisive goals being created, some extremely confident challenges. You know, when you look at the play style and the game plan, it looks like the full package. Cash is just, I think he's just ran out of momentum there, but it's back into the middle.
I mean, unless
SMW catches it.
Winning in Game 6 is the higher of the two if you have 2 Game 6s and 2 Game 7s, I guess.
5 on the clock. They've had offensive pressure. Senzo leaves it, and even the fake out is not going to work for Moist Esports. Now Juicy with a pre-jumping Joyo, and even
only tough thing for Twisted Minds is they did drop a game to.
Looks for the backward pre-jump there from
they've got
there first.
They did drop a game to KCP as well.
Patience for Moist, working out this time. Cash dropping it down. Joyo coming in from an angle that gives them plenty options in front of him. Timing is key for Moist.
Limitless calling a timeout, by the way, over on the B stage.
Nice kickoff for them, but Juicy couldn't meet it. Usually pretty happy if you lose that ball back corner.
Kind of typical after losing 2.
As well. Venom takes the ball away from the oncoming player, but Cash actually had it red. Moist Esports will need a goal with at least a second on the clock.
Oh, well played by Senzo. That's wasted a lot of those seconds.
Off the backboard, Senzo to put the series away. And it looks like he's done exactly that.
Senzo.
All right. Well,
aggressively.
I had Complexity and Moist as my 2.
Not the nervous sit back to
3-0 advancements. Obviously, it's not going to happen for Moist. Complexity can still do it.
Have led from start to finish in Game 6. They're going to keep
not looking too promising after Oxygen, though.
Lesson learned from Twisted Minds. With a 3-goal lead, 10 seconds on the clock. For anyone that once thought MENA was a one-team region, they've got 3 powerhouses on the world stage, marching on to the next round.
Twisted Minds.
And not only that, with
going to be in the top side of the bracket on day 3.
G2
on the high side of the bracket, I should say, sorry.
Who can remain
That's crazy.
undefeated by the end of today. Falcons play later on against Crew, so if they can get the dub there, that would
honestly,
be
that too, that would be pretty sick. Yeah.
Wow. Twisted Minds, the spring second seed from MENA.
Imagine MENA just really steps up
this from Boston. Moist
major. That'd be really sick.
EU. That's a result.
How you doing today, Danielle?
But that, I mean, it's just another example of Middle Eastern talent. It wasn't the cleanest series, but they got the job done. And in the last 5 games, they took 4 of them. So
GG's to Crew.
That finish.
Great bit of timing.
Let's go ahead and switch on up to Limitless versus Pioneers here.
The entirety of his half. He is all alone.
Limitless used their timeout after they went down 2 games to nothing.
Somewhere with power.
And we just saw their goal, first goal of the game.
Pioneers are laughing.
Oh, I'm chilling.
One or two more Limitless goals, and they'll start to feel a little bit more frustrated, you would wager, as Hunter tries
Getting
to
ready
down
to
Scrub.
start off a pretty
He's
busy
waiting underneath.
weekend.
Great
Little
first
man's
touch from
birthday
him, and a
weekend. We
huge
got family
demo
in
from
town and
Hunter.
stuff.
Scrub. Well, can he get the second one?
Oh, that's a quick response from Banana Head.
2-1 Pioneers.
Huge aggro from Banana Head.
We're gonna have family in town, so it's gonna be nice and relaxing.
We'll play the 2-on-1. I think I can
Have
outmuscle
some,
Darth.
some
and thankfully
funsies.
Didn't actually have to. Darth was not able to find a touch there following that play around his back.
Went down to DC to check out NBA 2K League playoffs yesterday.
Pioneers respond.
It was a long night, but it was a lot of fun.
An instant lead return for them. You can see why they were.
We got VCT starting up on Sunday.
Dive for Hunter. There's a question.
Great time
being
for
asked him. First
esports.
touch, actually,
I love this
impeccable
time of year.
From within his own goal line, put it in the perfect position.
Ooh, and another one.
Then chased it down again. Snowy's rotating out wisely. Banana Head up against Darth. Darth wins, and Hunter is going to be charged down by Snowy. Snowy has the read. He wants to get the redirect. Scrub knew what was happening, and Scrub said no.
Yeah, Scrub doesn't care who's trying to take that shot. They know better at this
or his
point.
own teammate, apparently.
It's like, nope, we don't let anyone try and hit that.
Into the center where Darth is awaiting. Banana Head's first touch above him. Snowy's taken out the game. Difo may be about to have the same thing happen to him, but he's not. He's won that challenge. Now Hunter up against Difo.
Oh.
Hunter just got it far away enough. That could have been dangerous, and now they can come back down the other end.
Oh, they make it 3-1.
Defense into brilliance in the blink of an eye.
Damn, man, I really wanted to see Limitless be able to put up a fight here, bro. It just
we were watching there for Limitless, they really thought to die for was going to keep going for the challenge.
I wanted this
there,
to be a
and
deep
to
series
Die For
because I
stopped
would
playing
really
the
like to
ball
see
and
both
started
of
to go
these
for the
teams
demo,
advance, even
and
though I don't
Limitless
think.
wasn't all on
I
the
think it's
same
gonna be a
page,
tough
and you saw what
fight
happened.
for
Hunter
both of
just
these
kept
teams to
cutting the
advance
ball, bringing
out of
it back
wild
down
cards.
the other way, and Limitless scrambling to recover. Concede, and this time the bump comes through. Huge block.
It almost just seems like Valiant looks a little better than Limitless,
clears it away.
which is kind of weird.
Got the finishing there from Limitless. Maybe in hindsight, you wish you'd gone to above the goal for the double tap. Maybe you hit it a bit more power.
Like, we definitely saw back before they got signed to Valiant, French class. You know, we saw them closing the gap all spring long, but.
Hunter is. Ooh, Difo just bypassed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You love to see Difo start this dribble. You can see how deep
that his
Hunter
second
is here,
for the
so
game?
He says, look, I'm going to go quick, and Hunter kind of stops himself on the corner to see if he can react. And he turns around, and Difo says, you just gave me the space, man. I'm just going to rip this 45-degree shot at you in the net. And Pioneers absolutely cooked on that one.
Two teams have been giving each other a little bit of space to play with, and now it's starting to backfire as the game becomes more grounded. Dribbles become ever more important. Difo, whoa, he got one extra touch that Darth didn't want. Darth goes flying. Hunter this time is in the air to get the air dribble bump. Can he land it? Not quite. To Difo from the backboard did enough. Just send that ball sideways, but that pass wasn't ideal. And now Snowy, he can get involved in the conversation. Banana Head tries to whisk it past all the Limitless players, and they are going for these redirects, often achieves.
He's either going for the redirect or he was maybe trying to hit a bump. I'm not sure. Because the line he took, I'm not sure if he would have actually hit the ball, but either way, Limitless, you like to see them at least be in a few more positions. Definitely feels like they're still getting pushed a little bit onto their own half more often than not, but it does feel here in this game the boost at least somewhat more even. And Limitless take a lot of space here.
I mean, they've been able to push up into the offensive zone here, right? But whenever they do start to actually like send shots on the net, it just
to get that ball back to the Pioneers half.
they need more oomph on them,
He
chat.
has great first touch.
Come on to die for.
Oh, I love
Oh!
Dodges it.
Never mind. Who needs oomph when you can just be fancy and just absolutely dump on the whole team?
They know I got something.
Oh,
and you can
my
see him angle his
goodness.
nose upward. He's like, here it comes. Here it comes. And then he just let it bounce.
He even turned down the wave dash to keep his car far away enough to get some power
Wow.
on it. Beautiful finish there.
That was a great mind game there from To Die For. Huge moment, but a long way to go yet. Still down 2 in the series. Got to find a way to win this game. But sometimes it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it. Sometimes it takes one really nice play from your teammate and everybody else on your team comes online. So
All right.
was that the
Come on,
moment
boys. Let's turn this
for
thing around.
Darth wants to get this ball as far away from his goal as he can, and he does into the center. Hunter was in the perfect position, though, waiting for it. Now he's challenging it, tracking it, watching it all the way, beginning to hunt down these Limitless players. Nothing for now, though. Banana Head tries to punch that one home. It's going to go just wide. Scrub follows it in, though, and it's 4-3.
Couldn't quite find the clear here. Scrub picks it off. Snowy, that's a great challenge, but to dive for, I think expecting that ball to go up the pitch, didn't really see it coming
This
back.
isn't good, man. Starting to see it on Snowy's face.
Over his back shoulder off the wall.
Starting to see it on to dive for, too.
Put in a dagger with 20 seconds.
You can see now why the smiles are on their faces. They've been a little bit timid recently compared to their early major times Pioneers. But they're enjoying this one, at least for now, and if they can hold for the next 10 seconds. Limitless.
Whoa.
What else do they have in the tank? Snowy into the corner to dive for already up. Good pre-jump. Darth is there.
Come on, Darth.
Does he have the fantastic finish?
Oh!
Not quite. He's already scored a wonder goal as to die for, and he almost got a huge assist there. But it looks like that chance going begging is going to almost end the Limitless fight in this series.
Another one comes back to bite him for Limitless. You thought for a second.
Damn, man.
Working hard. 5 shots, 2 saves, 1 assist, 2 goals. That was a huge game from him. But boy, when you needed the big double tap from Darth, just could not square it up. It's been tough to find good shooting opportunities. And I will say, Pioneers, they're not giving them the freebies, right?
No,
it's
not
like,
at all.
Yeah, we're
like,
gonna
they're
say
working
Darth
for it,
right?
but
it's not like that's a gimme. That's a half chance at best. It's like it's gotta be perfect.
The fact that we expected Darth to score that is testament to how well Limitless are playing and how much they belong on stages like this one, in matches like this one against Pioneers, you know, because those are the sorts of goals that you expect to see at this level of Rocket League, and Sub-Saharan Africa are now playing at that level of Rocket League achieves.
And it was
what if they were to take the
Oh,
minor regions, the minor regions, the regions that don't get the guaranteed spots for Worlds anyways, and for the majors, put them in like a qualifier.
It's not been
I guess because you'd be presenting a lot of people, that'd be seeing a lot more people to land.
You're like, let's just give them nothing. They're going to have to come beat us. And
for sure.
They almost did there in Game 3, but not meant to be. The road is as long as possible now here for Limitless. Got to win 4 straight. It's got to be a consistent, capable, and execution-heavy 5 minutes if you want to find success here for Limitless. And Pioneers,
all right, come on, Limitless.
You just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are finding the right challenge timing in the box to stymie
at least just get you some
counter. And you're taking away enough boost to make it tough for them to convert some of those chances out of the midfield. This is looking more and more like Pioneers. They just kind of keep them at arm's length the whole way throughout.
You're going to be sick of us saying it, but there has never been a reverse sweep.
Have some fun at the
RLCS
Fest, huh?
Maybe, just maybe, this is the time we'll
This would
see
be
one.
quite one.
This would be quite one. This would be, I think only Stacks casting could make that happen,
true.
Cheese. I don't quite have that magic. Maybe you do as well, I'm not sure, but I know I don't. But anyway, Limitless, they have been performing. They've been playing well. Pioneers, I'm very happy and very impressed at their professional performance as well.
Yeah, love to see the consistent show from Pioneers. A little bit of regain from yesterday in Twisted Minds. Feels good to come out here and feel like you played a solid series of Rocket League, but the job's not done yet. You still got to close it out. As we'll see if Scrub can do just that. Dumped into the middle, Banana Head trying to just jam one through a couple defenders, and Hunter just wanting to control the ball and delay the counterattack as long as possible. Buys time for Banana Head and Scrub to reset here in the midfield, and here comes the attack one more time for the Pioneers.
Great touch there from Scrub, almost the same over Snowy again. Not quite, so now we can rotate out and let in Hunter, who takes the unexpected shot. And everyone expected that one to be sunk after it hit the post.
That should have been a
the
goal.
read wasn't quite there.
Hunter definitely not expecting that one to bounce back at him.
Coffee in the morning,
sure.
copy.
Maybe a flip reset over one. Ooh, little help, and again, Banana Head met nicely by Snowy. Limitless just pushing Pioneers away from the goal line, but unable to find any real space to clear the ball.
Snowy booms it as far as he can, just trying to clear some space in front of the Limitless goal. It's looking a little bit more like game 2 than games 1 and 3 right now, with Pioneers completely and utterly on top. Maybe Limitless's fight. Let's just tuck it out for a little while. And that is, of course, credit to Pioneers, the way they faced this challenge. But Darth does come in, opens things up just a little bit, but a great touch from Banana Head. Hunter's in the air. It could be exquisite if he can finish this one. Not quite to be on this occasion, though.
Those are the real testers, you know, when you smash that ball out of the midfield and you got to really stretch to hit that double tap. I would not be surprised to see Hunter hit one of them. He's definitely been on a couple of nice trajectories for him if he gets another opportunity in this tournament. placement may well drop for him. Ball in front. Snowy seeing he has time. 50's Hunter and chipped around one to die for. Gonna make him work for his meal, and it will get covered up by Snowy on the line.
Yeah, Snowy, wonder save right there. And for all the world that Pioneers are about to take the lead. Not quite to be Snowy there. Still may happen. Hunter
on the global stage, SSA doesn't really get a lot of respect yet.
Up against Limitless. Banana here
Valiant stole one against Power earlier.
Who's going to be the first Pioneer just to make this happen?
Yeah.
Because it does seem like a goal for the Aussies is on the way.
Ripped on target from the top of the box.
They've had a couple of really close games.
Misdirection spotted by Limitless. Soft clear could be danger and cleared away to die for, diving off the backboard. The press is still here for Pioneers, battering down the doors, and finally they'll kick it off its hinges.
It has been coming, and it's
perfect. You can really see it on Snowy's face, bottom left over here. It has changed so much from games 2 to 4. That's tough.
Those two have combined for a nice finish. And if you look at their body language, they think this one's as good as one. I'm not sure that's the case as far as Limitless are concerned, though.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're Pioneers, you should be feeling amazing. That was genuinely 3.5 minutes parked on one side of the pitch. You said perfect rotational play. You are dead right. That was a beautiful attacking sequence from Pioneers, controlling the pitch, containing the clears, making sure to put the ball into scoreable spots. You made Limitless play a perfect defense.
Really would have been nice if Limitless would have been able to steal at least 1 or 2 here, man.
Nice pass to Hunter here, open net.
It's going to put them in a tough spot going into the 0-2 bracket.
Limitless just trying to get something out. They finally overstretched themselves to die for, hoping to win that 50, and just a step late.
And breathe, Pioneers. It's looking like you've made it through this particular challenge.
Does that mean they could potentially play Valiant in a battle of 0-2s?
For the next 70 seconds.
That'd be funny. Or no, they don't allow teams from the same region to play each other in an elimination game unless it's like the last round, right?
So much space in front of Scrub now. Hunter comes in, Hunter nips in again to die for at the near post. It could be 3 depending on Scrub's decision making here, but not with both to die for and Darth charging him down.
Oh, I like it.
Diefor has a chance to get past Hunter, but again, from Hunter, the awareness was precise.
Yep, he's really kind of been on all facets, just the, hey, I'm kind of waiting here at the backfield. Whenever you get that ball too far away from you, I'm just going to go take it away. He lets one go this time for Banana Head, and it comes right back to him. He's not able to really get control, and Pioneers.
We got Falcons and Crew up next over on the other channel chat. This was just kind of been a blowout, unfortunately. Well, not blowout, but like, unfortunately, it's going to be a sweep.
Pioneers kind of looking to just walk this one home.
Diefor, come on, get yourselves a goal, Limitless. There's still time. The more you put on the scoreboard, the better you feel for the region, for this team, for their confidence in the 0-2 position in this beautiful Swiss that we have going on. Could happen.
It is unfortunate.
To die for one more chance to the backboard. Hunter should beat him to it, and Hunter should put the final nail in the Limitless coffin. And that is going to be that. Pioneers take the series 4-0. It was hard fought.
Has lost
the Aussies were the winners.
16 games and won none.
From Pioneers all around. Good efforts. Snowy's best game here in game 4.
Through 2 days of
saves, though, all
Swiss.
on the defensive side. It was a
tough,
lot of hard work defensively to round out this.
And they've looked so good in so many of their games, too. Both between Valiant and
finally break
Limitless.
them down. But Limitless, unfortunately, just really not able to find a way through the midfield with any sense of consistency there throughout that series. And that's why they ended up just getting boxed in more often than not.
I do think that's a template that Pioneers can take going forwards as well, because they're a team that can score goals, but can they remain defensively after that fact?
And well played to them. Mobile One high performance replay, well deserved for Pioneers. Played a heck of a series. You deserve the win. And now we're going to have to figure out what to do if we're Limitless. It's got to be a long road here. You're at the 0-2 section of the RLCS Swiss stage in the wild card. So when we come back, we'll round out day number 2 of the...
All right, so let's go ahead and head back over to... Holy fuck, that's loud. So both teams in between games here. Do we want to take a quick look at... I guess it's not really a bracket to look at right now, is there? Like, we could kind of talk about how the games are broken down so far, but It's crazy to think that on the lower side, we're still seeing so many sweeps. Or just so many, like, one-sided matchups. I mean, 4-1, 4-0, 4-0. Elevate versus G1. I'm going to probably guess Elevate probably wins 4-1 in that, if I had to guess.
Something special about me, you can already tell the energy is different.
Which will be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, while we're looking at it, I want to look at one thing here and kind of figure out. Tomorrow's the 5th, which is round 3. We'll watch a couple of games. I wonder if they'll have the... Oh, they are the 11 and 12 o'clock games. Yeah. Oh, right, because the elimination games are also going to be played on the main channel. So we'll get to watch probably at least the advancement games tomorrow over here, chat. While they're off running around. But then I'll have to leave after that for the birthday cookout and all that stuff. Sunday. I guess Sunday's all on the mainstream. Is that the deal? No. Oh, it's just a shorter time because it's a weekday. Right. No, it's not. It's Sunday. Oh, because it's Sunday. Right. Oh, it's because round 5 is afterwards. I did not realize that. Okay. And then, so when does group stages start? Does group stage start on Monday? No, group stage starts on Tuesday. So Monday we'll take off. Monday we'll look at maybe doing VCT stuff, possibly. Or maybe Monday we'll just watch last bit of scrams for ALGS before the new patch. What time are games starting during the week? Is it still same time, 11 o'clock? Yeah, it looks like it. What time are VCT games starting? They start at 3, huh? Interesting. When did we say that? Oh, shoot.
We've got so many more days of action ahead of us. This one, day 2, been heating up. We've had some good series so far. This one looking like it's going to be spicy, though. And honestly, maybe outside of the NA battle we have at the end of the day, this is the one I've been the most excited about, Daz.
Yes, it's really interesting to see how these two teams have been playing over the course of the wild card. I've loved what I've been seeing individually from Falcons, especially Khaled. Is going to be someone I'm keeping my
Khaled!
Of course, crew, Drafinho especially. I mean, it feels like there's like superstars.
The old DVD, homie.
This will be huge, folks. We've got 2 more matches here, a few more matches to the left to go today before we are done with round 2 of the Swiss. You can see that middle column there is what we are playing, and we will have 2 teams at 0-2, 2 teams at 2-0, and then 4 teams at 1-1 for our gameplay tomorrow. That all going down across 2 different streams. You can catch that at twitch.tv/RLEsports or the alternate stream on the YouTube channel. They have completed 3 of their matches, G1 versus Elevate, the only match left to be played on the alternate stream. Here on the main stream, though, we have 2 more matches to go. We'll see SSG play us in G2 down at the end of the day. But now it is time for the big team that introduced the Middle Eastern region to us. Back last season, they're here again trying to make that run. Falcons,
let's go Falcons!
On the new rally.
Let's get it.
Crew, one of the best stories of the season so far.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the whole South America, the fact that it seems to just be a talent factory. They just lose one team to North America. Cool, it doesn't matter. We've got a whole nother one to move up and take their place. For the Falcons, though, this is all about trying to prove that London was not the peak, because it really feels like we haven't seen as much of them since then.
We know that they can make it to a grand finals. Can they hold the trophy? Falcons, they are determined to do it.
أكيد روحنا عالية ومتحمسين مرة. هدفنا نجيب المركز الأول لا غير.
It's so cool, man. Khaled went from playing in DVD League to actually being in RLCS, bro. That's so sick.
أهميتي إني أمثل وطني أكيد طبعاً وأمثل فريقي. لأن إنجازاتنا عالية وجبنا مراكز عالية قبل فأكيد الكل بيخاف منا. Falcons are here.
Johnny, you were like the lone spokesperson, it felt like, back in the day for this team and for this region, and now everybody is aware of how strong they are. How do you rate Falcons now compared to back at the beginning of Season 21?
Oh, well, beginning of Season 21, I think I had them finishing 8th at the very first, the Stockholm Major. And I just did my predictions before this event, and I had them finishing 8th.
Is that more a testament of how good they are or how good the rest of the world is?
As we've seen with how many players have retired, how many players have changed teams, and how many rosters have completely fallen off, it's really difficult to stay at the top these days, and these guys have been at the top for a long, long time. TRK, the talisman of this team, but before that, Khaled and Ahmad, of course, they've been playing for years. They've been waiting for years to play RLCS. Now that they've got that chance, they're not giving it up easy.
So I'm very curious to follow that one up there, Johnny, with, well, where's your highest MENA team? Is it 8th, or have you got a team higher than that?
I did actually end up just having Rule 1 5th to 8th as well. But yeah, I think it was mainly matchup based. I had the EU Big 3 just beating everyone, and I think Falcons, I had them losing to Vitality in my bracket, Rule 1 losing to BDS, if I recall, or it was either BDS or Carmine Corp.
Well, this team ready to go, and I'm excited to see them play here on the main stage for the first time. Again, a 1-0 match. You win this match, you advance to 2-0. On the other side of things, though, the Cinderella story that's continued past midnight, it's Crew.
The Cinderella story, that's...
She's amazing.
I like that. That's like a...
my first time in Europe.
It's continued past midnight.
We are training hard, and we are pretty confident that we can pass the World Cup.
Still, Brad works it around and gets the demo out of the air. Put it away.
What's today?
We
now what? 2 more matchups over here.
We can be one of the top teams. I always, since I started playing, wanted to be here. So now I want to win the World Championship.
Here after a win against G1 yesterday, Crew looking to go 2-0. And we talked so much about Drew and what he brings to this team. I feel like it's easy to forget that there's 2 other players on the roster here, Des.
I mean, you see Drops there just sitting back, chilling, relaxing, because when Drafinio is doing everything, it makes your life really easy. That being said, Drops has been fantastic, though.
Yeah, the doctors have been in the house. Dr. Ops, Dr. Oofy, and Dr. Brad. Yeah, these guys have been killing it. It's a team I love to see do well, because I really feel like their Boston result did not do them justice. They, went out 0-2 in series, but they lost to Gen G and Rule 1, who both made top 6. So it's a bit of a misleading finish for them. I think they were one of the better teams at that event, and in another bracket would have easily made top 8. And I think in this one, they're going to be one of the top 8 teams getting out of wildcard.
Would it be Bokter Ad?
I love that after all that, you just come right back to the ridiculous doctor nicknames. I think Joyo's got to have credit for. He's a very creative man.
Here's
Look at my man at the end here with the keyboard mouse gameplay. South America MVP. I think if he's trying to tell us something.
Are we about to play peekaboo?
If he's trying to tell us something.
Hey! Wait, all right.
I reckon he's feeling pretty comfortable.
I'd say so myself, and it's good that they do feel this way because, of course, once we get locked into the series, it's going to be a lot of passion. We saw them yesterday against G1, and you could see what happens when you get on Crew's bad side. They'll throw everything in the kitchen sink right at you, and it was phenomenal to see that level of aggression that they've had. But I'm telling you, once you get them in the comms, once they start standing up yelling, I feel like that builds them so much more momentum, which could have an impact in this series.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag FLCN, hashtag crew. Get your votes in chat and we'll let us know. Johnny, Falcons have been your boys. Are they going to win this match?
I think they are. I had Falcons as the favorite in this particular match if it occurs during the wildcard going into the competition. I've not seen anything to change that prediction. I do think, though, Crew are one of the top 8 teams in this wildcard. It should live up to the high standard of entertainment that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I feel like you did not predict either team.
Falcons.
Okay.
Yeah, see,
cool.
production you.
Okay.
There you go. I am actually going to go with that as well. Give me Falcons on the board.
Okay.
I think from what I saw yesterday, it just feels like a different energy out of them. They're hungry to be back on this stage. Crew have played phenomenal, but I think in terms of matchup differences, Falcons is going to be a different beast and capitalize on opportunities G1 didn't do against Crew when they had those chances.
Second.
Johnny made my decision for me earlier on when he mentioned that every single region is going to have had a loss, maybe apart from MENA, if they come through this, because NA is guaranteed to, well, lose something in their match. And for that reason, I can't allow everyone to have anything too perfect. I am going for Crew.
Absolutely. Give me Crew on this one as well. Honestly,
let's go.
They have been such a great story through and through. I think the energy, the confidence we're seeing from these boys, I love the vibe on this team. It maybe is sort of a pick apart.
The divide.
I do really genuinely
I asked TRK yesterday, what would you do in this kind of setting? You know, Crew really getting loud against G1. He said, hey, if they're going to do that, then we're going to start some beef with them. Ahmad says he's going to yell even louder back at them. So
okay.
I'm excited to see it. I think this could turn into a very loud matchup on and off the pitch.
I'm so excited.
Very loud matchup, huh?
Falcons, the clear favorite here in chat, folks. We are ready to get into the game. Another matchup to go, and this one could be the best of the day. Falcons on one side, Crew on the other. Let's play some Rocket League.
Both these teams undefeated thus far, but that ends today. And there's a fruit and a turtle that's going to be deciding this match. It's going to be exciting.
Is it Lemon also? So your name is Two Fruit.
Oh, are you already like axling me?
I'm kind of a little analytical with it, okay? I'm sorry. But you're right. This is going to be South America up against MENA.
Let's get it.
Right now, the record is 2-2. This series alone will make the difference.
Yes. Falcons yesterday, I got to cast them. They're on fire. They were really aggressive. Crew, well, I took a cab with them, and they were quite nice. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but...
The vibes are always so good from Crew. I mean, you even see them on the pitch right now.
Let's go Falcons starting off hot.
It's just making it look a little silly.
Yeah, Team Falcons, just like in the series I casted, their offense begins and it feels like it never ends.
Yeah.
And Crew, like, the vibes are immaculate, as you said. Even yesterday, they're like taking naps in their chairs during like the tech timeouts, but the desks were pretty split on this match.
Yeah, and now the question is, can you maintain those vibes? You're not really going to be...
I think this is one of those matches where it's like, and I know it sounds so weird to say, as this goes tied up, this series goes 4 games or if it goes 7 games. I don't think there's any in between. If Crew wins, they win it in 7.
When you talk about Crew, and here it
Falcons win it in 4.
Yeah, Ahmed and Okala got
Maybe 5.
tossed up in the corner, not sure who was supposed to follow it up. It was a good kind of side away of the ball, but how were you going to clear it? Crew just on top of it, ready to respond. So does Ahmed right off a kickoff, forcing that jump out of Brad. And here's Turk with the follow-up. And Team Falcons start that pressure. They slow down now. The offense coming up from Crew, where Brad just runs into the opposition. 3 versus 2 is Crew. Maybe a pass to Brad. Too much coverage from Falcons.
This already feels like such a back and forth, Lemon, between both teams. Crew has had such a strong string of offensive movements down the other side.
Okay, keeps it alive for him going forward.
With their
TRK over 1.
Turk strikes, gets the
Let's
second
go.
goal. We barely have time to talk about anything. These guys are just firing up.
And Brad went for boost and also went for a bump earlier on this play, so he's late on the rotation to get into the net. But Brad's been known as that third player defensively who gives up a lot of real estate, a lot of space, but he knows how to take it back. And if he's going to be that physical player, he needs to be reliable in the net.
And for Falcons, they put up 39 shots against Team Elevate. That is definitely a warm-up on the offensive side, gets you going. They have carried that momentum into this series, and every single shot feels accurate, feels on target, with purpose behind the ball. And I'm not surprised to see that continuing forward. But Crew, another response. It's
wow. Back to back, huh?
It's only been like 90 seconds. Missed touch there from Turk, so Khaled steps up and drops just has this open net. What's going on?
I mean, I'm looking at the defense a little bit of Team Falcons. Maybe they wanted to get on the offense a little too eagerly, and we're trying to catch them on a little transition. Meanwhile, it's Crew with so much space in the air. Dravinho gets bumped off the ball, and there's so much action in this series alone. Game 1, giving us everything we want.
Falcons may be feeling the pressure, too, of just, okay, you saw Twisted Minds have a successful series against boys, and you're like, okay, Mina are flawless so far. But what can we do? And Crew is a tough opponent. I mean, look how they're just matching pace with them every step of the way. Now Brad steps up and fakes down Turk, slams it to the post. Dravinho keeps possession. Here's Drops pushing that lane. Crew, like, on the same page, but now can't keep it going.
Falcons are really staying alive off small pads right now.
Looking for Ahmad in that situation, and that's another transition where I think they were trying to get too eager. Also sending 2 for that save.
I don't know if that's
play from Team Falcons as we see the first long extended possession there from Crew.
It looked like all 3 of them went for that.
Trying to put it into the corner.
Oh, there we go, though.
Cross.
What do we think, Jen? I asked this earlier this morning. Would y'all rather see like a 0-0 game that's like a defensive stall, or would you rather see like something like this, a back and forth? Like we've got 5 goals in the first half. I think this is the style of game I'd rather watch, personally.
Goal, essentially, to get them up in the lead.
I just love the mindset that Crew has coming into an event like this, knowing that, well, they lack that experience. And they want to follow into in the footsteps of a team like Furia, who are so successful, that represent that region so well. And they know that composure, being calm, being confident is what's so important, even when the stakes are so high. Maybe not so high in the Swiss stage, but Crew, you can tell that they're relaxed. Even when Falcons take a lead, they know how to respond.
Well, and what better experience could you get than being up against Team Falcons?
That's centered.
Also competed at the last
sent back
World
to the side.
Championship. They didn't make it to the playoffs. They got knocked out by FaZe, but definitely a favorite in that tournament to go the distance. And here we are, Mina up against Sam. Crew, they've got another great bit of possession, but you fear for the counterattacks that Team Falcons are looking for.
Yeah, Crew have some good setups, but Falcons have just built this wall. Here's the counterattack, though. Dravinho defends that back wall well, as Falcons just want to keep this momentum play going. The 50, the challenge at the midfield favors Crew. As you see Team Falcons struggle to protect what was just inevitable.
And this stemmed all from this speed. Look at Dravinho on this bounce. Ahmad was pre-flipped already, so he couldn't turn. He's trying to get on the backboard, but with the speed of that pass, there's nobody who can catch up to it. And we have gotten 6 goals in Game 1. Granted, both these teams let in the least amount of goals and shots from their region. It's ridiculous to see such a shootout already.
Oh, let's go. Big response. Big response.
How much the scoring was happening. Falcons just keep stealing this
nice
lead.
Play there. Be able to go up to this guy from Khalid.
I like that drop. You know,
off the kickoff there.
Placement of Falcons there to the left side and down low when you saw the dive come in. Now you got 90 seconds for Crew. Will this lead ever get past 1? And I know that the key is to stay calm here, but it's hard to when it's this close.
Well, it's going to be difficult for Crew, too, because they've been consistently chasing Team Falcons, but can never catch up for
It's like you literally get like tied, and then all of a sudden you're back in a deficit.
Security goal. Crew attempting to get this.
There's another one.
Another one is going to trickle in. TRK extends the lead, and we get the longest break here between the opposition scoring.
Maybe a bit of a mix-up between Brad and Dravinho there, where Dravinho is having this quiet series. It's my first time casting him, which it's an honor, but talking about this South American MVP who's been on this defense and letting that one go by, obviously a miscomm between his teammate, but that leaves that open shot from Falcons, who will execute that every single time. Now a minute, definitely possible by Crew. How they connect on these passes, though, drops his teammate, gets demoed, and that ball is gone.
Not sure how possible it is if Turk is going to be taking you out. That was that third man falling back and just deletes you.
Whoa, 6-3!
Turk cannot be stopped.
Damn.
Really can't.
Taking the top off
Ahmed
this
and
thing
Merc
here.
working together. But the placement here is what I love about Team Falcons. Crews seem to be in a position.
Of course, you know, an L is an L, right? So, like, it doesn't matter how big you lose.
But not actually save it.
And every shot from Falcons.
But I wonder if this is Falcon. Oh, the double fake.
Very interesting kickoff. Let's just have nobody go for it and leave it for Crew, who wanted to put
Is
one away.
this
Maybe one
Falcons starting to figure it out, or is this Crew starting to have to push a tempo more because they're in the deficit with the time being so low? And can Crew come out here in game number 2 and kind of keep pace again with Falcons, do you think?
Into a different gear that Crew could not catch up to.
Unless.
Dot. Listen, I don't believe. We saw a crazy game where, what was it, Moist came back to tie things up 4-4. They got 4 goals in a row. But I just don't see it happening, Lemon. It's not. There's no way, right?
Just keep putting the curse in. I put my own curse because I had predicted Twisted Minds and they started going up in the series. Don't put me on this desk either. I think the Falcons' pressure is so overwhelming, though. I don't think it's mistakes that Crew are known for. It's uncharacteristic, but it's ones that are forced out of them, like team bumps or trying to dodge these team bumps, which Falcons take advantage of these opportunities. Few more seconds left, and that's all she wrote for Team Falcons, closing it out 10 goals later.
And what a game that was for Team Falcons to not only hold on to the lead.
Let's see if they've got
but to battle
teams starting to load up on the other stream.
They kept bringing it to them, always looking to get a good counterattack in. Even through all of that pressure, thick and thin, it was Falcons winning and taking game number 1. Let's see if Crew now have what it takes to respond. Game 2 should hopefully be a good response if they've been able to download what Team Falcons want to do, opting to go for that counterattack. Maybe the defense is a little bit more patient as that third man for Crew.
And 90% of demos coming out of Crew just to try and destructure the Falcons system, which obviously that hasn't affected them. They were scoring back and forth up until a lot more mistakes were being shown by Crew at the end.
And that is actually ridiculous. 7 demos for Crew compared to Falcons 1. And Falcons also consistently never demo in a series. They're so low on demos per game. I think it's 3 demos per game for the season for Falcons. Meanwhile, Drufinho, he averaged 3 demos for himself.
By himself.
Against G1.
Very different.
Lemon is not enough to break through and hold a lead.
I think Falcons have just been winning those
kind of concept.
games too. Like, one of their goals came from just dominating the midfield, moving forward.
I love that the chat
not quick enough
for the other channel where G1,
when
you see a whole bunch of people, and it says it's their first message.
This has been an exciting
It's about G1 not paying their staff. The reports that came out, what, yesterday?
Get first blood in
Hilarious.
See how Crew respond now in this kick.
Like, unfortunate for the players, obviously, and all the people who aren't getting paid, but
the one who makes plays and finds the success for Crew.
There we go, drops. Back on defense.
to see that become like the troll of chat. Oh, Falcons!
Of course, it's going to be O'Khaled keeping that streak alive with the Falcons on top.
O'Khaled absolutely.
What happened here? Double bump there, nice.
Elevate. Yeah. Elevate were permanently on defense because of this guy. And I even made the joke of he's not okay, he's O'Khaled. The other team's the one who's not okay. Team Falcons, though, they went up with a lead, you know, at the start of the last game, but Crew never let this get away from them. They play with such confidence and composure. Second touch from Drufinho off the back wall. Turk has a great read on it.
I definitely find it interesting that I mentioned how little the physical game is for Team Falcons, but the first goal they get is going to be a physical bump play from Ahmad, trying to take out the goalkeeper. I do believe he found some contact to open up the space for O'Khaled. These guys can just do
both
it
of them,
all. Crew certainly have their hands full trying to deal with them.
And I know MENA fans were a little shaky on Falcons, who were sitting comfortably on that throne for so long. You have the new blood, the fresh blood of Twisted Minds, the grinders, the ones who work so hard, that want it so bad. Then Team Falcons bring in this new coach to fix these inconsistencies. Yeah. And look how that's worked out. They're flawless so far. They're up in the series, and they look aggressive. They look good.
And it looks like missing out on the spring major was one of the best things that could have happened to this team. Reignited the hunger for these three players to come out into Wildcard and put on a show for everybody watching at home. But of course, this series is not over yet. We've been singing the praises of Team Falcons because that's mostly what we've seen as they look to get the second goal. But Crew, there is a lot of firepower on that team.
Trufinho, good challenge. Brad just digs into the net, and Crew are starting to layer that defense more. So if someone gets a mistouch, if someone loses that challenge, you got backup, you got trust, you got drops in front of the net, and crosses. Trufinho too late to strike through that net. Crew looks like they've started to abandon the play, but then Drop steps up. You almost had that touch.
Pulls the car
right
away so it doesn't bump the ball into the net.
Brad takes his time with it. Down low, Trufinho and Ahmed collide. And Falcons are just barely surviving this relentless offense, it seemed.
And on top of playing all this defense, they come out with spectacular transitions. This is what they did so well. The bread and butter for Falcons. Letting Crew take the bait, push forward, extend to their own half.
We'll go ahead and close that.
And then that third man gets caught in no man's land. That's what Team Falcons want, to extend this lead. But it's not going to happen so long as Crew keep finding ways.
So last game we saw Crew was able to respond multiple times very quickly. This time not so much, but they also haven't they haven't allowed another goal, right?
In this blue half, and it creates more opportunities for them. But still haven't found a goal despite us casting, 10-goal game.
Oh, there's another one.
And Crew, they gotta watch out for these fast counterattacks.
Yeah, everything started in the half of Team Falcons, and it comes down to getting past that first player in the midfield. If you can win that challenge, which Ahmed just did, you're gonna set up an even better shot. I don't think Crew expect the speed, expect the mechanics from Team Falcons. And my oh my, is this gonna be
another one
to take note of? Crew are getting demolished in game 2.
Another
there
one.
Isn't someone else to blame on this one. Trufinho wasn't running into Brad this time.
Why you gotta call him out like that, Lemon?
My bad. You know what? My bad. It's my first time on eStream.
You were just praising Trufinho, and you come out here first time
it's
on the
the
A
compliment sandwich. You know, you got to put the toppings. You got to put the meat in the middle.
That's right.
So, Trufinho, I've said it's been an honor to cast him as an MVP, and hey, I'm just trying to reverse bless here. Crew still nothing. After 10 goals in game 1, Falcons just need to be slowed down. If Crew can find out how to challenge the midfield to slow the pain train down, maybe that can help.
It just comes down to the third man right now, where Crew are finding a possession, and they feel comfortable, and they get baited in. That third man pushes too far forward, and Team Falcons say thank you very, very much. This might be one of the easiest counterattacks I'll ever have, because he keeps extending forward, and even if we're not counterattacking, we're just going to put on an onslaught of shots.
It's kind of back-to-back goals coming from that left corner. Crew are just
the wheels starting to fall off, chat. I told y'all if Falcons win, they're probably winning in 4 or 5 games.
And even Jorby said that the last time we saw Crew at an event,
Crew's probably going to have to call the timeout after this.
How to set up the
Definitely
play.
would be smart.
And that lack of confidence is what costed them games.
And it feels like every touch is so influential from Crew, with the positioning of Team Falcons, always ready to punish, always ready to put away a shot or even put a shot on target. If you make one mistake on the Crew side, it'll cost you, and those nerves, are going to create a lot of mistakes. And so far, it has.
Well, this gives Falcons one of the higher
in game 2.
And Crew is trying to dunk on them in team.
Oh, we'll have the highest.
They just know that's coming. They block it well.
Round differential.
Moving downfield.
Have them playing against probably Complexity.
But Drops is always left, trying to push Falcons, trying to take that space. It's a demo that relieves that pressure. Falcons still don't have the ball as Brad almost had great placement.
There it is.
To the upper 90, gives Crew some signs of life.
It looks like they've finally woken up from their deep slumber. They've been hibernating all
I mean, it at least gives you that consolation goal.
Comes through with a top
Get you a little bit of pick-me-up going into game number 3,
just
but
what they needed to get things going. Too little, too late, 35 on the clock, but at least building something early, Lemon, is vital.
I was gonna say, I think after you have the game number 1, where you are able to respond very, very quickly,
we changed a lot from game 1.
you really would like to see at least a second one here for Crew.
Down, not knowing how to slow down
the one's
other
nice,
team,
like it's cool.
You gotta use this timeout, I think, to just.
But really, I need 2, man.
We meet in the middle, that sweet spot between game 1.
And then give me a miracle on the 3rd, where I'm just like, yeah, I still lost, you know. I don't need the miracle though. Just give me 2.
A chance for Drops and Brad to set up a second one, but denied right at the goal line by Falcons, who go 2-0 in the series.
That's gonna do it What a performance from Falcons at the beginning of this series. I expected a little bit more out of Crew, but right now they are starstruck, don't know how to regroup and get themselves organized. Yes, they did get a single goal, finally ending the drought in that game, but certainly wasn't enough. Because right now it doesn't feel like you can get through Falcons, even the demos, the aggression. I truly think it comes down to sorting out your defense first, stopping the bleeding with all of these counterattacks that you're giving to Falcons, and then you can move on from there. And we do actually get a timeout. They don't want to let Falcons get to match point before taking that extra 60-second break.
Yo, I'm the coach. Stop being. Okay. I gotta run over there. Okay. It's actually on like another floor, so I would be gone a while. But I think this is an important timeout for Crew. Just to mentally bounce back and figure out where is, like I said, where is that sweet spot where Crew, I think the adjustments that I noticed was in game 1, they were a little stacked on top of each other, trying to avoid bumping into each other, which led to opportunities for Falcons to capitalize. Then game 2, you don't have that. But you almost put too much stress on that person who maybe whiffs the play or doesn't win the challenge, and then you don't have that same amount of backup. I think Crew did save a lot, but not enough, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, with how one-sided their game plan has been so far, I think the smart option right now during this timeout with this extra break is to calm down a little bit. Third man getting too jumpy for Crew. Second can sometimes be aggressive as well. And at this point, you have to just send in maybe a solo play, try and break down the Team Falcons defense.
Why are they taking so long to get up?
Counterattack so quickly.
B-string.
But on the other side for Team Falcons,
We having another technical difficulty pause, I think.
Plan. And it doesn't feel like
they've been on this screen for a bit.
That Crew can even exploit. It just comes down to them creating chances and generating opportunities because there's nothing to punish Lemon.
I feel like the Falcons' name is kind of accurate to the bird. I wanted to call them vultures because they just kind of wait for the corpses.
I know nothing about Falcons. Like, I don't know.
The turtles, though. You got turtle facts?
No, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about animals either. I don't know why I named myself Turtle, but I don't even know what Falcons primarily do. I just know that they're a bird.
They fly and stuff.
That's all I know. And I guess if you're a Falcon, you're pretty good at Rocket League because these guys have been on a tear in the first 2 games. And still, I really thought that the demos were going to plague Falcons. And I didn't think that they'd be able to recover. But even with the one-sided demo game where Crew are taking them off the pitch, it's not enough to rattle Team Falcons.
Falcons, they patrol, they wait for that opportunity.
Sorry, I thought I was going to be able to get to my mute button in time. I did not.
Just like in the name, and they wait for these mistakes.
All right, well, I was going to go check out
They eat other animals, I think.
the G1 matchup, but it is not ready yet. It's like we're still on tech pause.
One day. 2-0 in this series. I mean,
all right, Crew takes their time out. How can they respond here?
Solution to this.
Oh, no. I might have to research the Falcons, but right now, I mean, Crew are getting eaten alive on those counterattacks. They've had good forms of possession. That's a little bit awkward from Jufinho, but at least the possession is here. And they've got all the building blocks to get back into this game.
Turk versus Jufinho. Shot him off. He couldn't save it. And 1-0 Falcons.
And where did this start? In the half of Team Falcons, winning a 50-50.
Falcons starting up off the rip once again.
It out to Turk, who gets the demo, and then through the ashes, through the flames, comes out with the flick.
Right below the cross, too. They've been able to just sneak these past Jufinho, and this is not the first time. Defensively, Crew, I mean, you have your backs against the wall, and you just got to be able to react to time, and that's difficult to do. You got to stop Falcons before they generate that momentum. Okala to Ahmed, and drops, at least tries to intercept that. Crew going to different sides of the field to get this away. Great second touch, makes space, drops is there to receive, but off the back wall, it's an awkward bounce. Crew move forward. Here's Brad patrolling and also getting the demo, steals the corner boost, and you got Falcons hesitating, stuck a bit, but Crew missed that opportunity to do anything.
Oh!
The recovery.
Where's everyone else at?
They get demo,
They're just sitting and expect that to be pushed back in their side.
One player, but the shot is just off target. That was the one chance, one opportunity for him to get one for Crew and bounce back in the same fashion you did in game 1 where it was back and forth, but unfortunately just can't come up clutch.
That still gave me hope, though.
You got hope? Okay.
That gave me hope for Crew. That looked like the start of a really threatening
What about that double
offense.
commit? Does that double commit give you any hope?
I don't know.
A little bit scared.
I don't know, I just work here. So.
No, but you're right. I mean, you're seeing Crew have all this possession, stay on the offensive side, and when it comes up with an opportunity, nobody's there to finish. And that one also looked like it could have been a chance for Jufinho, who's just slightly off his mark.
Now it's just about accuracy. And since we're talking about facts, well, that was almost at the upper 90. Speaking about facts, Cru in French is like the past tense of believed. So now I could say that
Okay.
believed.
You believed.
I believe.
You believe?
At some point.
Okay, at some point, Crew can end this drought. That's the hopium right now. And there's been good looks. Brad, this could be the best look yet. Flip reset fake, trying to
This
mind
team
under one
for the
player,
Falcons have been
but
together
Turk
for
is so
a
slow in this
while.
approach. Nothing can make Team Falcons panic at this moment, whether it's a
I
demo,
just feel like
whether it's a double
against
tap off the
inexperienced
post,
teams, I
Team
think a lot of
Falcons
people underestimate how good they
Going for
are.
these difficult shots through the right, finding these angles, but not
Not that
able
like
to put
Crew's
it on
inexperienced,
target,
but like just compared to some of the other
buying
teams
into Jurfinho, just trying to
in
throw
RLCS,
those
right?
in, and drops. Can't make the most out of that opportunity. Falcons are so centered in front of their net that Crew are forced to go through the corners, and that is still being denied. Falcons have had to put up a lot of stops for this to only be a 1-0 game.
I mean, look at that cycle off the backboard. What a clear from Falcons. The mechanics are polished as ever from these three players. And here they go off the corner. Good speed there from Crew to at least battle back and get this one in the opposition's half. But with quick passes like this, I'm not sure how long it's going to last. Turk recovers well off the post. It's out of here, and Crew stay within one.
I can't believe they saved that. I was worried about the recovery of Crew there, but all stacked at the goal line. Falcons, though, they're not done yet. Brad waits for his moment to pop it up, follow it through the corner. Counterattack for Crew. Maybe can outspeed the Falcons, but they soar and bring that ball right back.
They just seem to play so patient, bro, over on the Falcons side.
One-goal lead. As I say that, it might just be a 2-goal lead. Ahmad.
Like they never like start to ego heavy, even when they, like right now, right? Like they could try and put the
look to Team Falcons.
foot on the neck, so to speak,
The placement too.
in game number 3. Instead, just playing patient for the dub, you know?
Glued it to the bottom of the floorboards and let it slip in. Looks like he's bowling out there, and that's going to get the security.
Falcons are getting a lot luckier too with these tight kind of areas that they're trying to put the ball into, and Crew, they're attempting to do the same thing from the sides of the net, but hasn't been on target yet. 1 minute. It's not out of reach for Crew. What if the series goes 3-0 and you used up your timeout? You got to hope that your mental can just bounce back in game 4. Now Crew start their offense going down. But again, they send it downfield, but there's no one there to pick up the ball, to set up a play, and maybe that's where you look where Brad was known for that for Crew.
This is scary because the Falcons look hungry in this series. You know, we saw them previously against Elevate. It was a very clean 4-0, but that's not enough to paint the whole picture of what we'd see from Team Falcons. I think this series is going to give us a lot of data moving forward about where this roster stands, where they sit mechanically as a team.
Elevate's in the lead early up over G1. We're going to switch over to that game once this is done.
And at this moment in time, they are looking at a 4-0 sweep potentially as we
Actually, G1 just tied it up. So we're going to go ahead and switch things over to that.
Towards the wall, and Kami in reverse gear.
As Falcons are going to be wrapping up against Crew.
Bottom right corner, the equalizer for G1.
Elevate, though, looking more than capable of taking this one to their opponents. Excuse me. Not just sat back, not just defending, pushing forwards every step of the way. G1 has done fantastically to deal with that so far as Dorito puts it to the back wall, but Oli wasn't quite on the same wavelength. As you can see in that.
What do we think, Chad? Do we think Falcons ends in a sweep, or does Crew steal one?
Will not be happy about that.
I think Falcons. I think it's a sweep. It looks like they're very much in control. I said they were going to win in either 4 or 5.
He explicitly said in his contract, no.
Don't be mean about it. No,
not with Cole. 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Please.
G1 versus Elevate. That 1-1 scoreline looking ever so tasty for Elevate as well. But G1 has chances with Oli with a little bit of a better goal. Dorito sending it longwards. Virtuoso taps it straight towards that backboard. And those demos, Cole, realise getting Oli on that chance. It's something that we've seen that some of these emerging regions go for, and they have been very fortuitous.
Yeah, they're completely effective as well. You know, if you're out-rotated, out-mechanicked, you can still take them out. Dorito, he helped out Atomic there. Realize was in the corner up against Dorito. Dorito doing all he can just to bring a bit of steadiness to G1 proceedings. I think that's what's needed. Some in-game management leadership from G1 as Realize charges that one forward. And it goes into the corner. Elevate continuing to ask serious questions of G1.
The G1 having fantastic answers to them as well. Lovely touch from Virtuoso round, but the pressure continues for G1 and their patience.
I think Elevate wins this like 6 probably.
And again from Ole, passes that central, just has it past Dorito. But we're definitely seeing G1 control the pace of the game so far, making sure they slow it down, that they let Elevate tucker themselves out and use more boost than they need to.
Kami, the joint most experienced RL Esports LAN attendee. His 11th. He's been here so many times, still fighting for more, still desperate to bring some love to Elevate and to the APAC region as they do some defending against G1. And now he indeed can take it away. The Kiwi in the corner. Naruto leaves this one to realize. He follows it down off the backboard. Does he have the read?
Nice bump. No one followed up.
Atomic sends it sideways.
Everyone else had already started rotating back.
Had the chance to go for something a little bit more concrete, but instead he goes for the bump. Fortunately, no one there to receive his touchdown, which is a shame because the setup was spectacular.
Ooh, only misses that one on the backboard. That could have spelled a little bit of trouble. But credit to Atomic. He saw it coming and got in the way instead. And now down the other end, he can finish what he started. It's 2-1 to G1. All of this came from Atomic reading a miss from his teammate. Good communication from G1.
That's a terrible touch from Vert, though, isn't it?
He tried to get in the way, and he just got in the way of his teammate, unfortunately. Quite what was needed.
Yeah, Vert touching it back down just sets the opposition up. Easy tap in, realistic for Atomic. 90 seconds. Elevate started well, but G1 have come back in this. Nice air dribble over the top, but Realize gets caught out by Oli. Individually, an incredible player, Oli. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up.
It's been tough for Oli. I mean, you know, you go into Oxygen and you're performing so well at the Rotterdam LAN. You were the favourites. You know, absolutely destroyed Genji in that Swiss. And then everything just seemed to go wrong from that point forwards. Really, for him, he was benched for a split. And then he joins G1 and things haven't gone well at all. But none of that matters, Stumpy. If you do well at Worlds, if you perform here, not only is the prize money 10 times everywhere else, but also the glory, the legacy that you can build in winning matches between these hallowed halls.
I mean, that's
final test
fair.
At Worlds here.
It's kind of like an NCAA tournament for college, like basketball players, right?
We have the crowd day in a week and a bit. A week today, actually. Be nice to see people attending. Atomic trying to push his way down on that pass. Oli removes Realize, and so this attack can continue. Oli with the ball possession, flicked central, and then saves it. Going to be hoping that does not bite him in the bum a little bit.
Crew up 1-0 right now.
G1 just cleared by that one.
Ooh, lovely demo though from Virtuoso.
We'll switch over to that once these last 20 seconds expire. Unless this goes overtime.
He got himself in the way, and he stays there as well. Good decision. Putting the pressure on G1. 15 seconds left for the Elevate squeeze. But G1 hoping they'll be able to take what they'll see as a well-deserved game one. Realize maybe with one more chance. He goes high, gets a quick reset. Can he put it into the heart of the goal? Not quite on that occasion. And it's sunk down.
Not today, Sunny and Jim.
And G1 after a long old
respect just wasn't there at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, Falcons.
All right, Crew playing with their first lead of the series in game number 4.
First time we've seen Crew have a lead in a hot second, especially just bouncing back after
all
the
series.
shutout
It's the first time we've
in
seen
game
them have the lead.
Here's Brad just tipping it back, but it's awkward for him to go back to that ball, and Drops just knows he can't win the challenge, gives up a bit of space.
Going over, nice.
We'll eat it all up. Now how do they kind of set up this ball from the corner? Terrence just trying to slam it in, and Crew hold on.
That's still another good sign to see Crew manage this pressure from Team Falcons. Understanding that they can't waste a lot of boost. They've got to be cautious, hang on the backboard, have somebody in net almost at all times, because every single angle seems possible from Falcons at this moment, as it does bounce off the corner and into the midfield it goes.
Crew, how do you clear this out? Again, a bit of a mix-up of two members of Crew going for that ball. And you need to just spread out so you have a chance of not only clearing it, but following up and creating a play out of it. Oh, just right in front of the net like that. Crew are drowning. How do they get up? How do they put their heads above water?
Well, the clear's a good start.
Lead from Ocala, but with no power. And we've got an interesting series here where it feels like the team with what I'd say the most possession, the most offense, ends up at a disadvantage just because of those counterattacks. Crew have had so many forms of possession in the first 3 games, but kept getting counterattacked, and now this is the same situation, but reversed. Falcons have held all this pressure, all this possession, but they are the ones who cannot break through.
See Crew trying to match that
Ooh, if
aggression.
I would have been able to put that over, that was it.
Falcons haven't given up
Last
yet.
minute.
Yeah. That demo just to set them back, so now Crew move up. But stopped again, the ball robbed from them. Falcons are winning these challenges and looking for that tying goal with 45 seconds left. This could be Crew clawing their way back in the series. Falcons, these 50s are just stalling out. They're being finally slowed down. The key that Crew needed to do in game 3. Crew have done it.
Yeah, and it's this slower approach, this slower pace that seems to be more fitting against Team Falcons, who can't get a quality shot on. I mean, that's even Ahmad in the midfield, flipping backwards, not understanding who's going for the ball. How do they break through the armor? It just seems impossible at this moment. And we've got what feels like the first game where Crew have figured things out, put the final puzzle piece together, and have been able to form against Team Falcons so long as this ball does hit the ground.
1-0 for Crew.
So remember what I said at the start of this chat. If Falcons win, they're winning in 4 or 5. I think if Crew comes in here and wins 5, they just might pull off the reverse sweep.
Facing off in the
because of the way that those first couple of games are played.
Big boy stream and Falcons,
if Crew starts piecing things together,
use a timeout, but it's 1-0.
Nah, going to make sure that G1 are going to be shutting them down, and they need to know how to deal with that as well.
It's now 3-1 to Falcons against Crew, so Crew did get a game back, and I will tell you that if Crew with Aguero here get the first ever reverse best of 7,
wow!
What a play that is from Elevate.
As funny as I talked about the reverse sweep, we come in there talking about it, isn't it?
All
Crazy.
it does is loop, and all Kami does is throw off every single defender. Oli reckons he's got it.
boy, he knows what he's talking about,
Oli
chat.
easily clears that away. Brilliant, brilliant disguising of where that ball was going to find itself.
I'll finish my thought. If Crew do get the reverse sweep, I will give out an almighty Aguero. It'll be really cringe. Anyway, I'm going to just look. It's 2-all.
Wow.
It's 2-all. That's just sorry. I'm going to stop talking. Yeah, just
no, just real quick.
Yeah, mate.
Atomic, you got the equaliser, fair play.
Yeah, but come on.
You'd shout
Aguero! All right.
That's how you said it.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Bracket. Reset. You know each other's secrets. It's fine.
Okay, let's move on.
No one else noticed.
No, let's move on.
Wow!
Absolute hero.
Realize what they're realizing. Realize it's fucking sick.
Doesn't care what we're saying. Oh, what on the kickoff. Mate, I'm telling you, Realize is like 3.0 of himself. This player who's just been at the top of his region for so many years.
Man's real deal.
He seriously is. Other players, they come and join his region. Other teams form around him. People challenge him. He remains the king of the APAC region. He's one of his princes, Virtuoso. Sets him up. It's just wide from Realize. And Elevate have a serious chance in this game.
It was an awkward angle, but Realize still made it scary. Dorito, though, on the opposite push, picks up boost. Elevate start to wear theirs thin. They use a lot of it. Oli up high. Goes low with it a second time. Below Realize.
Man, G1 keeps responding.
Still making sure that his
reminds me a lot of the first game between Falcons and Crew.
Shootout in game number 2. Oli keeps it simple, booms it to the backboard and follows it home. Elevate didn't have the resources back to deal with it. And G1 now, they're the equalizers, and what a game this is.
Absolutely. 3-all in 2 minutes. Goal after goal after goal. And wonderful Oli with a nice save in the end, but does miss his initial touch that he definitely aimed for. Chance now for Atomic down that left-hand side. To go high, only 30 though. He's not going to get the distance, but he does get a 50. Dorito pushed up a little bit too far. Kami sends the ball away with the reset though. Over the top of Oli. Oli taps it to the corner. And yet more good defense from G1.
Realize is refusing to leave G1 alone. He can sense that this could be Elevate's game. Dorito, though, has been found up against Virtuoso. Atomic's coming in as well. It's almost impossible, but they managed to do so. Elevate, keep it at 3-3. Oli's now tracking backwards, but Realize who else is right behind him.
Tell you what, though, that save from Vert is extraordinary. Gets a touch when he's in the 2v1 situation, and then makes it a save that is manageable.
Still tight at zeros and Falcons and Crew, chat.
Defense from the Irishman.
There's a pass here from Kami to Virtuoso. If he can find him, I think that Kami couldn't quite decide whether he wanted to shoot or pass there. In the end, it wasn't really either. And now Dorito tracks back. Oli gets in the way, pushes it to the corner.
Good defense again from Vert. Is patient and waits. He was left alone is my only worry in that defense. So that's going to keep happening. G1 are going to be finding themselves in situations where they can bump, where they can demo. Exactly.
And again, Elevate.
Down the other end.
Find a way to respond.
What G1 lacked. Sees what Kami needs.
Crew also just scored their first goal of the game in game number 6, game number 5.
It's like an old game of Heat Seeker, where you think, you know what, I'm just going to be up there bumping and demoing, and then we will score, and that's what Elevate did.
1 goal clear. Elevate looking brilliant in this second one. On Forbidden Temple as well.
I know.
As you said, the map that they beat Vitality on in the Spring Major. On that back corner, Atomic is up. Actually, Oli was up as well. That's a lot of boost used. Atomic, though, with a reset, can't quite scoop it in. Lures in Dorito. No one can get the shot off, unfortunately for them. Oli up high, 50 boost, goes for 1. The dunk is on. Finished from the opposite side. Kami comes in and clears.
Atomic takes a clean first touch Then gets the pass towards Oli in pre-jump.
Oh!
More rocks on the goal line. Dorito's turn. Oli's in the center again. Dorito fakes it. The bump's going to be so dangerous. And there's Oli to see it away.
The bump does not do Elevate any favors on that chance either. Dorito, he had not much momentum until Vert punched into his backside, sends it high for Oli. Bit of a tap-in.
High-scoring games
Elevate
up here in
4-4.
this
G1
0-1 matchup.
Not laying down and letting an emerging region get any goals on them. Any games on them, rather.
Yeah, and again, they've got 4 goals.
Four goals on
Letting
them,
that one happen. It could be 5 here.
It's 5.
Wow.
It is 5 here. They just can't defend from kickoffs.
A 9-goal thriller at the Temple. Dorito with a huge miss. Oli doesn't read that whatsoever. Still gets demoed.
Old school Vert.
Still sends him off.
Love that from Vert.
It's no problem. Kami gets the 5th for Elevate. Beautiful play. A minute remains, and this game is anybody's.
It's well and truly alive as Kami waits for this ball to land on him. Realise he shoots. Oli's there. Virtuoso's coming in, but Oli just sweeps up, sends it forwards.
Intelligent from Virtuoso too. Didn't come in too late, otherwise that goal may well be open on their side.
Virtuoso over the top of his shoulder, has 2 defenders in front of him. Atomic charges him down fast. Good play from him. Realised to the ceiling. Virtuoso is there. All these Elevate players refusing to leave, even after they lose the ball, remaining an option for a redirect or for a bump or a demo.
35, Elevate with this ever important lead. Right-hand wall found and blocked out by Oli. Dorito going for a bump, realises a bit too strong, turns, Dorito passes back, but Virtuoso shepherds Atomic away.
Someone please send the ball towards the opposite goal. Right now everyone's passing it as if it's opposite day. Kami does
As if
go,
it's
Oli
opposite
saves it,
day.
Realises there. Can he get the double tap? He goes for the snapshot. 10 seconds left and Elevate retain their lead.
Good bump in that midfield, opens it up. Atomic finds Oli, back to Atomic. A bump, a pass, a shot at 50. The final 3 ticks down. Elevate, the ground is all they need. The fake, the miss, whatever you want to call it, it's a game win.
There we go.
Tie our series.
The cherry blossoms in full bloom
chat,
as APAC do
remember
some
what I said.
serious damage to EU. All of them involved. 500.
Remember what I said.
And the reverse sweep seems to be that much more possible, that much more probable.
If Falcons were going to win, they had to win in 4 or 5.
Do we get a timeout from Team Falcons? Do they try and cool off Crew?
And Crew has been apparently looking pretty solid. I mean, I've been kind of keeping an eye on both screens, obviously, but
they're not sitting at the goal line hoping for the best. They're taking charge and they're reading the play, calming down, which is I think what that whole timeout must have been about.
Oh my!
That's 3-0 for Crew in Game 5 as this series goes on.
And this is just a victory.
All right.
This is also a pre-jump shot.
Going to
It is
Game
from
6.
Drops.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Potentially, if he did pre-jump,
Okay.
that is just
Styling to end the game.
on
That's
top of
tough.
the cake for Crew Esports, as they are.
I told y'all,
within
chat.
2 of conquering Team Falcons and securing a reverse
Falcons
sweep.
need to win
I
this
haven't
by
heard
the end of
call
Game
yet
5.
About a timeout. I don't think Team Falcons are going to take it.
They're not going
I
to take
guess
their
they know
timeout?
exactly what they need to do, what they need to implement, and don't want to waste any time getting to the next game.
Yeah, I can see the coach being like, you guys want
I don't know about that.
Want snack, juice box? They're like, no, we just want to stop sucking. We just want to stop
I mean,
sucking
maybe
at the
it's a
game.
car chance. Oh, there
came
it
in
is.
late.
There it
we
is.
do need a juice box after all.
It came in a little bit late. Get the juice box out. What
All
other,
right.
what other snack would be perfect here?
Let's go ahead and go back up to
Furious momentum
Elevate
taken to
G1
game
then.
3. G1 are going to have to stem it. It could be the exact start they need.
This is game
but
number
Oli
3.
couldn't quite
Tied
get
up on
angle for
1.
the shot, and the pass wasn't met.
Passed it back to his teammate's killer. First 15 is going to be seeing G1 with early opportunities. Virtuoso sitting still in a corner, and we're going to be seeing a pause come in as well, making sure that all players are good, that they are happy, that they are able to play this game to the best of their ability.
I can confirm that all 6 players are still on the map, so it must be maybe an error with headphones or something similar. 3-2.
Spicy.
Capital A, capital G, capital U are just in front of me for the subtitles of... Is that what I sound like in that moment?
That's what I hear.
Of course, Stumpy, you know the exact moment I'm referencing, the Aguero moment?
Yes, when he scored a football goal.
This guy knows his soccer. You prefer car soccer?
Mon the Blues.
You like car soccer, don't you?
Mon the Blues.
Some serious car soccer going on right now.
I do like soccer. You are very correct. G1 looking a little bit frustrated that they're going to be seeing a few of these issues coming in as well. I think that was that Dorito who was just like putting his head back like, oh,
yeah,
I just want to get in and play.
Exactly. That's what these players want to do. They want to play. They want to build on any momentum they have and fix any errors, because any mistakes that were happening in the last game will still be, on their minds a little bit. It's so
That was a
tough.
banger of a last matchup, though, here.
To
What was it,
have
9 goals?
The match that you're playing just have to stop. Like, it cannot be overstated enough how much momentum can be checked, how much team vibes can suddenly die if you're not careful, if the coaches don't get involved in the right way, and if the players aren't saying the right things. These are key moments in series, and they're totally natural for esports.
All right, they're about to come
It's
back
gonna be seen, by the way.
from that timeout
Banger of a series.
over on the Team
You just have a
Falcons.
sneaky look at the
We
A
switched
stream.
over there?
Really close.
Stumpy, we've told you you are not good enough for the A stream.
Please.
All right.
Thank you. I had a little peek around our lovely big fabric screen. Had a little look. They are about to begin game number 6, I believe that would be, because it's 3-2, right?
Yeah, we're going over there,
So
champ.
to begin game number.
Is that what I wanted?
The ground
Oh my.
pitch. Oh my God. Crew looking deadlier by the second. Right off a kickoff too. And you're not even out of the woods yet if you're Falcons. You just have people stopping you at every second of the way. Turk gets past 1 or 2. As Ahmed keeps the ball rolling for Falcons, but getting overwhelmed. Need Falcons to support each other.
Ooh.
There is Turk down low. Brad reads the bounce, but at the wall drops.
Telling you,
gets to
man,
the
Crew's
corner.
looking good.
Accurate shot from Turk. While it was on target, it was dead center, which makes it that much easier for Crew Esports to get the save. If you think back to the first 2 games, Team Falcons were spot on with hitting the corners. It has diminished slightly in game number 6, but again, it comes down to who can score first, who can set the pace after the extended break.
There's passing plays again by Falcons.
They're still on technical difficulties up in the
Using those demos and
0-1
finding
series,
more value
champ.
to slow down Falcons, just to destructure them. And when you're in a series where you were up 3-0 and now you're like, oh, are the brooms still in the closet? Or Falcons, you don't want to panic. You do want to change up why you're losing, obviously. But you know what you're good at. And Ahmed just going to give that up to Brad, and Jerfinho to the corner. Just waits for the play.
Now, whenever you're in this situation for Team Falcons, I think once Crew win their first game in this best of 7 reverse sweep attempt, Falcons are like, you know what? No, we still got this. There's no way they get this reverse sweep, right? But you get into game 6, and then the thoughts start to creep in.
Oh, there it is.
Game 7, because all the momentum would be for Crew, but Ahmad striking first after the timeout. Turk, what a pass back to him.
I was gonna say, it's a nice little give and go.
Breaking that dry streak for Falcons, like 2 games in a row where they get shut out, and you have this timeout. You have to lose a lot of creativity, or at least kind of manipulate the bounces and see if you can juke Crew the way you did in the first 3 games, where either you had multiple members of Crew try to jump through it, you had more coverage in the net, to just having these one-on-ones that Falcons were known to win at the start of the series. To here's maybe the response of Crew trying to cross in front of the net, but too many cooks in that kitchen.
We also saw a double commit from Team Falcons, so still not completely organized and structured on the defense, but they have gotten the first goal. Nice touch into the midfield. Ahmad had it read. Better 50-50 as well for Team Falcons as Jerfinho gets bumped out the way. Now it's Free in the middle, trying to put a shot on target, and eventually it does come out.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're not feeling great if you're a Crew fan when you
Although,
see 3 blue guys in the
hear me
orange
out.
net just high-fiving each other, doing the football
If Crew's about to
celebration.
win this,
2-0 for
somehow
Falcons,
it's
who
going to
come
be
in
either a
swinging.
collapse from
Can
the
they get
Falcons,
home run and
or them
finish
really
off
turning it
this
around
series
here in the
the way
back
they
end of Game
intended
6,
it, more decisively.
which would then just write the story for them
But
winning
Crew,
Game
they're
7,
not
right?
dead yet. Still the first half.
Team Falcons were tripping up a little bit in the last game. However, with that bump play from Team Falcons that we just saw to get that second goal, this looks much more comfortable for them. Half the game to go. Crew Esports facing their potential first loss unless Drops with a solo play can make a dent.
That was cute. Either
Really good shot.
Dodging the bump, going for a ground pinch. I like that. But Falcons, one step ahead of them as Crew slowing down the ball, bringing it to the opposite side. But Falcons, they have good spread. One on the left, one on the right, but stopped again right when Crew have their backs against the wall. But the counterattacks turned on their heads as Falcons, Ahmad just getting the bounce, not the ground pinch, but not the threat that Falcons were hoping to generate.
Oh, but this could be an opportunity at a counterattack is given right to the hands of Team Falcons. Not sure where the possession was going out of Crew. They do save themselves from a 3rd goal from Falcons.
I mean, at this point,
where is the connection?
Falcons just basically play keep away, right?
Even when Crew were on defense, they were keeping it within themselves, going for slow dribbles. It has not been the same story. Things have shifted as Team Falcons look to be in free play.
Yeah, getting the reset off the ceiling. Falcons getting fancy with it. Obviously bringing the energy to the series. Seconds draining though, Crew. This offense has to do
Can they figure it out though?
Something late to the challenge.
Keep the ball here.
Good midfield presence by Crew.
Fumble.
To do something.
Oh, just pre-flip it out the way. That was the dribble. That was the opportunity.
Yeah, that was
Had
it.
the chance. Unfortunately blew it, and now you've got 60 seconds. You're not going to get many opportunities like that. And another miss.
Crew having those placement, those accuracy issues. It's coming to bite them. The nightmare's coming back. 45 seconds. Do Crew force the game 7? They fought so hard for so long. They can't give up now. Drops to Brad's. And Drew jumping it up to the left.
Hold on, Jeff.
I thought we were going to see another disaster, Lemon. Look at this. It was a potential double tap from Brad, but he just left it. And I think O'Callaghan might have assumed there'd be more connection off the backboard, faster to get to the ball. But as it rolled out, the shot came out, and it's a bottom left slot for Crew within 1.
Trufino shaking the wrist like, I'm just getting started. I'm just getting warmed up.
But they don't have much time, Lemon.
Yeah, 30 seconds. You got to peek. Trufino not able to get a good challenge there. Midfield kind of collides between both teams. Who's going to get on top of this first? Challenge favors Falcons. But if Crew are not going to let this slip in front of their net, it's all-out chaos.
send?
Just trying to stop Crew from doing anything else. Brad can't get a touch on it. Trufino has to save this, but Turk puts it to the orange end. And Crew has to sail all the way across. Trufino keeps it up, though. Brad with the pre-jump, but Falcons
No way.
Drops it still in the air. Turk to the left side, but there's 2 members of Crew there. Brad. He keeps it going. O'Callaghan.
Okay, Callan. Okay, Callan. All right.
And Crew cannot force the game 7. Falcons take the series.
And they split the difference now.
All right. So it's going to be unfortunate for them in the sense that they're going to not have built a...
No. I don't like that you definitely prepared that earlier.
I don't think that's... you would have liked to have been able to walk away with a better round differential.
Transition as well to boot. Kami to the ceiling. Virtuoso's chasing. Something that he definitely has in his book. He hasn't been relying on it all this season with Elevate, even at Majors, but now he's remembering how the old Virtuoso used to play, how annoying he could be, how much he could disrupt defenses, and they're 2-0 up!
The passing play down that left wing is brutal. Can't realize rather, directly onto the roof of Kami, who can jump and flip out, sends it bottom right corner, the net is open, Elevate with a huge capitalization. And do you see all the frustration on G1's
There
side?
was a lot of shaking heads there, Stumpy, for G1. They were turning to one another, wondering where everything went wrong. You just have to keep moving forwards. This is a long old best of 7 in this beautiful Worlds format. There's always more Rocket League to play.
Let's say the best of 5 right now. Both teams have won 1.
Things are swinging against them. That can happen in this series, and you can still win it. Oli's up, he wins the race. Virtuoso just got a little nibble on him. And Atomic puts it into the center, where Realize was waiting.
The defense from Elevate has looked even better. 2 minutes 30 and a 2-goal lead. We have seen teams, even today, we've seen them fall down from a 4-0 lead into an overtime. Moist managed to earn that earlier. They didn't get the game win, but 2 is absolutely doable for a team as quality as individually wise as G1 is. Dorito picking up 1. I'll turn it back towards Oli. That's got a lot of beans on it, though, so it's going to be an easy save for Realize as the shot was somewhat wild. The bounce out from the post, a negative angle. Thank you, 4th member of Elevate.
Almost perfection from Dorito, but against Elevate the way they're playing, almost ain't good enough. Oli sends it forward. It's all G1 for now. Elevate rotation.
So you got 2 minutes of your G1 here, so you got plenty of time, right?
But G1 are trying to put the pressure on Oli with the doink. Dorito's on the backboard. He wants to get the bump. Atomic's in. He smushes it against the backboard. And Kami was just waiting. Elevate finding these seconds. Atomic knocking it back towards his own goal again. The G1 just can't get the passes to connect.
A minute has elapsed since last they had pressure. G1 now with another chance. 90 boost, but blocked in the air by Realize. And again, Virtuoso back corner. More chances, more fakes, more tricky little plays. And G1, this push is starting to become even more terrifying.
Oh, look at the fakery there. Dorito can turn around, he can shoot as well. Virtuoso's up, avoided Oli's bump, and got the ball away into the halfway line. Realize this time, he sends it so long. Elevate defending brilliantly, valiantly. charging down everything G1 are chucking at them, and then when the demos come in, they make use of every spare second that buys.
But these seconds are ticking down for G1 and their pressure is building. Boost even scarier. Atomic removes Burt. Atomic again, the double demo chances off his own crossbar. Burt comes in, valiantly sends it high. 40 seconds, Elevate continue to hold on. Realize at back corner, and with Oli pushing, he then has to manage to take control to the ceiling though. Atomic with boost, with time, with positioning. Yet again, G1, they have pushed, they have scrambled, and yet nothing to show for it.
Atomic's up though. One goal here could just really put the squeeze on Elevate, and they're gonna get it as well. G1 are not letting Elevate have it easy.
What a goal.
Can they pull off the miracle and it's forced in overtime?
A reset instantly used from the ceiling. That is the quality that Atomic can show.
G1 have conceded a few goals from kickoffs. Now they have to flip that narrative on its head.
What do we think?
They win this one as far as Virtuoso. Atomic to the ceiling, wants to charge down Vert. Vert makes sure that Atomic can't do it just about. Realizes there it can only go sideways. Only doesn't get the redirect. Doritos! Atomic's there! It's saved by Realize again! Kami, can you kill this one? The weight of the region on your shoulders. Dorito is waiting, he's lingering. Only!
Oh my gosh, that's
just
brave.
has to watch Virtuoso fake out his teammate. And they've done it.
Oh, that was brave. Oh, that was brave. Oh my word, my heart is in my throat.
Elevate's up 2-1 now.
Oh my goodness.
That was Vert.
Vert's so chill. Look at him, he's like, yeah.
With one of the boldest plays that we have seen on his own backboard. 0 seconds, 2 players attacking him, and he brings it close, doesn't clear it. No, just lets it drop and shields it. Brilliant play from him.
In that Virtuoso moment of brilliance, APAC have just doubled the number of games they've ever got against EU and NA. Before this series, it was 1. They've just got 2 in this series alone to make it 2-1. This is uncharted territory for the region, uncharted territory for the players. But for G1, Stumpy, there is still time, but serious conversations need to be had right here, right now.
Absolutely. We are seeing a side of Elevate that I think a lot of people thought could happen. That a lot of people thought this may well come out. That game management is brilliant. That is bravery from Vert too. He also, with like 10 seconds left, cleared it off his own crossbar. Just complete ballsy plays throughout. But G1, their opportunities, they were coming. They just weren't shooting as accurately as we have seen from them historically. They've got the chances. They have got so many opportunities where they can bring these games even closer than they are. G1, here on Utopia, a map that they have yet to win on.
All right, let's go.
LAN. Can they do it for the first time to stop themselves going 3-1 down?
They've also had a few famous mess-ups on this here map of G1, which I'm sure have long been shaken away. Those ghosts exorcised, but it's gonna get even tougher for them now, Stumpy. All the
we're back to the pausing, huh?
They'll have to think things through yet again.
I don't want to sleep tonight anyway, lads. It's all right, don't worry about it.
You know this one's going to 7, right?
Oh, of course, naturally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Naturally. I mean, the players, it must be so frustrating. You just want to play. Please let us in. Please let us play. Yeah, there's going to be just a few issues. We're going to sort them out. Chat, I know you're there saying Omega, LOL, and Keck W.
Talk It League.
Talk It League.
Popular one. Shut up, Stumpy. Popular one.
Is it? Well, don't.
This is the sort of general copy pasta that's going around at the moment.
Shut up, Stumpy.
Yeah, it will be a chart as well.
Oh, that's so mean.
The KC lot, the Vitality lot, Craftman and stuff.
That's what they team up with.
Yeah, but in different languages. Like there'll be the French.
Well, thankfully I'm English, so I only know English.
Oh, good man.
So I'm going to think it means you're doing really well, Stumpy. I'm proud of you. Signed, Dad.
Very concise language is French.
14 seconds went in that game. Don't know when we're going to be restarting from, but G1 are going to want to mentally restart themselves. They're going to need to have a bit of a fresh mind going into this because, as you said, Cole, unprecedented territory. Elevate 2-1 up versus the mighty G1.
Yeah, I mean,
pointed to me, so I don't know what you're talking about.
The stats as well. Have a look at these stats that we know off the top of our heads.
Go on, tell me what I know off the top of my head.
You know that APAC is 1-25. That's 3.85%, as I'm sure you figured out.
That's good.
And then 7.61% of their game wins on LAN. Their lone series win was against Sub-Saharan Africa, the 1 out of 25. 5 of their game wins were against Sub-Saharan Africa. They've now got 2 game wins in this series. It's been a long, slow process for this region. all the way back, it was one of the dream hacks, I can't remember, where Realize was there, and they got themselves a goal as well after traveling all that way. It's just been slow, steady, quite beautiful progress as well to watch this region flourish. And now here they are.
I mean, I think it goes to show what happens when you continue to give a region more and more exposure, right?
I'll tell you what, though, G1 don't want to be that statistic. They want anything.
Like, you have to make it something rare so there's that competitive, like, at the top of the region,
win for an emerging region,
as it's growing and it's not very
APAC
financially, like, beneficial to the company.
Yeah. The game they
As
won.
much as I hate to say it, it's a business, right?
Vitality,
At the spring major. They
But
also
if you can at
definitely got
least
a game
give
against
some sort of
K-Fan
representation,
at the 21-22 winter major.
They did.
As
the
well.
region
I forgot
still
about
gets
one.
that experience.
So, yeah, very, very rare.
That's
for
needed
this
to be able
happen.
to
We are
keep
witnessing
like the
potentially history.
competitive
Even if G1
scene
end up winning the
thriving and
series,
growing.
we are still
Even if it is a
witnessing
slower
history.
pace than some of the other regions.
Yeah,
you know.
for APAC, regardless. But G1, right, cool. I can already see the comments. They were like, why are you so biased towards Elevate?
Saying the truth.
I know, but I'm acting as chat.
Sorry, okay.
I'm going to tell chat to shut up, but I'm also going to tell them that G1, as we've said, have got a really good chance to come back for this. They are a team that we've seen have the mettle to do this. They went through a tiebreaker in order to get to the Winter Major. That is when they managed to get through Quadrant. They also beat another team that my mind is so bad that I can't think of. Moist, potentially?
I think it was Moist, yeah. I think it was Moist.
Yeah, Moist first, and then it was Quadrant. They have the mettle to be able to do this, but is a team that is on the brink of even being a team. Are they going to be able to take it against now Elevate, who are looking like they have got more determination than we have ever seen?
They seem quiet. They seem nervous to G1, but that may well just be the way that they operate. Not every team has to be standing up, shushing the camera after going 1-0 up after 6 seconds.
One goal.
Which I adore. I love that from Virtuoso. You know, that's the sort of the faux arrogance you need to have when you come into a series as the underdog, and Virtuoso showed it in that moment. But G1 don't necessarily need that. You know, you don't need Dorito standing on the table and chucking his controller at people. Not that he'd ever do that or anyone ever has, but like, that'd be a bit much. It'd
be a tad bit much, yeah.
And rightfully so, agreed, man. You know, that's what I think too.
What if he chucks a controller and beds it in Kami's head?
No, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. That'd be very wrong indeed. I just want to see the best of G1. The G1 that made it into the top 5 of Europe in winter. You know, I mean, they might have been 10th or whatever it was in EU this time around, but that's still pretty good.
They're currently 7th. They're the 7th seed. That's how
overall,
they snuck in.
the season overall, yeah. So it's not been an easy path for Elevate, nor has it been for G1.
Yeah.
Both these teams are going to try and dig deep in their previous failings to come out of here victorious. Dorito challenges. Dorito almost gets the next touch. We're alive, it's game 4.
Utopia is proving ground to both these teams. Elevate to show that they are able to get yet another game win versus Europe. And for G1 to prove we're not going to be any slouches. We are not here to roll over and just be a statistic.
Atomic tries to charge down Realize. Which one of these teams is going to start quickest? We seem to have had a fair few kickoffs so far in this series of resets, hard resets. G1 will have enjoyed that one. The tactical timeout is still available if the technical timeouts we've had haven't counted as them.
Do they need it after we've had about 30 minutes of tech timeout?
That's a question for Dorito, Atomic, and Oli. I mean, there's probably a different feel to them. You feel a tactical timeout as magical and powerful, whereas you wouldn't say the same about a tech timeout.
True. I guess tech timeout, you're still trying to make sure that you're going to be able to get in nice and happily, nice and easily, but you're not got that time to talk. Minute has gone, no instant thus far. Elevate, with those 2 game wins, they're going to need to make sure they continue that run of form and don't do what we have established is winner's tilt.
Yes.
Where they start to think we need to change up how we're playing to ensure that we win this series. But actually, you've been winning this series because you've played exactly how you have. You can't think, okay, we're winning, now let's not mess up, because then that's when you do mess up.
Well, so far this game seems a little bit less rip-roaring than ones in the past. If anybody's just tuning in, we had a 5-4 in game number 2. 9-goal thriller that Elevate one out of. This one seeming like it'll be a little bit more tense between the two of them. As Atomic goes over the top of the Elevate goal, Realized beats it away towards Kami. Elevate were staying forward all the way down in the G1 half earlier on, but now they're retreating back a little bit more quickly, swifter. Realize into the corner. Virtuoso takes out Atomic. That's good play from Virtuoso.
And his
clearing the
teammate.
path. Dorito's there. He's found Oli.
Nope.
But Oli can't take down Realize.
Atomic though?
Atomic though around the side. Nearly the double, but Realize manages to squeeze his way between Atomic and the ball. Realize now with a bit of messy defense, works around one and dribbles it back. Another shot, another save. all 3 players on Elevate gaining themselves plaudits.
But their boost is so low until Virtuoso gets a double demo. Dorito gets it all the way
Nice.
across the goal. Only had respawn and got boost in time, and G1 take the lead.
G1, if they are going to win this series, they need Game 4, man. You cannot give Elevate triple match point.
Huge amount of pressure in good time as well. Halfway through, they
like, you can win this one and then lose it and give them double match point. I think they're fine.
Can they keep it going? They cannot sit back against Elevate. That's one thing we're learning. Only to the center, bypasses one. Kami in front, he goes for the bump on Kami. Atomic's there to the backboard. Atomic sinks it, and now G1's class is showing.
That is a wonderful double tap 2 from Atomic. Oli leaves it, Atomic is in, he bumps Kami out of the way. The double threading the needle between 2 defenders. G1 halfway through, that's 2 goals in favor.
Barely halfway.
Are they just wearing black shirts because they're not getting paid? Because that's brilliant if that's the case.
From Elevate, at least it doesn't look like for a second.
Good fake.
But he's able to take it away. Virtuoso gets another demo, maybe going for 1 or 2 too many. Returns to the old ways.
Ooh, run it up, run it up, run it up.
Oli from the backboard, 1 reset with a cheeky second touch, another touch, bumps Vert, then makes Kami jump. Atomic can come in. Oli, the facilitator, down the entirety of their boogeyman pitch.
G1, the signs of life more than showing now. They are reanimated. They are living. The heart is beating within them. Virtuoso takes his touch on the corner. Dorito refusing to leave. Now he does. Oh, that was a massive shot. But Oli yet again, a star performance from him so far in this game. In the way of everything Elevate are trying. Virtuoso shoots. Oli again is there, beating away, chance after chance, attack after attack, and the challenge game from Oli. Oh, I mean, that one wasn't quite so hot, but in general,
ignore that one.
his challenge game's really good.
Yeah, we've seen Oli historically as well be a player that is monstrous in 50s, that he is able to win them over and over again. We've seen that for a couple of years now as well. Missing on that chance with 90 seconds left, it's now just G1 to manage their game for them to win their 5th, sorry, it's their 5th game 4 that they have had that they are playing, and it'll be their first win of those 4.
Oh yeah, a big curse will be broken if they can survive the next 90 seconds. Maybe that thought will be lingering somewhere.
A game 4 curse?
Of their minds. Realizing the corner. He sends it long.
That
up.
seems like a reach, bro.
Still pushing all the way to the end. Credit to them, but that one's not going to realize. They'll try and make something from it, but they'll have to do so via an atomic touch. Atomic comes forward. No boost at all. Just trying to end this game any way they can, G1. Slow things down, take control, and show something that G1 often is missing, Stumpy. Game management.
Realize into that back corner, can't get it any further. Atomic with a lovely touch round with 45 boost. He gets a reset, it's on target, it's a bump as well. But Virtuoso, his defense is yet again stellar.
Kami's just gonna desperately send this one long. Doesn't appear to be happening in this game for Elevate. G1 will be absolutely lapping that up as Oli nips in again. He's come online in the last 3 minutes or so. He's making G1 look
Oh, I thought he was about to dump in another one.
This is the version of G1 we were desperate for when Oli joined. This is how good they can be.
Final 15 is going to see G1 closing it out. 2-all in the series, unfazed by all of these tech issues. They look frustrated. They look really quite annoyed.
Oh!
They are putting pressure on, and they are forcing Elevate to lift their game up.
I may have just seen the slightest hint of a smile between Atomic and Dorito. That's what we want to see.
Oh, that's nice.
It is nice. That is nice, because there's a story here for G1 as well. You know, we harp on about Elevate's story, trying to represent their region, etc. G1 are the exact same. The first Spaniards ever to make it into the World Championship.
I find that so weird.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Considering how influential Spain has been as a country in Rocket League.
Yeah.
And they've never had Spaniards at Worlds.
So they say.
How?
So OG Team Queso would have made Worlds, but that was in the RLCS X era when there were no majors.
Yeah.
Nachitao qualified for the RLCS in Season 9.
Yep.
But Endpoint wouldn't have made the LAN, even if there had have been one in Season 9.
Yep.
Were there any Spaniards before Nachitao that we're not thinking about? De Boer brothers? Anybody remember him?
I do. I know that you've written a script on this very recently that people may well be seeing take part in the main broadcast. It's a small miniature documentary, if you will.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. But when it comes out in chat, guys, you can all type the names. Type Nachitown.
Yeah.
And you can then type these boys' names as well, Atomic and Dorito. They are setting waves. And Cole, G1, they work themselves back through those issues that they were finding in that second game especially. I'm impressed.
I love that
I'm
goal.
impressed. Yeah, that's nice.
It was so funny with the little poof goal explosion at the end as well. Boop, 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 boop.
I'm impressed with the turnaround that they've had mentally as well, because this must be exhausting for them.
Is someone taking a timeout here, or is this actually a tech time?
Having to go from, okay, we're in, oh, we're out, okay, tech
Or
issue,
attack.
okay, we're in, out again. Yeah. That wears on your mind.
Yeah, that mental whiplash.
Now best of 3 though.
Certainly experiencing will be getting to them. What it boils down to though is 3.
They're getting ready to start up the last
starting
matchup
with
over on
Whoever
the main,
takes
which is
this
Space
one
Station versus
will have 2 match
G2.
points, 2
Well, at least they're
chances
starting to talk
complete
about it
history
anyways.
for either of these teams. But first, you've got to bludgeon your way through 5 more minutes of Rocket League. As Realize sends it towards the blue goal. G1 have the answer defensively for now. The Elevate start well, maybe continue it. But Realize is all the way back.
Lovely touch for Atomic there too. Sends it all the way into the opposite half. Do we see anything different from Realize, from Elevate, realistically?
No, I think he's just right off the last game. It didn't quite happen for them. They were chasing. They ended up conceding a couple more. It's way too late for them to change the blueprint. I don't believe they need to change the blueprint because I don't back G1 to play up to that standard for 2 more games, at least 2 more games either. So for now, no panic stations for Elevate. They also have their own tactical timeout in the long.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where it's a beautiful part of Rocket League, right? Scores back to 0-0. Last game doesn't matter.
Hogan mode.
5 free
Yeah,
minutes
they do a
of,
Hogan mode.
you know, starting back from scratch.
Rest in peace, Hogan mode.
Oh, don't.
Well, they're still about, but just with no scrubs. They basically lost all of their charm. Minute elapsed. No goal. What's up?
I still like Hogan mode, but it's, we'll move on. It's fine.
Maybe you're a Growly stan.
I'm a Growly stan. He's cool. He's cool.
Cool. God.
0-0, Stumpy, in this match that we're watching right now between Elevate and G1. Here on the B stream, we're having a good old fight here between these 2 teams. You gotta love it. Dorito up against Atomic. The 2 teammates getting
it's like a little scrum over in the corner.
The ball falls to Kami. Atomic in the end is able to just boom it long, but Virtuoso takes his time, perhaps too much. Then he waits again, maybe underestimating how speedy G1
So kind of like how I felt like last game was a must-win
for
for G1. I think if Elevate loses this, it's over.
Elapsed. Still nothing for either team. Playing a touch more cagey, but we saw just how
I don't
those
think you
games
give
end up
G2
going.
double match point.
And Elevate being removed from the pitch in the form of Realize, getting kicked off by Dorito. We saw Elevate do so well with their demos earlier on too. We saw just how much that opened their game up where they ended up getting that 2-1 win. If G1 can turn it around, remove Elevate from the pitch a little bit more often, then it may well come down to G1 taking the series, but they're going to have to try and think of that as well.
Yeah, they are starting to look like a superior team, G1, which by no means means they will win it. Maybe just have a little bit more in the locker, a few more tools to play with than Elevate do, unless we can get their ball players on the ball. Realize being really quiet the last couple of games, and that's credit to G1, stealing their boost, setting them left to right, forcing them to double commit normally, even when they're under the cosh.
The defense is messy from Elevate right now. There seems to be no second plan for what they're going for. They're not able to get any decent clears because they're hitting it as soon as they get it, rather than trying to find a teammate or think of step 2.
I think that's fair. It looks like they're just trying to get touches to get it away from the center of the field.
Might be left. Just
or at least down the field if it's going to be center of the field.
Until that last game before they stepped up yet again. Dorito to the backboard, Realize there. One more time, Elevate getting anything they can on the ball. Fingertips to it, time after time. But Oli's misjudged that one. That might be a clean touch for an Elevate player. No, because Dorito's there. Kami sends it as far as he can. Oli with the clean first touch has the second as well. It's just wide. And Virtuoso sends it forwards.
Burt from the ceiling tries to get the ceiling pinch goal. Isn't able to secure it. And as we approach 90 seconds remaining, Realize finds himself in defense. That ball not kissing the ceiling. It's going to be a scarier one to clear away. Oli with another ceiling pinch. Can't clear it away either. Elevate with a bit of a boost advantage, but realistically, when they're defending, it won't be quite as important. They can't be getting a goal from that one.
Realize lovely touch towards Kami, but unfortunately for Realize, Kami was
See, like, they were just talking about the sloppy defense from Elevate, right? Like, even just there, just like, it looks like they're looking at you like, you gonna go? You gonna go?
G1 doing a really
should I go?
pressing Elevate right now.
I think that's my issue as well with Elevate a lot of the time. They use all their boost to do a play. They don't leave any to have any follow-up plays. Virtuoso using not quite all of his boost on that chance. With a minute left, it seems to be even Stevens potentially entering that golden goal territory.
Yeah, it's going to begin to get a little bit nervy because G1 will feel they'd be good for a lead in this game. They're yet to smash the ball through the net. Kami's touch is clean, then he closes down Atomic. Virtuoso sniffs an opportunity up against Oli. Oli fakes it. Realize bumps out Virtuoso. But now Atomic has some time to play. He teased up what he thought was going to be Oli. Instead it was just Virtuoso. 30 seconds left. It's the quietest game so far. Dorito might be about to make something explode. Atomic's up again. Virtuoso's just waiting. Can G1 steer it around the corner? Not quite this time. Oli has to just watch as Realize clears.
Good clear as well. Unfortunately, it finds Dorito, the final 15, with Atomic going short, but towards the goal. 20 seconds. Virtuoso steals that corner boost. That will be vital with a bump. Maybe more so. Realize finds Kami up pitch. He's up.
Kami?
There.
Kami?
Kami finds gold at the death of game 5.
Oh, and you can see it on the faces over at G1.
They've defended for 5 minutes straight.
Damn.
Atomic looks defeated. They don't know what to say to each other. Elevate. How on earth?
The counter-attack, bro.
This game?
Sheesh.
Maybe.
Excellent play from Kami, but the final 5 is going to be huge. A good fake kickoff sees Oli with ball possession. Virtuoso bumped out the way. Realize, can he find the ground? No, he just finds Atomic. Oli up now, challenged by Kami. Realize it beats everyone.
Nice, that's knocked down.
Elevate
on match
point.
point.
5 seconds sees gold for Elevate. They move on to series point.
Series point.
Wow. Now that is something. I feel like we don't even need to speak. Just look at the body language here. Oh,
Tough,
there are some
bro.
serious head shakes going on for G1. This is tough.
Atomic's fuming.
This is a tricky position because they were by far the better team in that game.
Well, they were attacking, but they've done that the entire time. And Elevate, yet again, how many saves did they put on that time? I'm silly and I can't read. 1. Sorry? 1.
Wow.
One shot.
Save they made.
One save. How many shots did they had? 1 shot.
All right,
G1 had 1
Yeah, well,
shot.
all right,
and 1 save. But they were in the right. What? I thought that'd be like 6 or 7 saves, 8 shots, something like that. 1 and 1. Cool.
That's an interesting scoreboard to see at an RLCS event,
Come on,
though.
guys, we made them make 1 save. That's something to build upon.
Big old save, apparently.
Let's make it 2 on Neo Tokyo. Oh, how apt would it be? APAC getting their first ever series win against a region other than SSA on glorious Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, true.
It can happen. The potential is there. History maybe is about to be made. G1 going to do their best to spoil it. Elevate, do you have it in ya?
G1 are going to need to put on a huge fight here. The start will be vital. If they go down by a couple, then they may well
It's
lose
surprising they
because
only
that
had
team
1
is
shot that
well
last game. That's
inspired
crazy.
Right now. A shot high, Oli's there.
There's
Tips
one.
it high again. And as we see from the previous game, G1 with nothing but pressure.
And now they're getting some demos of their own. Oli took out Virtuoso there. Just something else for Elevate to think about. Now Oli's in full bull chase mode. I don't mind that at all. It makes perfect sense here. Try and make Elevate think and question themselves.
Good block in the corner. Sees the ball fall again, but Kami with a lovely interception. G1, can they continue these pushes as hard as they have been going for them? Because G1 have made Elevate sweat a huge amount. A single shot, a single save, somehow in that previous game. A minute gone. But we've seen what Kami can do with just 5 seconds.
Oh, glorious pre-jump there from Virtuoso. Realized his pass was precise too. And there's a demo as well. It's Dorito on Virtuoso. That definitely seems to be something that G1 have said to themselves. We have to take these guys away, swipe them out the game.
It's a brilliant shout too, G1.
It just feels like
games,
G1 is,
these issues,
when they push up into the zone, though, it's like they're so indecisive about what they want to do, which is what's strange, because they definitely have the ability to like dictate the pace, right? Nice shot. That's what they needed.
They get an important goal. They secure 1. G1 on Neo Tokyo, here to play spoiler.
Oh, they're playing spoiler so well as well. That's what they've been doing since they came onto the scene, upsetting the bigger teams, making the bigger orbs upset that they are here. They are at this major. They are in this, this quarterfinal, this championship Sunday. And they are not. It's Virtuoso, though. Still time for Elevate. Kami's in front of him. Vert sends it high. Realize tries to follow, but Atomic is too fast. Too pacey, at least for now, but it all manages to find its way to the side until a team pinch comes in to get it towards Kami. Dorito up every touch of the utmost importance right now for G1 to show their professionalism. The serious players from the bigger region.
That was a weird slow-mo for a second there.
By Elevate from APAC as the ball goes over their goal over and over again.
2 minutes elapsed and this G1 lead stays firm. Elevate haven't been pushed a huge amount. Now the ball moving a lot more towards the midfield.
Well, that should be a good shot.
Nice.
Nice.
Top corner.
Sniper.
Smashed in half.
He just waits. He picks his moment, and he puts the bullet into the heart of the net. Atomic couldn't close it.
Up into that upper corner, too. No one had a shot, really.
And all
well
three
done.
of Elevate, they're calm, they're
All right.
chill, they're making sure that
Come on,
they know
Elevate.
the job's not done yet for either team. An influential demo there. Fantastic movement. Meant that the kickoff goal wasn't going to find its way in. Oli with another spectacular block as well.
How apt, the Spanish kickoff, keeping Elevate away. They're at bay, at least for now, as Virtuoso tries to dunk Atomic. Realizes waiting, he's scored goals like this before. He gets the flip reset and the challenge off the backboard. Kami's in, all three T1 players are there. Gets himself in the row! Virtuoso gets the dunk, and there's the reaction from Elevate!
The dunk in the middle of the net, faking out two of them as well, forces them to jump. Virtuoso potentially securing history for APAC.
Wow.
It's there.
APAC's about to win their first series, chat.
To get that elusive series win, to go 1-1 in the Swiss with the big boys, the huge Orgs going toe-to-toe all the way. Dorito trying to quell those dreams, though. It's Atomic to the backboard. Oli, he sends it high. How much left does Dorito have in the tank mentally? Physically, it's been such a long series, Stumpy, all these delays. Elevate currently running away on top.
Atomic sends it high.
Still plenty of time, though. Missed 2 minutes. It's only a goal one-goal game.
We see Neo Tokyo, and we see potential success here for Elevate. A shot comes.
Oh, no. I thought the backboard's wide open. It's over.
They just keep doing it. Realize, just bide their time. They wait for their moment. Virtuoso causing all sorts of havoc. After his teammate went away, Atomic didn't know where to turn. The heads are in their hands. There's still 1 minute and 45 seconds left, but the 2-goal cushion is so soft for Elevate.
We'll be back if it gets crazy, but we're just going to go ahead and switch right back on over to G2 and Space Station.
Who finishes the job, he gets the opening goal.
So I think Elevate just locked things up there.
Comes right near the halfway mark. Space Station get caught out. That has not happened very often with this team. Since the addition of Hoxer, they've become one of the better defensive teams in North America. Not necessarily the world. There have been plenty internationally that have cleared, but it's a short list for sure in NA. Here goes LJ, around one, trying to center. There's Hoxer on the weak side. Falls down to Arsenal. All three involved, and we're tied.
And it was a struggle for G2 because Space Station just such a great job of playing this around G2. Hoxer with the pinch out. Arsenal gets a free shot. No one on the side of G2 Esports able to put a hand up.
Love it.
And when you let the dogs start barking, it gets a little bit tougher. You know T-Shock is going to be yelling across the way at G2. J-Naps, let it go.
J-Naps, faking.
Clears away only as far as Chicago. Trying to finish the clearance. LJ's going to have to cycle around on this. Hoxer waiting to follow up. It almost fell right to him, but Atomic had a great read again. Atomic defensively has really stepped up his game of late. Shame we didn't get to see it on display at the major. Here goes Hoxer now. Looking for LJ. Dunked back in. J-Naps will boom it away. Atomic is there. Who's got the follow-up here? It just falls towards J-Naps when Hoxer intercepts.
You saw Arsenal there on the back wall, decided not to go for it because he recognizes no one on the side of G2 is up for that. No more sustained pressure. G2
Elevate wraps up their series over G1-6.
J-Naps went for that. A chance here for a counterattack. Arsenal, no, he's just going to let that go in.
Nice. SSG takes the lead.
Spacestation Gaming, they're up 2-1.
And it has just gone final over on the B stream. Elevate getting
Arsenal kind of stole that, but that's okay.
Europe in 6 games, taking down G1, and elation on display from the Elevate squad. Big congratulations to them as we play on here with our opening game and a shot whistling wide from Chicago.
That's so cool for Realize.
Late here in the opener. And it's blocked aside by Arsenal. That allows Hoxer to come up. And LJ coming from way back. Still just a little bit faster than G2. Space Station Gaming trying to keep that pressure on now and not let G2 break out.
Arsenal, hold on, trying to leave that one. Oh no, Hoxer got
so
caught out.
That's so huge, man.
This happened time and time again in this game.
Time and time again, everyone take a shot.
Space Station Gaming might let one in because J-Naps strikes. The ace hits the mark. A minute to go, we're equalized.
They demo Hoxer. Nobody else comfortable enough to get back. LJ in a real tough spot. And as a result, another unassisted goal has this game all tied up with 1 minute remaining.
Kickoff Ball to LJ. Lots of control coming out of him, and he could be a threat when left alone. What will G2 do? Can they build off this goal, see if they can take momentum? Chance here for a little bit of dramatics in game one. As both teams have traded blows, but it's been G2 that have held on mostly, as that's not necessarily the best touch, and they got to scramble to get out. Can Spacestation Gaming really lock things in defensively and probably take this one? Arsenal goes up. JNav's a good beat. Ball to Atomic, big whiff though, and it'll go to LJ.
I wonder if he thought Chicago was maybe a little bit closer and that decoy play would have worked. As Chicago ranging back and makes the save from his own crossbar. 17 seconds separate us from overtime in our main event here on the mainstream. Here's Atomic around one. Try to drop it down to JNaps. He'll go to work. Got
JNaps? Nope, LJ's there.
And LJ clears it out as well. Final
it's going overtime, right?
Away.
Imagine doesn't.
Will give SSG one more look at the net, and Atomic lets it drop. Overtime.
All right, overtime for game one of our last series of the day here, chat.
With that ball inside of G2 and kickoff in favor of Space Station Gaming. Here's Arsenal, big dunk, goes off the back wall. Is anyone there? It's gonna be Hoxer. He'll get demo for his effort, but he still is able to keep the ball on the back wall, and now G2 are gonna have to work to carry it out. If there's anyone who could do it, it's Atomic. Flip reset, he brings that from his own back wall all the way to the orange box.
You can't look back at previous matchups between these two teams and get a feel for how this series will go, because G2's been able to light up the scoreboard against the old SSG. This is a much better defensive squad now, as Hoxer with a clean win, and Chicago
knocks that aside.
Save. Here goes Arsenal again. LJ unable to receive a pass because JNaps is in the way. G2 has sped up their game significantly as well. Kind of overheard them talking during the day right before day one of this wildcard, so I guess 2 days ago. You haven't seen this kind of G2 ever. As they're really
there it is for Space Station, baby.
LJ will finally tuck it home. A minute into overtime, SSG take game one.
You got to give it up to Arsenal. I mean, he creates this play that dunk straight down through G2 off. Hoxer got involved with the follow-up 50, and LJ to finish the job. Everybody from Space Station Gaming getting involved to finish off game one. And what fashion as well do they do it? A full press against a team like G2, who is known for doing that towards their opponents.
And with that goal, LJ continues to score more against G2 than his two teammates combined this season. That includes, of course,
funny.
Hoxer was with Ghost earlier on in the season. So LJ gets the game winner. Game one. We look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, and we thought this one from JNaps was as loud as they come. But there is your winner. Absolute chaos in front of the net. And Space Station Gaming, 3-2 over G2. And what a big first step forward here in this high-profile matchup.
And I love what I saw there on the desk when they were talking about G2, right? Again, Atomic, he did phenomenal that game. 3 saves, 4 shots. JNaps as a striker looked great, which is things you want to see from G2. But, of course, it wasn't that clear.
Oh, I'd be
think about Space Station
sweat
Gaming,
in a
that
suit,
defense
dog.
Was very formidable amongst all that pressure. Not only that, they were able to turn things around, and we're starting to keep an eye out on G2 defensively, because there were just some moments where they felt outplayed. LJ especially has been doing a good job of keeping the ball close. Hoxer on the back end has been phenomenal all tournament, and they only seem to be building off the success. Let's see how G2 respond as we get into Forbidden Temple.
Chicago looking for Atomic in the pass, just not executed well. JNaps at least got to this, but Arsenal in the way. Hoxer and LJ got to figure out who's going to take charge, and it's LJ who left the boost behind. Here goes Hoxer. Arsenal running underneath as well, and the teams fight to a stalemate here in the first 25.
There's Hoxer. Last bag just picks up the boost, wants to sail that one down. Whoa, Arsenal goes quickly to make sure he grabs that one. And the Space Station Gaming out in front once
Here's
again.
the question. Do we feel like G2 needs game 2? Or do they have the ability to be able to bounce back from that?
That's why G2 have to be careful about their approach and moving forward.
Definitely trying to rely a lot on their team.
Like, obviously they'd prefer to win game 2. I'm not saying they're going to come out here and like throw it or nothing, right? But I feel like there are some teams where, like, if they fall too far behind, they're kind of, their mental's not strong enough. I don't know if that's G2.
Front, but the rebound goes past Hoxer. You can see Arsenal was trying to set it up.
On the flip side, I think if you give a team like Space Station a 2-game lead and then they come out here and take the lead in game 3, I just think they just might.
Chance there, good pinch out. Chicago, that one just bounces right off the Fennec. Eyes on Reed here, especially as he gets a good pass to JNabs. JNabs tried to put that one on target, but Arsenal was there to clear it away.
They come out and take the lead in game 3. I just don't. They just might, sweep.
Creative when bringing the ball upfield, and even in that last game, they had more shots than SSG. It's just about getting past that last defender. It feels like it's so tough on the blue side.
Oh, there's a heavy pinch across in Chicago. Wise to the play. Now it is LJ jumping in there with Hawkster up in the air as well. That's going to put Arsenal in a real tough spot. One of the maybe Achilles heel of Space Station is if you can get Hawkster away from the net, good things might happen, but LJ is going to score here. G2 almost got to it. It was Atomic after that demo, JNabs rather, nearly got this out, but SSG strike first.
And you were talking about demoing the back end of Space Station Gaming. They do that to G2, and next thing you know, you're seeing G2 crumble. Kickoff, though, in favor of SSG. You saw the fake come out. LJ with a free ball. You love to see that. Can they make something out of this? G2 hold off, don't get caught off guard, and may even have a chance upfield.
Oh, JNabs shot right
Nice response from G2. That's what you needed.
See the defender going into the net.
Because you cannot go down but 2 to Space Station Gaming.
Way too slow.
And everyone knows he's a striker. Yeah. Everyone knows he can place that top corner. You cannot give JNabs a free shot, and SSG paid the price.
1-all. What else is new? Two teams so evenly matched. Atomic looking to put on a show. Couldn't line up a double, bounce it back out to Chicago. JNabs is up. He's up quick, but maybe a little too quick. He whiffed it.
We've seen players, especially in this event, who kind of increase their top speed and suddenly they play a little bit too fast even for their own good. JNabs is not the only one victim to that. On the other side of the field, actually, Arsenal. It was one of the things that we noticed out of him yesterday. Chance here for Arsenal, though, to get one on the board. He is blocked out. Follow from Hawkster. No! Denied by Atomic.
Just you make that first save, and you got to make a split-second decision. Are you going after the ball, or are you diving back towards the net? Because a second or third chance opportunity is always coming now from SSG. Dropped in front for LJ. Wow. Saved out by JNabs.
Big save.
Saves on the side of G2. Saw one earlier in this game from Atomic. JNabs able to block that top corner. LJ thought that was the only place he could place it, and even that was blocked out. Pinch off the back wall, and there's JNabs once again to clear away the danger. Atomic gets involved, and Arsenal needs to get a good touch here. It's clutches to the corner, which will save things for the time being. LJ last back, 0 boost, gets the block though. No follow-up on the side of G2. Atomic was too far back, and he's got to play defense.
LJ with that all-important boost steal out of the corner as Arsenal got a piece of this ball coming out of the zone, but it's still to Chicago. JNabs waiting for a ball that's ever going to get to him. Hawkster now couldn't beat Atomic to the play. And it's LJ just booming it away in the general direction of Hawkster, who almost actually collided with LJ on the way back. He's still navigating through traffic, but at least got back safely to the net. He can defend here.
Oh, Atomic trying to get a piece of that. He's been upfield, getting a lot of bumps. I saw him and extended in the SSG half. Demo on this play, and Chicago will get involved, but this ball is still in dangerous territory as we approach the final minute. Same situation as game 1 going into the final minute. Both teams tied up here. It's anybody's ball game.
The two leading scorers during yesterday's first round doing battle here. Atomic pouring in 7 goals for G2 yesterday. Hawkster one-upped him with 8. Here's Arsenal.
Gonna buy him some space with the demo, especially because JNab's still in the back. Another demo from Hawkster.
Wide. Another golden opportunity squandered by SSG, and now here comes G2 again. That may be given away to Atomic, but Hawkster's up first.
Hawkster gets a nose on it.
Hawkster all over this ball.
Second
He
touch.
needs a demo for his efforts, but he did his job. He got the ball out of harm's way. He's got SSG set up in a good spot now, with JNabs having to come from the ground. And his pinch downfield at least got it out of danger temporarily. Oh, Arsenal was way up way early. Now LJ trying to line up a double. Chicago's got his hands full.
Nice.
He missed it off the back wall. It's almost free, and Arsenal had a shot blocked away. Now LJ quickly to the skies. Atomic recovers, and G2's best defender so far in this series saves their bacon.
But at Space Station Gaming, that final 30 seconds, they played that so well. LJ was second man, but went back because he knew Hawkster was behind him. They set up a play. They were placing the ball almost perfectly around G2, but the final shot just wasn't enough.
All right, G2 going to be feeling the pressure, man. I'm telling you, they cannot go down 0-2 here to Space Station.
SSG might finish the job.
Especially if SSG comes out with some crazy-ass goal here in overtime. Or if they had like a save on one side and then flip the field on a counter.
Added to the team was go win a major with them. Here is LJ cycling back with Chicago beating him to the punch. That kicks out in front. Hoxer throws it right down Broadway, and Atomic falling into his own net makes the save, but wants a follow-up. That's been SSG's bread and butter. Not successful this time. Arsenal, second touch. That slows everything down a little bit, and Chicago giving a little extra feet to make the stop. Atomic stuffs Hoxer, but they're not clearing the zone or G2. I mean, they're having to defend for prolonged periods of time, and you worry about the boost totals. They're okay for now. Now they break out, and Hoxer with a save.
Yeah, they do break out. The biggest thing, though, that was great on the side of G2, avoiding the bumps. There were 2 chances where if SSG pick up that demo, that final shot is going in. G2 recognizing this and adapting. Arsenal's looking for a chase. LJ with the ball on the hood, gets it past Chicago. Gets it past Atomic, but it's just off the crossbar, it won't go in.
That was excellent control.
That'd kind of be one of those goals I was talking about, chat.
Look, SSG have felt like by far the better of the two, but they haven't got the goal they need.
Oh!
It drops right into Hoxer's lap, and SSG take another overtime.
They're just able to keep the ball down in that side of the zone, man.
Straight back to his teammate, and Hoxer knew he had that one lined up off speed to get it past Atomic. And late again in overtime.
All right, so G2 takes the timeout here.
Spacestation Gaming take the victory.
LJ scores from Hoxer in overtime of game 1.
We should have most of our matchups for tomorrow, right?
From LJ in overtime of game 2. Space Station Gaming halfway to a 2-0 start here at the wild card.
And I mean, you can tell they've game planned very well for this. Even though G2 has been formidable on the offense, again, JNAP still hitting those shots. He's 50%.
Valiant versus Limitless tomorrow, huh?
Wasn't enough. Most of the ball was spent on the side of G2's half. SSG felt like
I don't know if I want to watch that game.
But it's about if you can finish. Take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance.
That's heartbreaking.
Replay. That's exactly what Hoxer
Tournament ends for one of those 2 teams. One of them's got to send the other home.
As well. 7 on side of SSG that game.
That's tough.
If I could read Arsenal's thoughts for a moment when he looked back at the end of that game, he was probably, his thoughts had to be something along the lines of, and this would be from Arsenal's POV, these fools are calling a timeout, right? Yes, they are. They did call a timeout down 0-2 here after a couple of overtime losses. I mean, listen, they're not getting blown out of the water, but it did feel like, especially in that second game, Space Station had to have had.
You think G2's got this in the bag? I don't know, man. I feel like
coming down
if G2,
and that is not going
I don't think game 1 was so big, right? I really do feel like losing that second one's so tough.
Shot. It's the second, it's the third, sometimes the fourth, it feels like. G2 have got to do a better job of just getting the ball out of the zone, not just being content to keep it out of the net.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest obstacle right now for G2. Once they get stuck on their own half, it feels like it's a monumental effort for them to not only
the overtime maybe doesn't make it so bad.
We saw that in game 1 that they were, you know, they
doesn't make it sting so much.
Consistent offense, consistent pressure. They got a couple goals, but in game 2, you could tell Space Station Gaming, they figured out their game plan and they followed it down to the T. Possession was heavily in their favor, and now we have G2 now down 2 games in the series. It's close as it is in terms of the scoreline. That's just not how it feels when we're out here on the field.
Hoxer has been involved a lot when he plays G2, whether it was with Ghost or now with Space Station Gaming. 3 assists and an overtime winning goal. He had the assist on an overtime winner in game 1 as well. Hoxer's got his fingerprints all over Space Station Gaming's success against G2 now.
All right, G2's got to bounce back here if they're going to do it.
Leave this down for JNAP.
And it feels like for G2, man, it's got to be you taking control here early. If Space Station just keeps the ball down on your half of the pitch, you're going to feel that really start to wear down on them.
That's, I think, the biggest question for SSG defensively. Can Arsenal, by the time he needs to buy his teammates to get back, that time he did, and it leads them downfield to that opportunity that goes well wide, and here goes Chicago now.
Ooh, Chicago.
Oh, that's a big whiff.
No, denied there. Straight to that top corner. LJ got the read, and now trying to send this one across. LJ ambitious on the play. Demo in the back end, and Hoxer's back, and so is Arsenal off the respawn. G2 definitely feels like their approach has changed coming off the timeout. They've kept things close as Atomic tries to get a 50 out.
Oh, there you go. That's what you needed if you're G2 here.
You just cannot react fast enough when JNaps is able to line one up like this. 119K, top shelf, good luck. And G2 strikes first again, this time just after the first minute of game 3. They desperately need this win here, though this is 2 NA teams playing a best-of-7. We'll just leave that one there for now as Atomic guides this out to the corner, and he'll go to work himself. He's got JNaps to his right. Force that ball through. LJ quickly off the corner, he'll send it down. Hoxer is there, LJ will work with him, but JNaps with the clear. Finds Chicago. Arsenal too late on the respawn.
There we go.
And the lead
okay.
is doubled.
And now G2 starting
You
to
might be right.
on that
G2
back
might
end.
be all right.
Whoever is last is out the play. They can continue to roll in the open net opportunities. Second goal for G2. And Spacestation Gaming not able to necessarily adjust. G2 have not only been more aggressive towards that third man back, but they've also kept that ball in the air and really been able to play it past Spacestation Gaming well. Talk about that first goal from Atomic. He set up JNaps perfectly.
Well, bounce downfield again, LJ. A little bit of labor needed there with Atomic trying to go after him. That's well done by Arsenal to find Hoxer. He's got LJ to his left, the flick high. LJ got it back on target, and Arsenal make sure there's no reprieve for the defense.
And SSG said they're not going to go out without a fight, even when 2 goals scored on them. You see that play develop very well. LJ
I really like Arsenal.
Bring that one straight into a perfect position for Arsenal to finish the job just a little bit faster than G2 on that play.
Chicago will veer off for boost, and here goes LJ. Chicago's going to need that boost because he's waiting to see what happens with Atomic. Circling around, it's JNaps going right down the middle. And Hoxer, not the touch he wanted, almost served it up on a silver platter for JNaps. Very lucky that this isn't 3-1.
Nice
Arsenal
pass.
now looking for LJ. They do not connect, and it's JNaps will settle things down, but SSG still kind of reeling from that miscue. Chicago denied by LJ.
It was a fantastic double. I thought it was a goal. Now LJ trying to get things on the other end. A great touch to try to put that on the back wall, but Chicago to Atomic.
You
Atomic
put that
trying
over.
to switch the play. G2 trying to turn the tables on Spacestation Gaming as we hit the halfway point of game 3. They still have the 1-goal lead as Atomic with the double to Chicago. Bang!
Damn.
G2 just peppering the backboard and forcing Spacestation Gaming into an untenable situation. 2:15 remaining, and the hits just keep on coming. Only 5 shots officially on target, but if you looked at all the scoring opportunities that have been generated by G2, it's almost like the last minute of the previous game. In reverse, here goes LJ now with Hoxer running interference. He got Atomic on the wall, and Chicago pops it away.
LJ landed a little differently. Could have wave dashed right into the ball, got that pop up and scored. That one, LJ super aggressive on the play. You can see a little bit of desperation, and it's looking a little sloppy here. Bump on the play. Atomic had a little bit of space, but not enough power behind the flick. G2 still, you see again, on Chicago's POV. Demo and Hoxer in the back end. This is how they're keeping the ball on the orange half.
Oh, Chicago got it on target. LJ just barely with the reaction. I don't think LJ or Hoxer thought that was going to be anywhere near the mark, and all of a sudden, they turn the ball cam back on. Here goes Arsenal. He got around 2 very sneakily, and it's JNaps there to save the day for G2. But now LJ will try again. Flip reset passes blocked out by Chicago. Arsenal circles around again, got past 1. Can he get through 2? No, but LJ will come back in, and he's a little too slow to the punch.
Danger here on the side of SSG. They look uncomfortable when they're on defense. Credit to G2's ability to just take them off the field as another demo on the play. Hoxer last back. He's going to slow things down here, but he cannot afford to waste too much time. 50 seconds remaining in regulation.
Big boom by Hoxer. Chicago will send it around the boards, but he let it get away from him, and Arsenal's challenge. Close enough to the target, it required a stop. And now here goes LJ, who won't be able to follow that play on. He's obliterated. JNAP's now trying to put this game away. It waterfalls down and it pinballs out thanks to LJ. There's still time here for Spacestation.
Oh, he got him!
LJ beat Atomic,
hold on.
Game again.
That is a disgusting flick from LJ. Are you kidding me? Look at
I thought maybe G2 was going to be able to have the response that they needed, but if Space Station wins this, it's a sweep. It's over.
That's a superstar player there from LJ, bringing a chance here for Space Station Gaming. They got 25 seconds though if they want to tie this one up.
Oh, fake kickoff, and Hawkster ended up too far up the wall, too far forward. So that blows up in their face, but they may still get an opportunity out of it. 15 seconds. Hawkster with LJ creeping up. Demo by Hawkster.
Hawkster gets a demo.
This kicks out. LJ is there, but Chicago with the win. Can Arsenal get around?
It's a big 50 by Chicago with a bump too.
So it's got to be Hawkster to
Hold
set it
up.
JNAPS. Oh, he wasn't there for it.
Hold
There's
up.
LJ, but
Nope.
it goes wayward, and Arsenal can't get there. G2 are on
Damn.
the board.
Fantastic stuff for G2. They strike early and quickly, and at the pace of the game from that point on is to slow things down on the side of SSG, and they did that.
You got to follow that up with another one, though, I feel like, if you're G2. I don't think you can give SSG triple match point, right?
SSG with 5, but G2, I think they had 2 in the previous game. They had 6 on that
G2's
one,
not,
and they were all very
It's so weird, right? Because everybody in Wildcard, like, they've shown signs of being, like, really, really strong this season, but also, like,
as great as
not.
LJ has been,
You know what I mean?
head against G2. JNAP has been solid.
I feel like G2 and
as well,
Space Station are so
getting
tightly
his, what,
contested. I don't
13th
think you can give
goal
anybody that many
against
chances of
Space
being like,
Station this
yo,
season.
I only need one
it
game.
has been a great matchup for JNAPs and Chicago getting in on the act as well. That goal from LJ gave SSG some life, but they squander a nearly 700-point performance out of LJ. And so now we go back to
I think when you look
the
at
teams.
that
Game 4. All of a sudden, it's a series again here with SSG stopped in their tracks.
Is that a fun fact or is that just a fact?
From the side of G2, you got to think they went into that game with a timeout. They came out swinging, and then not only that, they kind of changed the.
Is G2 one of these rosters that we see like a lot of in NA where their team's been together forever?
They were really on top
Yeah,
of the ball.
JNAPS and Chicago have been duoing for
Turn the tides,
ever.
or at least they're starting to.
Do we think if G2 doesn't qualify for Worlds that they break it up?
Will G2
Like if they don't make it out of Wildcards?
A guaranteed game 6 is the question.
No, I mean they finished second at Worlds last year. Maybe not them.
Series here. Get them off to a strong start. It's
What about
JNAPs on the
Space
follow-up
Station,
to
though?
hit the post. So
They've
no
been together
thanks
for a
to
bit
the
too,
SSG
right?
defense. This game is still scoreless early on, but not for long. There's Reed Curry. Chicago gets the opener.
No, I guess not. Hawkster just recently added their money.
JNAPS on the pass, takes his time, throws it mid, sees where SSG are positioning-wise, and knew it was a perfect play to give that straight to Chicago. Passing, beautiful on the side of G2.
So where Space Station broke down G2 late in games 1 and 2, G2 are returning the favor. They're getting those multiple looks at the SSG net. Atomic making sure there's no boost steal as Hawkster will dive in, but he's nudged away from the play, and it's going to be on to LJ now. LJ trying to get around Atomic, as he did in the previous game. Made it look like SSG had a chance. This is deflected out. LJ's got to scramble back, and that back pass only helps out Chicago, and LJ with the stop.
They had a wide opening if they can bring it down there and put it in.
But he had all that possession, and that was really the most threatening part of that play. SSG scrambling in the back after going all in on offense. And if they continue to do that, this scoreline is only going to increase on the side of G2. They have to be more efficient. Demo on the play, though, to make them more awkward. We've seen Chicago do that time and time again. He's not giving anything.
Time and time again.
He's downfield right now.
Watch party drink.
Yeah, and you had the fake in front of the net.
Take a shot.
Like going to freeze G2 with the demo, and there's one there. Arsenal coming out of the net, but the follow-up stopped by Hawkster as well. They got to get him off the field if they want to score a freebie. Chicago again to the backboard. LJ has to pump the brakes, and he'll drop it down to who else but Hawkster.
Oh, but Atomic has that. That's a good shot. LJ, great read. Great recovery. You got to think he started that play. Still under more pressure. Chicago, no. It's off the post. It'll go wayward, even though SSG, it feels like G2 have them in a chokehold. They've survived, and now they get a chance to break out. LJ with the shot forces 2 up. Chicago will not be challenged here as he switches the game around.
And a good job by Arsenal, who didn't have a whole lot to work with to guide that to safety. Here goes LJ from the ceiling, got a piece of it. And now it's Arsenal. falling off to the side. Lets this one go. Hawks with the full tank. Oh, that's a real awkward ball for him, and he made the most out of it. LJ looking for Arsenal downfield, and he got him. This will waterfall down. Arsenal couldn't get that back on target, but it's still available now for LJ as that's finally pounded away. And who will it fall to but Hoxer, as he'll try, but Atomic just a little too fast. Oh, Chicago, redirect is high.
Oh, and you saw that Atomic was looking for that bump. Actually got one there on Arsenal. As long as they get an initial bump on the rotation out, you can tell that's the game plan on the side of G2. It hasn't been enough to increase the scoreline, as SSG's done a good job of being able to not only play around it, but get the ball out. 2 minutes to go, though, and this game is heavily on the side of G2.
Spacestation have been oh so close.
It really feels like GT's been doing a much better job controlling the pace of the game than they were in the first two games. Even though the first two games were obviously very close.
Back to the drawing board they go. Chicago
Hoxer?
Hoxer right down the lane.
Nice save by Atomic.
With the easy save. This falls to Hoxer, so he's got to improvise with a half a tank of boost. Got it to the backboard, but he's not going to be able to follow that play up. LJ can. Can he get it down to Arsenal? No, Atomic makes sure of that.
Good read on the play from Arsenal. Hoxer does have a flip. Gonna use that, but JNAP waiting on that back wall. I mean, ever since a couple goals scored early in the series, G2's back wall defense has been fantastic. And Chicago gets a touch to stop LJ from the double. They respect SSG, they see the threat, and they're making sure no matter where, if it's in the backfield getting corner boosts or if it's upfield, they gotta work for it.
I think they're playing a little bit too close to the net. Get those passes infield a little bit further out. Draw the G2 defense out so they can't be as comfortable as they have been so far, deep in their own territory. Here's Arsenal rolling one across to Hoxer. Foot race between him and JNAPS, won by the Canadian. JNAPS forced
nobody there for it.
There's nobody at the net, but Chicago can't get to it in time. And now Arsenal,
I mean, not that it matters for G2, they've got the lead,
he's
but
got Atomic retreating as well. He'll give way to LJ.
if Space Station scores one, you're gonna be really mad that you didn't get that open opportunity on the other side.
Players make big time plays.
Oh, brother.
LJ top 5 when he hits redirect like that, he sure is. Oh my God.
That is a top 5 level shot.
All right.
With 40 seconds
All
remaining.
tied up.
Ice in the veins for LJ, who's got
That's
his
a big
goal.
turnaround play.
And now this will drop to Arsenal. Haven't said Arsenal's name a whole lot. He's been a little bit quiet. Lobbing one on target here as Atomic will collect. And he'll bring it down for Chicago. Intercepted by Hoxer. He'll improvise again. And Atomic gets bumped away from the corner.
Oh, no.
First lane is open, and Arsenal shot denied.
It was a dangerous shot. It was also his first one of the
Spacestation
game.
Gaming
Player who didn't have a shot
back
on.
alive
the
again.
The only other player now with a single shot has been JNAP. Final 10 seconds, and once again, between G2 and Space Station Gaming, it's looking like we could head into another overtime. Ball still up. Arsenal and Atomic will get the 50. LJ keeping this in play. JNAP says, okay, we can play that game too. It's off the back wall. Sent across. Chicago keeps this up. LJ is there. Arsenal
no way.
Redirect. He puts it midfield. Atomic saw it and it hits the ground. We got overtime in game 4.
I thought that was going to get crossed to Arsenal there.
Split seconds sooner. That could have been a drill right through the net. If you're G2, you got to keep the ball away from Hoxer. He has been captain clutch so far this week. He's already got 3 overtime winners in a round and a half of Swift. Here goes LJ, blocked by JNAPS. This goes across, LJ's there. No redirect available thanks to the efforts of Atomic. Hoxer ranging back, he's got the corner boost, but he's giving that ball away to Chicago, and he's bailed out by Arsenal.
I say because it's those chances where you see a free ball given to one of these players. Everybody has such a strong ability to be able to finish this game. You don't want anyone with too much time to think about where they can place the ball. This one is going to get much higher.
Gets fielded to the corner, but can they get it out? Arsenal over 1.
Good job keeping ball and boost. Atomic put the brakes on.
Good job for Atomic being a pest.
Middle, but it's blocked out by Hoxer. And then a big pinch downfield. Arsenal on the weak side. Atomic's got to be wary of him. LJ will follow this play up, and that touch by Arsenal could be critical. LJ
off the backboard,
to the backboard.
to Arsenal!
And SSG putting the series on match.
Man, it looked like G2 had so much control early. And then it was like the stalemate there in the middle.
Arsenal had a free shot
wow.
right behind Chicago.
What a tangled
That's tough.
web we weave here. 3-1.
We still feeling G2 chat.
Spacestation Gaming.
Or we starting to believe SSG.
Brilliant setup. And yeah, the numbers. T-Shock's got a lot to be happy about. You'll see them in a moment after we look at what was a highlight reel for Space Station and G2. A lot of defense, a lot of clutch defense. Yeah. But in the end, it was that strike from Arsenal, his 4th goal as well, that erases that goal from Chicago. Look at this though, LJ. Whew, you might see that one tomorrow.
Yeah, you really might. One thing I've learned here though is one, Arsenal's listening to you because you said he was quiet and he definitely got loud, not only in the comms, but in the stats. 5 saves out of him, a game winner, and a 100% goal participation. G2 still kept up that demo pace. They had, I believe, 5 demos that game. Not as many on the side of SSG. They were really just stuck on their own half. Remember, there was a moment where G2 had SSG not only boostless, but the ball, they just couldn't get it out. SSG just played very, very strong defense, kept the ball away. Once they got boosted up,
They keep going for demos. I mean, I feel like
back into their own rhythm.
playing aggressive against SSG is definitely a very easy way to get them out of their rhythm. I mean, I think we saw them kind of doing that a little bit in games 3.
Will be over right here.
One of the most improved players, oddly enough, this season.
And then even there in 4 a little bit.
Is Arsenal. It's a short list of players that have kind of peaked at this point in the season more so than him. Here goes JNAP though. He's got his team around him, and he'll lob it downfield for himself. Arsenal is right there in his face. Atomic got his central, but there is Hoxer. Arsenal had already committed to jumping off the wall. He wins the race to that corner boost, so Atomic's in a bit of a tough spot. This falls downward towards LJ, and Chicago just barely got a hand up.
G2 have been playing so close to SSG all series long. Even though they're on match point, they cannot afford to take their foot off the gas. They've got to get it going, especially.
Got to make sure SSG doesn't make that fatal mistake of starting to play not to lose instead of continuing to play to win. That'll be the type of thing that really allows G2 to open up the door and get that momentum back over games 5 and 6 and eventually into game 7.
Out of 8 possible results, there's only one that could possibly result in a Mina matchup at the 2-0 bracket tomorrow. And it's if Space Station wins this game right here, they go 4-1, you will see Twisted Minds versus Team Falcon. Here goes Chicago. He's got options, but none that were
Imagine it doesn't happen like that. And then it's actually, we see those 2 teams are the first 2 teams that qualify. And how much that would shake things up. That'd be crazy. I don't think it happens, but it would be kind of a crazy story.
Arsenal seems to play a little bit faster on this stage.
Yes, that much faster, and again, the whole lot of confidence. We heard it in the video as well. You know, once they get here, it just feels like everything turns onto another level. And they are also trying to go to another level. I mean, you say shoot for the sky. They're called Space Station Gaming for a reason. That being said,
which of the 2 of them has
this has been a very methodical game
the better difference? Twisted Minds, right?
You can tell SSG, they want to pull G2 out and see if they can hit him with a
or
strong
no.
counterattack. We know SSG can defend under the pressure, but G2
Falcons.
aren't necessarily giving
Falcons have the better one, so they'll probably play against Complexity.
So throughout this game, not trying to give too many resources in the upper half.
Oh, Atomic up. He has been all over the field.
As long as
he
G2 wins
burned
this.
about 300 boosts to get in position for this, and he gets the opening goal.
Oh, I mean, he was supersonic from the moment the ball was in his own box. Just running downfield, got there, and then beautiful redirect to put a lot of power behind it. G2 with the first goal. We've seen them do this before, but can they maintain? Uh-oh, that demo kind of sets up a lane. JNaps will put a shot on Mahox today.
Yeah, unfortunately, because JNaps had to be the one to follow that up and nobody else could, he gave SSG time to get back. Hoxer will jump across here, so the physical play from G2 has opened up opportunities, but not
and there it is!
JNaps takes it himself and continues his reign of terror. He joins the 4-goal club.
Nice light touch from JNaps, great follow-up, and it's that final touch out of him that gets it past 2
off of a bunch of demos.
SSG defensive end. JNaps has been very consistent offensively. It's paying off now. 2-goal lead for G2.
We talked about Hoxer and Atomic leading their team in goals after yesterday. They've taken a backseat to their teammates as Hoxer denies Atomic there. LJ grabbing the back corner boost. And a good touch to bring this out and not just give possession back to G2. SSG need a goal sooner rather than later. They get an opportunity here. It's LJ with JNAPS up to intercept. Hoxer got it through, but Chicago will send this down and out of the zone. Now LJ, indirect for himself, couldn't get around Atomic. And G2.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are kind of in
confident. They've seen leads like this, either
similar situations, though, right?
Where very close in this series alone.
The way G2
they're not really the
their approach. It doesn't seem like they're going to
known players on their team, but they do a good job of anchoring down. I mean, at the end of the day, you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? And they do a good job of making sure they're still very strong links for their teams. They're just not in that like face of the squad sort of position.
He has been money against G2 all season. It's a mental thing at this point. He is overconfident against this squad.
Especially because neither team's seen like a super ton of success, right? So
I would bet on it.
Chicago knows better to give him a lane to do that again.
Exactly.
And so does G2. But there's LJ to Arsenal. Arsenal back to LJ. LJ.
Oh!
Denied by JNAP. I told you G2 knew better.
That is amazing focus out of JNAPS as well.
like I think if we would have seen G2 be able to like continue after they won
got a piece of this. Atomic is waiting for a ball that never got to him. Now JNAPS will try his luck
Worlds
with a minute remaining
and continue to be
add
dominant.
Back onto this lead. G2 trying to send us to Neo Tokyo. We have not seen many 4-0s today as this bounces out. Atomic can't chase it down, and Hoxer eventually does get there, but SSG collectively very low on boost. That one finally cleared away. Arsenal's down there with a full tank, and Chicago almost like he baited him in. But here's LJ looking for more, looking for an equalizer, and it's set off by Atomic.
Not only that, Chicago downfield, looking to get a bump. Oh, good redirect, but it's just not on target. That one probably would have been the game decider. Pass though to Hoxer. Hoxer up first.
I think it's also because people know that JDAS has been around a while. And it's like been very hit and miss performances.
Space there. LJ, no! He missed the mark. Hoxer with the slow play. Arsenal has to go back. He's got 0 boost. He instantly gets that boost corner.
I don't think that's like he gets
doesn't
get the respect.
Ball low,
you know what I mean?
To get the bump, but there's no one else there. It'll hit the ground, and we do have Neo Tokyo coming up.
As great as LJ has been, boy, would he love to have.
So that means now our two MENA teams will not be playing against each other.
You cannot afford to
and the
miss
2-0s.
that against this team. That was served up on a platter, and he just dumped it in the bin. Wow, wow, wow. Every game so far, all 5, decided by just 1 goal, as G2 inching ever closer to bringing this all the way back to Champions Field. It started with Atomic, and then the knapsack, bringing it down to earth. And how great is it to see him still having a strong performance?
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
I think missing that spring major kind of gave him the mental reset he needed. And boy, is he come in rejuvenated.
It's so great to see. I mean, not only did he have so many great stops that game, he looked very solid defensively, but again, his shooting, a lot of people know him for his shooting. He is
timeout here?
Just as precise as you would love to see. But
had they not taken their timeout when they won 2? I thought they took their timeout when they took 2, right?
Signs of life towards the end, which is going to be something that we look at, because even though G2 had some offense and they made them uncomfortable, all it took was Hoxer and LJ to be able to connect upfield, and G2 were suddenly in very dangerous positions.
All 5 games, as mentioned, decided by just the 1 goal. 3
Was
of them
not.
have
Okay.
gone to overtime. All 3 won by Space Station Gaming. Here goes Arsenal to start things off here with LJ following up. Are there any early goals in the forecast here? Chicago and Atomic double commit. And Atomic couldn't get to that ball, but Chicago can. JNAPS narrowly avoids Arsenal in the net. And he'll break out here as he beats Arsenal and just about beats Hoxer, who got back. Wow, that demo and the bump, but LJ still recovers. And G2 threatening to open it up with physical play early. Now Space Station's going to answer back.
I lost count of how many bumps we just had in the first 30 seconds of that game. For both teams, just so much physicality. Chicago trying to get that one through. Great read from LJ defensively to be able to stop that play. So much speed and momentum in the favor of Chicago on that one individually, but LJ holding firm and being able to keep this one out. He even doesn't get baited by the fake challenge from Chicago. Gives him a demo for it, says, not today.
Oh, Arsenal maybe a little too over-aggressive there following that play. Hoxer might have had a better line as this bounces out for Atomic, and here comes G2. He's going to go after LJ instead. He had LJ frozen. That's well done. This goes right to JNap, and he pushes it wide. LJ not phased one bit. JNaps will dive in. Hoxer's got this out towards LJ.
Why do I have a feeling that like game 6 here is going to be a 1-goal game?
Over across to JNaps.
And if there's a game 7, whoever wins by a blowout.
Crossbar and a golden opportunity squandered this time by G2. They're not out of this just yet though, as they continue to pour the pressure on. That center ball from Hoxer actually works out for Arsenal, and LJ and SSG escape unharmed.
Well, G2 fans looking at that Chicago crossbar, and it's almost like a bad omen. We'll see if he can create himself another opportunity. Looking to get to the JNaps.
Oh, no.
Just too many cooks in the kitchen, and now they got to go all the way back.
I get sent all the way to their side as well.
The wall himself, and he calls off JNaps, sends him back. And now JNaps weaving through. He's got a lane to shoot through and couldn't get that to the backboard. So now Arsenal for Hoxer, approaching the halfway mark. And 5 shots between the two squads. The advantage so far to G2. A narrow one that it is. Here's Hoxer making sure that he...
Wow.
I was going to say making sure that he didn't just set up G2, but he
did.
Really did. He handed that one to JNaps and had to clean up his own mess. This is Central, and Atomic got it away from Arsenal, threatening an own goal, and Hoxer just gets back in time.
Oh, almost a chance there. JNaps had a read on that ball. Now sent all the way downfield. It's being sloppy here, but that's just because of the physicality that we've seen on both sides. Who's going to be able to make that mistake so far? A deadlock in game 6. LJ, just got a tough spot here. Chicago with the shot. Away. Arsenal and LJ got credit for the save. That one gets sent wide, and Arsenal will pick things up, bringing it back to the midfield. G2 are not done yet, though. They're trying to out-pressure Spacestation Gaming, but Spacestation Gaming buying themselves some breathing room.
I can imagine there's somebody out there going, I'm just so glad the casters haven't mentioned timeouts, as that one just narrowly missed from Chicago. Hoxer will bounce this away. Space Station does still have their timeout available. If this goes to Champions Field, Atomic denied by Hoxer. Chicago's follow-up stopped by Arsenal. All hands on deck defensively at about 50 boost between all 3 players. Finally, Arsenal grabs a full tank on the weak side. Chicago trying to bait out the defense, but LJ is up for it, and Arsenal can use that boost to boom it away.
Use that boost, and boost is definitely something we're looking at on the side of SSG right now. It's starting to get lower and lower as G2 continue their offensive push. Even though SSG has been able to clear things to the midfield.
Oh, Atomic!
Atomic bar down and in, and G2 in front.
So yes, Space Station Gaming have done a great job getting the ball into the center of the offensive zone. The problem is it's been G2's offensive zone for this entire game. That's like the 3rd quality center ball that's been given to G2, and this time they finally convert.
Minute remaining. SSG down by 1. LJ, no, not going to be able to get that. That one's off the back wall. How many times are they going to hit the same spot?
The
That's
ice
not
has
the net.
melted.
Oh, and that's another one. We're going to a
home.
game 7, baby.
LJ missed another critical shot, and it goes back the other way into an empty net.
So you see a little head scratch there on the side of LJ. Space Station Gaming in trouble because G2 have caught them out. They say if you cannot finish on our own half, we're going to throw it right back at you. We'll see if you can save that. No one home, and now G2 looking to bring us to Champions Field.
There is still time to turn this around for SSG, but not if Chicago scores. Now Hoxer put in an awkward spot as everybody let that ball go. Down to 27 seconds. Got to get downfield now, and they won't. It's bounced right back in. Hoxer couldn't get it.
Wow, run it up, run it up, run it up.
Champions Field.
Let's go.
In about 21 seconds.
Oh, man, look at that. JNaps plays it high. He saw Hoxer on the wall. He says, I don't need this touch.
Ain't no better way to end a good old day of Rocket League than a Game 7, baby. Champions Field.
Looking to submit Game 6.
We do have an update, by the way. We misspoke earlier. A G2 win in 7 would also give us a Mina versus Mina matchup in round 3 tomorrow. We're almost
Wow.
there as LJ adds one with 12 seconds left.
I think Space Station.
I've seen stranger things, but this would be pretty remarkable.
It would be. Have to keep eyes here on the kickoff.
Space Station Gaming has not looked very good these last couple games, though. Can they turn it around here? They got the timeout, though, that they were talking about earlier, right? Surely you take it going into Game 7.
And time is indeed going to
Or so to make sure that G2 can't continue to stay hot, try and ice the kicker, so to speak, right?
Why not? We started there, we'll end there. What a second day this has been at the wild card.
And what a performance has it been from G2 down 1-3 in the series, able to bring it back and claw their way into this Game 7. Space Station Gaming had everything going for them, but once G2 figured out their game plan, breaking SSG down and making them uncomfortable in defensive end, keeping up that offensive presence, it just feels like it's been all G2 ever since.
5 goals from Atomic after he had kind of a slower start to the series. He has come alive. 4 goals recently for G2 Esports, including the hat trick here that puts G2 and Space Station onto Champions Field.
And Houston, we have a problem. Space Station Gaming has called a timeout. Before we get into Game 7, to try to slow things down, talk things over. You see Sad Jr. already, he's yapping, and he's getting into the ears. If there's anyone who has the experience to get SSG out of this situation, it's going to be him.
Yes, sir, and he's had, as a player, he had plenty of clashes with JNAPs in his career, and now he's staring across at him going, how did he still get to play and I'm back here now as a coach? Are you kidding me?
Okay.
He's of course looking at the future of Rocket League Esports across in front of him, with especially that man right there who has been phenomenal in this series.
So who we think takes Game 7, chat? We taking G2 versus SSG. I think I'm going to have to start leaning towards G2, honestly.
Out of G2.
Unless SSG can come out here with like back-to-back goals in the first like 2.5 minutes, continue to have their defense look solid.
History, so much experience on both sides. And of course, at the World Championship, where players are looking to put themselves in the rafters, times like this define a lot when it comes down to it.
Sad Jr.'s name is up in those rafters, right under a legendary trio from the old Cloud9, who lifted the trophy in Las Vegas back in 2018. But now his team, Space Station, he's the coach, trying to get them across G2.
All right.
Here we go. Can G2 complete
Game 7,
the
baby.
comeback? They have not lost a Game 7 this season. 2-0 so far. What will give between G2 and SSG? It's Arsenal keeping that out of the center. He may have given it away to Chicago, but he forced him to retreat, and Chicago just gathers that off to the side. LJ to follow up. What has that timeout done for him? Is his confidence going to be back, or will he still be rattled here on Champs Field?
Oh, man, we're looking at a big clash here between these two. This could go any direction. Right now, though, SSG with the opening possession, and you're seeing G2 start to strike back. Did SSG during the timeout, have they figured out a way past G2 when they have that strong offense? LJ's got to get up quickly, and will send that one wayside. But again, that midfield line, G2 has held onto that near and dear. It's really hard for SSG to get chances to break out.
Oxer twirling through, can't stay with it, and Atomic makes sure there's no rebound anyways. Got it off to the side, there is Arsenal, and that ricochets downfield. LJ doing all he can to catch up with it. A little wave dash before he grabbed the full boost, and now Hawkser and Chicago collide in the air. It's Arsenal now, banking for himself. There is LJ, it would have been on target, but JNAP's in the way.
Feels like the longer this game goes,
Flexes muscles, and Chicago couldn't get the second
more and
shot.
more I lean towards
Keep
G2.
eyes on G2, I mean, they're taking notice of where LJ is, and they know that SSG wanted to give him that ball. JNAPS, he saw Arsenal on the sidewall, didn't even bother challenging him, knew the pass was coming, and went to go take that block out.
A lot of talk of incentives lately. The incentive here, you're one win away from qualifying for the main event. What more do you need? Chicago across in the general direction of Atomic. Arsenal is there. He'll circle around on it, though, and gave Atomic time to challenge. This bounces across, and Chicago will test Hoxer for now. Oh, that's a good ball in front, but Arsenal's there for it. And what can Hoxer do? Set up Arsenal.
Arsenal back to Hoxer.
Play, yields a shot, but it had nothing behind it.
Oh, Hoxer trying to buy LJ some room. Gets it past two. He needs to get this one center quickly, but Atomic was up so quickly, no one was able to touch the ball. Arsenal's shot will be blocked out by Chicago. Arsenal got the bump, and Hoxer will score!
What a bump!
Spacestation Gaming start Game 7 off with the first goal.
Game-winning assist.
There's bump by Arsenal in the middle. Gets JNAPs out of position. Maybe not the way that I was talking about that you needed to see it here. But Space Station now up by 1.
We've seen them start games off with that first goal time and time again. But
time and time again.
SSG.
Esports casting drinking game. Take a shot.
Now put them under the clock. Chance to equalize.
Oh, what a quick equalizer.
We're back tied up.
Everybody shoots, everybody scores in bunches for G2. Make that 4 goals for Chicago as we're all tied up at halftime.
Down to the wire. Half a game to go. And it feels like it's only getting more stressful as that clock ticks.
It just doesn't get better than this. Game 7, the 2 best words in sports, certainly the 2 best words in Rocket League. Atomic trying to force that through Arsenal. He'll continue the play on, but he didn't have much to work with. In fact, he had nothing in the tank. Hoxer hoping that boost would spawn for him. It did not, and it still has
Oh no. Okay, Hoxer at least sends it up.
Cleared away. Now JNAP. Flip reset. Could not get the shot on. Chicago to set up Atomic. And Hoxer and LJ both up there. Hoxer takes charge, and he made 2 big stops. But now Chicago throw it up for himself.
Oh, good save by LJ.
In the way again.
Big backboard defense on the side of Spacestation Gaming. Now they're trying to see what they can do in front. But G2 looks set and confident on defense. Good touch out from Atomic. JNAP's going to get there first. And Hoxer now going to be in the back end. Lots of room given here to Hoxer, and it's just because G2, they know they'll clear it right back downfield. JNAP's up.
He really is.
As well. Ball going to go.
He plays smart though.
Line, and
knows what he needs to do.
Chance to pressure again.
We've seen 10 times.
It's not always pretty.
Going into Game 7, the team that's called it has won 7 of the 10.
It's usually not pretty, actually.
Losses, it was T-Shock. It was SSG against Queso in Los Angeles last year. Chicago trying to get this downward in front, but LJ gets around him.
Okay, Arsenal's going to buy him some room. Oh, good job by Atomic to keep it in the offensive zone, though.
Now as that ricochets across. He's got the boost deal, does Atomic. He might be able to score this himself, no. And everybody comes forward, but that wasn't the best clear out of SSG. It went too high. Chicago, faked. Atomic is there, a little floater, boomed away by Hoxer.
They knew they had time, but here it is. Again, ball.
Give me overtime in Game 7.
G2 tried to boom it back, but there was a bump on the play. And now LJ able to get some space.
Oh.
With the shot, but it's too high. Gets sent off the crossbar. Chicago trying to start the counterattack, but Hoxer buying his team so much time, especially with that 50 win. Atomic's going to use all his boost on this play, but the ball will not move. And Hoxer with a big boom downfield. LJ's thinking Chicago will miss, but Chicago hits that one, and JNAP's trying to get there as fast as possible. Final 10 seconds. G2 with one more play. This one, though, stopped at the goal line. Hoxer keeping this one low on the ground, but it gets out. LJ will send
Get it down. Let's go to overtime.
Arsenal will not be there in time. Will SSG keep this one up? Will G2
maybe
push this one midfield?
Hold on.
LJ.
Hold on.
He doesn't have the foot.
Doesn't have the boost.
Well. We have overtime. Next goal wins.
Well, that was the
golden goal, baby.
I've seen in a long time, but it worked out for SSG. Golden goal to go to 2-0. If it comes from G2, we'll have Falcons and Twisted Minds tomorrow. It is JNAP taking the initiative. And LJ tried to get it around him, but he's right there. Chicago, teardrop. LJ in trouble.
Oh, LJ
got rid of it.
having to break out the tricks.
From Spacestation Gaming, LJ had to be perfect, but they're not done yet.
There it is, G2. Wow.
G2 taking it 7.
Rumors of his downfall have been greatly exaggerated. There is no single player more motivated to get back on the main stage in this giant arena and play for another shot at the title
J-Naps.
than Jacob Knappman.
Yep.
And he's just done it again. Another clutch goal, his 5th goal of the series.
That's
and
big,
he
man.
leads G2 back from the brink and to a 2-0 start.
Oh, man, and Atomic of such a great setup to put it right on the nose there of J-Naps. Wow.
Damn, man.
Well done. I mean, G2, it looked like that series could have been over. And, you know,
It looked like SSG had the potential to end it early, man.
I mean, they had the series on lock.
Yeah.
They did. They ended up giving it up, and G2 kept going. They kept surging. Once they realized
Damn, man.
they had a plan, they stuck to it. It paid off at the end.
And they had, not only did they have that series on lock.
So that means
they
we
had
have
many,
Falcons
many,
versus
many
Twisted Minds tomorrow, huh?
Not just equalize a game, but
And then
to
G2
outright
versus
win
Complexity.
those games. Shots that went just
For
a
the
little
first
bit
2
high,
spots
a little bit left, a
into
little bit right.
group
Shots
stages.
that shoulda, coulda, woulda. But they did not go.
Those will be the 11 and 12 o'clock
G2.
games. Those will be the first 2 that I'll be able to, I should be able to at least be live for those.
7 games as we look back.
But then we'll have little man's birthday barbecue and stuff going on after that.
G2 and SSG, but especially for
So more
G2,
than likely I will not be able to catch
down
the
home
elimination
stretch,
games.
Bringing it back from down 3 games to 1.
But then we'll be live back
They
over
get a
here on
balanced
Sunday.
effort out of all 3 members. This is a lethal 3-headed attack. As we send things over to the player area, we will hear from the victorious G2
Damn.
squad. What a show we've had on day 2.
Atomic and Co. bringing in a pretty atomic performance, if I do say so myself, being 3-1 down. Clean sweep, bringing it back very, very comfortably for yourself and the team as well. What was the turning point for you guys?
I think for us it was when we won on the 5th map. We knew that now the pressure shifted to them, because if you have a 3-1 lead and you don't close it out, you know, everybody's like, you can't throw a 3-1 lead. So we knew we just had to keep playing how we were playing and keep dominating, and it would eventually pay off.
Well, you guys obviously came second
Fair,
during
fair.
the RLCS World Championships. Unfortunate for you boys, but what has been done between then and now to make sure this time around you walk away victorious?
I think this time we've just been playing the game so much more. Like before, we just sort of coasted a bit, and now we've really decided to put in the time, and it's been showing.
You're gonna tell me how many hours you get every day? Go on, tell me.
I mean, it's like 3 hours, 4 hours of team practice, and then we've all been playing like another 4 hours by ourselves. So.
8 hours, beautiful stuff. So
Put in that
obviously
work.
There's been this ongoing discussion of the MENA region and how absolutely terrifying it is for a bunch of you players. NA and MENA now making the 2-0 results. Talk to me about what you've made so far of the MENA region's performance.
We've scrimmed Twisted Minds and we scrimmed Falcons. The Falcons are always like one of the best teams in scrims. Like they're super disciplined, and if you want to take a game off them, like you have to pop off individually. So with Twisted Minds, it's the same thing. Like they play very similarly, and it's like all those teams, they're just so their decision making is like so consistent that it's really hard to beat them.
Well, ahead
They don't play
of
emotionally
tomorrow's matchups,
in the MENA region.
do you know who you're playing? Because I know. You want to know who you're playing?
Complexity.
You're not playing Twisted Minds. No, you're playing Complexity. Okay, so what is the game plan between the moment you leave this venue and tomorrow's matchup? What are you guys going to get up to?
We're probably going to regroup, probably eat something because we're pretty hungry, and then look at how Complexity
Do you think they
played
practice
today,
tonight, or do
and
you
then
think
try
they
to
wake up and do
think
practice in
about
the
how
morning?
We can alter a game plan a little bit to adjust for them, but overall keep how we're playing pretty the same, I think.
I feel like you want to make sure that they're rested, right? Because it's pretty late there.
I think we
Like
could
10 o'clock
4-2
there.
4-2 us. I think we're gonna be a little more cleaner at the start than today. Today was a bit sloppy at the start.
Agreed.
But after playing and getting
They were
the nerves
super
out,
sloppy at the
I think
beginning.
we can 4-2.
I'm liking it. Thank you so much for joining me, and congrats once again.
We had to go all the way to Championship Sunday at the last World Championship before a team that managed to get on match point lost. The first team that managed to get on match point lost here, we already have it on day 2.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it was a fun narrative last time, but I don't like it when the script makers like to go back for back.
I don't like when I know what's going to happen.
All right,
after
chat.
match point has been
As
secured.
per
We also had a
usual,
wild
man.
card
That was full of 4-0s.
I'm not going to do the whole post-show. I'm gonna get up out of the lights. I might go live over on Twitch for some gaming later. I'm not sure yet. Probably not. It's been a long couple days. We got a long couple days ahead of us too. Actually, we got a long couple of weeks ahead of us as far as for obviously what we'll have Monday off after Wildcards, but then we'll start right back with group stages on Tuesday. Gonna be watching some VCT. I'll be watching some 2K League playoffs tonight for sure. Busy weekend for birthday with the kiddo and the fam. I may end up taking tomorrow off in the morning. We'll see. Depends on kind of what's going on. No promises on tomorrow's stream. But other than that, we should be all good to go for Sunday because we'll have family heading back out of town Sunday by the time stream starts. So I'm going to go ahead and get up on out of here. Do me a favor if you haven't already done so, hit the like button. That seems to help out with the algorithm. If y'all enjoyed the vibes, we're trying to chase down that first 500 subs over here on the channel. Hit that subscribe button. Turn those notifications on. So we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard, all right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out.